Okay, we're off. Will that pull them off? Is that safe? It doesn't seem very safe.
Installation's simple. You just plug in
and play.
Now, this song is a song that Lisa and I have been performing together for quite some time. I don't remember when I recorded this, but since I recorded it, Lisa and I have been performing. So there you are. It's a pretty little tune, and it's called Angels.
Hey, Bruce! G'day, mate!
I'm sorry, I just turned into Rolf Harris. Hang on. I think that little blue pill Angus gave me just before I came on started to work. All the blood rushed to my nose. Most of you shouldn't have got that joke. The touch of your hand will let me know you take me in and let me go. Oh, clear up the line where we be. How is it done? Two into one, so easily. We lifted up my angel, higher than the world, strong enough to live, love to love secrets, king of love. Lifted up my angel, you understand, but never say how every man, oh every man, is fade if not for love. Ashes to dust, water to rust, away from me. Lifted up my angel, higher than the world, strong enough to live, love to love the sea. The motion of the heaven, the burn that rain, the darkness cannot reach us. Let the angels teach us, only love remains. We lifted up angels, given grace to
Okay, I've got some good bids lined up, guys. They look interesting anyway. Let's go to the like videos. Hang on, hang on.
You are watching Apocalypse and the End Times on God TV. I'm your host, Paul McGuire, and we're going to talk about Bible prophecy and the importance of Bible prophecy in the Word of God. My special guest is Doug Stauffer, author, speaker, debater on Bible prophecy topics, and extremely well known. And as a side note, I don't know how many times he's been hit by a car or hit by a train, but you've survived it all. Give us, just quickly tell us how you got hit by a train.
Well, I was in Baltimore on the phone. It was, speakerphone, and I turned down the road. I'm sitting at a red light, and I'm waiting for the light to turn. Evidently, it all turned red because I wasn't supposed to be there.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, I could hear out of my window and see it just, and there's a train coming. I just turned the wheel, floored it, and about that time, I'm hit, knocked to the curb. I'm dazed, and I just said, I could put my hand out the window and touch the train. It stopped.
You put your hand out the window of your car and
touched the train. It hit my mirror like it shaved a piece of cheese off the mirror. That's how close I was. And then it hit the tire. When I turned the tire, that's what knocked me to the curb. So it's amazing. It's just one of those things where God protected me. I stayed there for a little while, and I just put it in reverse and left because nobody was coming out to check on me. So I left.
So you had other things like this, and what? Just give us the spiritual lesson from this.
Well, I think it's to number your days. That you don't know what tomorrow holds. That I think it really, that one did affect me. I mean, I've been in a bus that flipped over with 50 preachers on it. I've been 3 times we caught on fire in 2 different cars 3 different times. And, it's amazing how God protects you. So God has his supernatural hand of protection. And what we've got to do is figure out, all right, what is our purpose plan? And, how do we please God? How do we serve him? And that's what I look at in those instances, because they were some supernatural events that happened that when I consider them, it's just amazing that I'm still alive.
Well, I thank God for you and what we're going to get into it. But as I said before the camera started rolling,
She's eating it so good.
I will not be riding in any vehicle you're in.
You're not the only one.
But I praise God for his supernatural protection in your life. And speaking of supernatural protection, your book, Reviving the Blessed Hope of Thessalonians. Tell us, many.
Yeah, not so sure about that one. I'm not sure what they're playing now, because that one seemed a bit slow.
But listen to how he words it.
This guy is the best apologist I've seen. He's brilliant. Rabbi Zachariah.
And nevertheless, that's it. My people think, and we are grateful that you all do. And that's why here at this conference, I esteem RC as one of the great heroes of the faith today, and the lineup that he's got in here. I wonder why I'm actually here. In fact, I was thinking of the subject they've given me, the existence of God. I wish I could just say, just listen to what the others have said, and that demonstrates it, and we're okay. But it reminds me of the two guys who were sitting for an exam. And at the end of the exam, they were being interviewed for the job. And the man says, I've got a problem. Both of you guys have answered the questions exactly the same way, word for word. There is no difference in your answers. But I'm going to give it to this gentleman rather than to you. And the guy got offended. How come if our answers are identical, you're giving it to him and not to me? He says there was one difference. In one of the questions, his answer was, I don't know the answer to this question. And your answer was, neither do I.
Funny but stupid.
So I just feel like saying, so
Hey,
do I.
Jay-Z, good to see you, mate.
I remember when I was at graduate school, I sent my doctrinal examination question. And we had these tiny little apartments, and you had to get no help, just your Bible next to you, and it was a multiple page thing. And the opening question was, God is perfect, explain.
Hey.
My wife and said the only more difficult thing I could think of is define God and give 2 examples. Now, the fascinating thing about that question is there was just this much of space in which to do the explaining. And I was grateful for that, because the longer the answer, the greater the possibility of heresy on something like that. So I answered in one line. He's the only entity in existence. The reason for whose existence is in himself. All other entities or quantities exist by virtue of something else. And in that sense, he alone is perfect. Uncaused, infinite, undependent. Being in essence. And so when we talk today about a subject as transcendingly intimidating as that, we've got a tough subject on hand. So I'm going to take it in 3 phases. The first I'm going to talk about is the intense philosophical problems that arise from the denial of God's existence. Number 2, how then do we demonstrate God's existence? And number 3, why is the Christian faith unique in representing this particular notion of God and who he is? So that's a tall order within a few minutes on hand, but we will make our attempt to do so. So put your thinking caps on and race along with me. We'll try and do our best, and hopefully the other messages converge at the same time. Many of you are familiar with these lines of Friedrich Nietzsche. Nietzsche had a poignancy to what he said, and in many ways he also had a candor to what he said. He broke new ground. He did not coin the phrase, God is dead. He popularized it. He was the son of a minister, and both of his grandfathers were in the ministry. But this brilliant man, who was born 1844, died in 1900, did so much in that short span of time, and ironically lived out his own sense of nihilistic thought. When he died, the last 14 years, he spent insane, and in periods of silence would suddenly break into scriptures that he learned as a young lad. But listen to how he words it. Have you not heard of that madman who lit a lantern in the bright morning hours, ran to the marketplace and cried incessantly, I'm looking for God, I'm looking for God. As many of those who did not believe in God were standing together there, he excited considerable laughter. Have you lost him then, said one. Did he lose his way like a child, said another. Or is he hiding? Is he afraid of us? Has he gone on a voyage or emigrated? So they shouted and laughed. But the madman sprang into their midst and pierced them with his lances. Where is God? He cried. I'll tell you, we have killed him. You and I, we are all his murderers. But how did we do this? How were we able to drink up the sea?
No, I didn't get time to, Jay-Z. Hens sent it to me earlier. I watched a bit of it.
Whither is it moving now? Whither are we moving now? Away from all suns, maybe? For are we not perpetually falling backwards and forwards and sidewards and in all directions? Is there any up or down left? Are we not straying through an infinite nothing? Do we not feel the breath of empty space? Has it not suddenly become colder? Is not more and more night coming on us all the time? Must not lanterns now have to be lit in the morning hours? Do we not hear anything yet of the noise of the grave diggers who are burying God? Do we not smell anything yet of God's decomposition? God's decomposed too, and he is dead. He remains dead. We've killed him. Now, how shall we, the murderer of all murderers, compose ourselves? Because that which was holiest and mightiest of all that the world has possessed has bled to death under our knives. Who will wipe this blood from us? With what water can we purify ourselves? What festivals of atonement, what sacred games will we need to invent? Is not this the greatest of deeds, too great for us? Must we not now ourselves have to become God, simply to seem worthy of what we've done? There's never been a greater deed, and whoever shall be born after us for the sake of this deed shall be part of a higher history than all history hitherto. It's even related further that on the same day the madman entered divers churches and there sang a requiem, Aeternam Deo. Let out and quieted, he said to have retorted each time, what are these churches now? But they're not the tombs and sepulchres of God. God is dead. We've killed him. With all due respect for Nietzsche and regard for him, the thing about him I like is his candor. He is raising the right questions of the implications of a godless universe. Who gave us a sponge to wipe away the entire horizon? Is there any up or down left? Must not lanterns now have to be lit in the morning hours? What he's really saying is, this is so humongous a deed that everything will have to be redefined. Everything. And so the atheist, if you'll pardon the crassness of it, my professor, Dr. Geisler, in my graduate school days used to have a very dry wit, and he would say things like this: the atheist is better at smelling rotten eggs than laying good ones. He's right. They're able to sort of take this blade and lacerate away. Read Sam Harris's book, The End of Faith. Read his other book, A Letter to a Christian Nation, where he's challenging America to shred this vestige of God talk and God ideas. I'm in the process of writing a response to him, which hopefully will be completed very soon, calling it A Letter to Sam Harris on behalf of a Christian nation. But they do it. They jab away, they stab away. There are 3 or 4 things, actually there are several things, and I don't have the time to go into all of them, but there are several entailments that they have struggles with. The first is this: they have an intense problem then with defining morality. How do you talk up and down? How do you arrive at a moral law? And their standard response is, look at all the evil that is around us. I remember years ago at the University of Nottingham, when I first began, a student stood up and said to me, there's no such being as God because of all the evil that is around in the world. I said, can we talk on that for a few moments? He said, yes. I said, remain standing. I'll talk to you. I said, when you say there's such a thing as evil, aren't you assuming there's such a thing as good? He said, yes. I said, when you say there's such a thing as good, aren't you assuming there's such a thing as a moral law on the basis of which to distinguish between good and evil? He struggled for a few moments with that, and I reminded him of the conversation between Frederick Copleston and Bertrand Russell. When Bertrand Russell was pushed to the wall by Copleston, Copleston said to him, "Mr. Russell, how do you differentiate between good and bad?" Bertrand Russell said, "The same way I differentiate between blue and green." Copleston said, "But wait a minute, you differentiate between blue and green by seeing, don't you?" "Yes." "How do you differentiate between good and bad?" Bertrand Russell said, "On the basis of feeling." "What else?" Oh, wait a minute. Copleston was a kind man. He really should have turned to Lord Russell and said to him, "Miss Russell, in some cultures they love their neighbors. In other cultures they eat them, both on the basis of feeling. Do you have any personal preference?" How can this brilliant mathematician philosopher make so basic an error? But he admitted it. In a letter to the Observer, he said, "I do not know how to deal with this issue of morality."
Hey, Marty, good to see you. What happened at the gym today, sis?
You see, the question
You lost
of
20
moral law
pounds. Just joking.
comes within us. So I said to him, "When you say that such a thing is evil, aren't you assuming that such a thing is good?" He said, "Yes." I said, "When you say that such a thing is good, you must assume a moral law." He said, "All right, I'll grant you that." I said, "But when you say that such a thing is a moral law, you must posit a moral lawgiver. But that's whom you're trying to disprove and not prove. If there's no moral lawgiver, there's no moral law. If there's no moral law, there's no good. If there's no good, there's no evil. What is your question?" He looked at me and I quote, he says, "What then am I asking you?" I said, "I'm not going to help you. I'm not going to help you." Now, granted, if you're a thinking person, you'll say, "Ravi, how do you get from the moral law to the moral lawgiver? Is that not an extrapolation jump?" And in the Q&A time, if that question comes, I'll be very happy to deal with it. Right now, my time is very tight. So I'm going to go on. The problem of evil. When you raise it, you raise the question of the nature of good. And when you raise the question of the nature of good, you have to start wondering, how do you really arrive at the reality of good and evil when there is no God? Do you know what Richard Dawkins has now come up with? Dawkins has gone so far as to say we have to deny the reality of evil if our argument is going to stay. So he actually denies there is any such thing as evil. I was flying out of a country where I sat next to a woman who rescues women and children from abuse. I won't name the country, but she told me, she was a Dutch lady. I said, "Were you successful?" She said, "I saw the worst thing I saw last night." She said, "In this area of city called Snake Alley, men come at night, they consume a concoction of snake's blood and hard liquor. It ravages the mind, and then whatever they want, they are given." She said, "I rescued an 18-month-old baby girl from the arms of this man who was sexually plundering her because that's what he wanted under the influence of snake's blood and hard liquor." Mr. Dawkins, is that evil?
Wow.
Can you imagine there walk human beings for whom that is pleasure? Is this the ravaging of just the brain or the ravaging of the soul?
Jay-Z, I don't think they'll kill him, but they'll probably send him into the underground bases because Andrew's bringing the heat on him so bad, and it won't be long until the spotlight's shined on Seville and Charles' relationship. And man, they're in a lot of trouble. I can't see him getting out of this without killing Andrew or saying he died.
Dawkins says, "No, we're dancing to our DNA." Is that what he was doing? It's easy to come up and say, God is dead, God doesn't exist. How then do you make any moral pronouncements of any kind? Alan Dershowitz, Harvard. I don't know if this is good, but I have to say there's such a thing as evil. What? Day before yesterday's USA Today. An article on advertised on the front page and then in the book section of a recent psychiatric study that is actually saying evil is real. Evil is real. And then they bring all the books.
Oh, good luck with your tests, Marty.
To the point. There's no moral law. There's no rational way. And if just in case you think I'm making this up, listen to the most brilliant, prolific Canadian atheistic philosopher, Kai Nielsen. We have not been able to show that reason requires the moral point of view, or that
Jay-Z, I agree, but wasn't it obvious when they killed Epstein? Same point. It was obvious they killed him, yet they still did.
really rational persons, listen to this qualifier, or that really rational persons, unhoodwinked by myth or ideology, need not be individual egoists or classical amoralists. Reason does not decide here. The picture I have painted for you is not a pleasant one. Reflection on this actually depresses me. Pure, practical reason, even with a good knowledge of the facts, will not lead you to morality. This is an atheist saying that. Rationally, you cannot get there. Listen to Bertrand Russell. He says this. He says, I cannot live as though ethical values were simply a matter of personal taste. And he says, I do not know the solution to this. And so to deny the existence of God is to take you out of the realm of moral postulates. Secondly, it takes you out of the realm of meaning. You have no absolute way of positing meaning anymore. What meaning actually means. Listen, for example, to Stephen Jay Gould of Harvard, the late Stephen Jay Gould, I should say, a paleontologist, well known in his stridency. Here's what he says. We are here because one odd group of fishes had a peculiar fin anatomy that could transform into legs for terrestrial creatures. We are here because comets struck the Earth and wiped out dinosaurs, thereby giving mammals a chance not otherwise available. So thank your lucky stars. Because the Earth never froze entirely during an ice age, because a small and tenuous species arising in Africa a 250,000 years ago has managed so far to survive by hook and by crook. We may yearn for a higher answer, but believe me, none exists. These explanations, though superficial, troubling, if not terrifying, is ultimately liberating and exhilarating. Do you feel it?
Yeah, the plot does thicken, doesn't it, Jay-Z? Exciting times. We might see justice in our lifetime for these kid rapers.
We must construct these ourselves from our own wisdom and ethical sense. There is simply no other way. That's why the rock musician says, knowledge is a deadly friend when no one sets the rules. The fate of all mankind I see is in the hands of fools. Confusion will be my epitaph as I crawl a cracked and broken path. If we make it, we can all sit back and laugh, but I'm afraid tomorrow I'll be crying. No moral law, no meaning. And lastly, of the atheist, amongst many other things, there's no hope. There's really...
Lord, Marty's in hospital getting some tests done for some reason or other. Please make the test come out well and look after your daughter. We're praying on her behalf. On behalf of Marty, please look after her. She's in hospital, Lord. Do your thing. We love you, Lord. Thank you. Amen.
no hope. Do you know how much this...
Hey, Pep Star!
Let me give you an incredible illustration of this. I was in Lebanon a few weeks ago, and my traveling associate, Philip, was with me. He was having breakfast with some Iraqis. And the pastor from Iraq was telling us that a few weeks before that, 3 weeks before we were conversing, he was driving along the streets of Baghdad, a young man with a young family. He said, suddenly a huge booming sound. My car actually was lifted off the road, and I looked around, and the buildings around me were collapsing. And I literally saw one man's limbs flying off his body as he fell onto the sidewalk there. He said, I had to stop. My head felt cold, and as I touched my face, blood was pouring out of my ears from the concussion. He said, I was in a state of shock and taken to the hospital. He said, Brother Ravi, we live with this every day. When I say goodbye to my children in the morning, I never know I'm going to see them. And so Hassan was chatting. I leaned forward, I said, Hassan, is it good or bad what's happened in Iraq? What we did? I said, I want to hear from your mouth. Tell me. He said, before America came to our help, we were living with a lot of pain, everyday pain. After America's come to help us, we still live with a lot of pain. But now we have pain with some hope. You don't have to agree with him. I don't have to agree with him. I'm not saying that. I'm not making a political statement here. I'm just telling you this. A man who just had his car and life nearly blown up is looking you in the eye and saying, we could not live without hope.
Little one, come here. Oh, there
Today's
you go.
story, the Houston Chronicle. An 11-year-old boy who for 1 year has fought for custody of his baby sister, who was described as nothing more than fetus Holloway, stillborn. 30-some weeks or something like that, pregnant, I forget how it is. Stillborn. The mother is in drug rehab. Father cannot be found. This 11-year-old boy goes to the medical authorities and asks for the body of his sister. For 1 year, he fought it. And he got the little body back. He takes 3 of his cousins and conducts the funeral with some stuffed animals and some flowers and a pink blanket. He lost his dad when he was 1 year old, he says. He says, now my sister Rachel, who had no name in the morgue, he's given her the name Rachel. He said, now my sister Rachel and my daddy are in heaven together. The Houston Chronicle writer says, very rarely in life can you use the word greatness, but I looked into the eye.
Ah. Oh, that Alex Jones one, that goes for 2.5 hours, so I better start that and come back to Ravi. We'll start the Alex Jones one, Jay-Z, because you and Han give it a good rap.
December 3rd, 2019. It is 11 o'clock Central Standard Time, and we're going to be live here for the next 4 hours. David Knight, of course, was just hosting his great broadcast. We have Owen Schroyer coming up with the War Room from 3 to 6 p.m.
Sleep well, Marty. Good night, sis.
Firepower with
38 minutes.
and Tom Pappert. Again,
Thank you, Jay-Z. You just saved me 38 minutes. They talk a lot of crap at the first lot, don't they? Okay, I'll do it at 37 minutes.
So that's what we're facing. Now, they've been trying to hide their supporters. Last election, I mean, we had videos every week with 5-10 million views. We would just go out and show them, and it was just
Hey, Susan. G'day,
also
sis.
sad. Well, now they delete and take down videos everywhere that show the freak show that these people have turned into, or maybe they were always like this. But I didn't think we'd find anybody that topped Abe Skrillex, Carl the Cunt, Trigglypuff. But ladies and gentlemen, I mean, I guess this is the evil Mickey Mouse. I mean, I knew that Disney was fully behind the Democrats and Hillary, but my God, this is just over the top. Maybe this woman is like 120 years old, is the original voice of Mickey Mouse. I mean, that could be the case, folks. Stranger things have happened. Maybe it's an NPC in the program matrix, and this is all a deep fake, and none of this is real. Because let me tell you, that is frighteningly hilarious. I don't know whether I'm just going to go hide in a hole somewhere or die laughing. Second hour, David Icke coming up. Planned Parenthood does more than just kill babies and sell their body parts.
For many of us, this idea of transgenderism seems brand new. But the movement we are seeing today was born 100 years ago. The founding fathers of this transgender movement were of the same culture as the eugenics crowd. The media push for transgenderism happened 60 years before Bruce Caitlyn Jenner. In 1952, George Jorgensen became the first American to undergo a sex change operation. After learning about the procedure in the U.S. Army, he went to Denmark, where he was given special permissions from the Danish Minister of Justice to undergo several sexual reassignment operations. George Jorgensen became Christine Jorgensen and was instantly taken in by Hollywood and made an advocate for the transgender community. Her influence through pop culture made transgenderism and sex change operations more normal and acceptable. We then see it in the universities. Gender identity research began in 1962 at UCLA, and the Gender Identity Clinic at Johns Hopkins was
How ironic, Pat. You want a male or female one?
In 1969, the Marshall Tanner study created the term precocious puberty, which is defined as a disorder and diagnosed when a child shows signs of puberty too soon. According to the study, too soon is age 8 for girls and age 9 for boys. Precocious puberty doesn't physically harm the child, and yet it was considered a disorder. Just 2 years later came the discovery of gonadotropin-releasing hormone, GnRH, what we know today as puberty blockers. And it was immediately prescribed to those diagnosed with precocious puberty to halt the natural hormonal process in their bodies. And why? Because 2 men wrote a paper that suggested it was emotionally bad for children to undergo puberty before everyone else. In 1980, the American Psychiatric Association's APA added gender identity disorder into the DSM-3, which opened the coffers of taxpayer health care funds to pay for sexual reassignment costs. Without FDA approval or any studies on the drug's long-term effects, they are injecting Lupron and other brands of puberty blockers into children, and doctors are being paid to prescribe them. In 2001, the makers of Lupron paid an $875 million settlement to the Department of Justice for giving illegal kickbacks to doctors in exchange for prescribing Lupron to their patients. This company is now the 6th largest independent biotech company in the world, with a revenue of over $32 billion in 2018. The company is also connected with the Clinton Global Initiative and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. In 2007, Boston Children's Hospital began transitioning children as young as 3 years old. From 2000 to 2014, gender-affirming surgeries have increased 4-fold and up another 20% the next 2 years. Private funding of transgender issues increased 8-fold during this time. From the Pritzker family, George Soros, Warren Buffett, and others. The Department of State has allocated over $30 million of taxpayers' money to advance this agenda. Planned Parenthood is now the 2nd largest provider.
Okay, folks, we're going to go to break. We're going to come back with David Icke. But I mean, look at that report Greg Reese just put out. And that's banned on YouTube, banned everywhere. We're not going to see that anywhere but banned.video. It's so important. Castration Incorporated, Planned Parenthood, the business of transgenderism. That needs to be seen by everybody on the planet, especially people with children being targeted by this post-human agenda. David Icke has been on the forefront as a vanguard exposing all this. And we'll talk to him in 60 seconds. Please tell folks to tune in. Before there was Alex Jones on the scene, there was David Icke. I remember he blasted on the scene in the early 1990s. He'd been a top British broadcasting host of their morning shows, nighttime shows, sports programs. I mean, he was a mainstay of the UK and really around the world. And then he had Saul on the road to Damascus moment, hit by that bolt of light, and suddenly saw a whole different paradigm view of the universe. And I would read things David Icke was saying just a few years before I even got on air. And I thought, well, this is just too far out. But then is I personally just researched from the news and from white papers and from what was admitted. As time went on, it more and more lined up with what David Icke had been saying
He's probably at the front.
as the future became the present.
Yeah.
And so I know this now.
Oh my God.
I ordered it on.
Whoever's running this, whatever it is, it's anti-human. And it's telling us humans are a disease and bad and we need to be taken off the planet. And that a post-human world is about to be here. And that only those that merge with machines will be part of the future. Now, Ray Kurzweil said that 30 years ago.
Squeaky ears
Other
is that.
transhumanists said that.
He calls
They
all like
created the
Tom's trolley thing.
whole
That's
movement with the
yeah,
trans
that's
agenda
his cat ass.
to give up our humanity. But as we go down this road and as it becomes
Say Elise.
as it emerges, as David and I said so
All
often
right.
we finally do, we learn that it is definitely poisonous. It's definitely making our lifespan go down. It's making us be completely mentally ill. It's causing us to have all these diseases. It's causing us to be hateful. It's causing suicide to explode. And everything they're doing, the white papers come out from Bayer Pharmaceutical and Monsanto and others that they knowingly put out glyphosate to cause massive cancer in women. They knowingly put fluoride in the water to lower IQ and destroy fertility. It's now all admitted. They knowingly do all of this to stun us like a spider bites its prey, but just enough to stun it, then it winds it up, waits for the poison over the next few days to liquefy its insides, and then sucks it all out. Well, the spider is now moving towards us to finish the meal. And that's how David Icke described it, as a spider at the center of the web. So I want to cover the waterfront today. He's been on hiatus, writing books, making films. I was saying, hey, I've been on a couple of years. Why? He said, I just had my head down. Well, he's here now, and hopefully he'll come back again soon, because 2 hours with the breaks is not enough to cover every angle. Now, I didn't know where he'd go with hundreds of pieces of this puzzle. But he said the global corporate climate takeover and transgenderism as the gateway to transhumanism, which was in my stack as the first thing I was going to bring up, knowing how key it is, without even talking to David. So we're on the same page there, but just big picture. The globalist Elon Musk was challenging this, saying, beware those that worship AI gods and they want to get rid of humans. Now he says, oh, take brain chips. They're coming out next year. Put them in your kids. You're going to get to see the other dimensions. You'll be able to see these entities. And he's tweeting images of demons and owls. And this is a Silicon Valley cult that admits now that they believe through DMT they're in contact with these other realms and entities. So all of these things you talked about almost 30 years ago are now coming to the surface, David Icke. So whether it's truly real or not, or whether it's some genetic mass hallucination with the inbred elites, and a product of that, it's still real. So David Icke, that's my intro. DavidIcke.com. Your new book is out as well. I can't wait to read it. The Trigger, the explosive new book by David Icke, now available. Thank you so much for joining us. You'll have the floor for the next hour and 50 minutes. Where would you like to start?
Well, Alex, nice to talk to you again. Glad you're still going after all the bans, etc. And we have to keep going because it's starting to dawn on people for the first time in many cases that the scale of what's going on is absolutely vast. And so often people look at the news and they look at world events and they will research this or they research that, all of which needs doing. But there's still dots within a vast picture. And once you realize what that picture is, then all the dots fall into place. And I have this phrase I use, know the outcome and you'll see the journey. And if we can uncover what the outcome is planned to be, then suddenly everything that happens daily in the world that appears to be, to most people, random and happening in and of itself, suddenly, once you know what the planned outcome is, become very clear and blatant steps.
Hey, Shreds!
towards
Good to see you,
outcome.
sis.
And so if we look at the big picture, and again, you know, as you say, I've been saying this for a very, very long time. and being ridiculed for it because, you know, if you're going to be a relatively few and you are going to control billions and you are going to direct the society of billions, you have to control the perceptions of the billions. Because from perception comes behavior. You want to control behavior.
Hey, Westgate, good to see you, brother.
And how do you control perception? How do we form perceptions? We form perceptions from information received. It could be a personal experience. It could be the 10 o'clock news, a Facebook post. It's information received. We form our perceptions. From our perceptions come our behavior. So,
yeah, he's got good videos, hasn't he, Susan?
First and foremost, control information. That's what all this censorship's about, and all the bans and all the suppression. And it's also what the education system is about, which is a massive perceptual programming operation, which starts at a very young age, continues through all the formative years of young people. That's where all the woke stuff is coming out of, and then continues through mainstream sources for the rest of a person's life. A human life is actually a perceptual download of the official version of everything. And the reason I say that in relation to what we're talking about is the narrow band of information perception that we're given, what I call the postage stamp consensus, only allows for a tiny, tiny span of possibility. And if you stay within that postage stamp of possibility, the real world, mate, then you're all right. You're intelligent. You are always a good mind. Oh, yeah, he's an intelligent man, he is. But you step off that postage stamp and you start exploring information and areas of life and society that are beyond the postage stamp, i.e. people like me saying, actually, behind all this is a non-human force. And postage stamp perception will, by reflex action, just like pressing enter on a computer...
We'll defend the status quo. We've got to go to break, but before I even talk to you, we didn't do any pre-interview, David. I said I want you up front to go to the end, and as you're saying, it's critical to go to the end first. When we come back, I hope you'll go to the end, and then we'll go back to the beginning as best your knowledge is. But now it's everybody knows this is a non-human force, whatever it is, and it's out to kill us. So we got 45 seconds. Please continue.
So people like me, therefore, all these decades have been ridiculed and dismissed for...
Yeah, Kath, it was a big victory. What happened? He posted a thing that all gays and idolaters will go to hell, blah, blah, blah. Rugby Union, the governing body, they sacked him, so he took him to court for breaching his right of free speech. He won an $8 million award and they had to apologise to him. So it was a great victory for the Christians. And when they done it, he got a GoFundMe page happening, and within a day $1 million was donated to help him fight the case, but GoFundMe shut his thing down. So then the Australian Christian lobby got it going, rose $3 million for his court case, and yeah, really backfired on the rugby union.
Talking about a non-human force being behind all this, and a lot of people who've ridiculed me have been those that follow the Bible and talk about demons. You've got the Islamic belief system. We talk about...
Exactly, Bruce. He said nothing that wasn't true.
Belief system that talks about the archons. You've got the Zulu belief system that talks about the Chitauri. These are all different names for this non-human force that's...
Stay there. Let's talk about the enemy when we come back with David Icke. And David Icke is...
Okay, Pat. Israel Folau is a rugby union player who plays for Australia, one of our best players in rugby union, and he posted a thing on social media saying gays, adulterers, drunkards, etc. will go to hell. So rugby union objected to that and sacked him. So he said, no, I'm not copping that. So he went to court for it. Cut a long story short, rugby union was found at fault and they had to pay him $8 million. And this is a negotiated settlement, so they can't appeal it. So it cost them $8 million to sack Israel Folau, and he turned out to be in the right. Because of what happened with him, our government's passing laws now to protect religious freedom of speech because of him.
Our guest here today, he's got the floor here
What, Mum?
to talk about this non-human force
Yeah, you're
that
right.
now has the planetary controllers openly saying they're building a post-human world, ladies and gentlemen. A post-human world, that humans are bad, and the environmental movement is going to save the earth from the humans, and then all that's going to be left is humans that give up their original form. David Icke, thank you for joining us. DavidIcke.com. Please continue.
Pleasure. Well, what I've been talking about for the best part of 30 years in terms of this subject is the fact that you can track this in different cultures. This is one of the very compelling things about all this. When you look at the accounts and the legends and the stories from different cultures all around the world, this same common theme is there again and again and again, under different names, but the theme is the same, that a non-human force came in and started to hijack the human world. And their plan is to assimilate human consciousness into itself. And so, you know, I hear people talk about AI this and AI that and AI the other.
Great victory for the Christians, Pat. Freedom of speech.
What is AI? What is it? Oh, it's artificial intelligence. Yeah, but what does that mean? There are different levels. Obviously, there's algorithmic artificial intelligence. There's what they call learning artificial intelligence. But what I've been saying for years and years and years is there's one level of this artificial intelligence that is actually the force that I'm talking about. And so when you have Ray Kurzweil, as you've mentioned, and others, the utter fraud, by the way, Elon Musk, we can talk about him a bit more later, maybe. They and certainly Kurzweil talks about by 2030, he gives that time period, humans will start to have their brains connected to AI. And the reason that they're so open about it is the sales pitch. The sales pitch is we'll become superhuman. We will not. We will become subhuman and posthuman. Because once AI is connected to the human brain, and Kurzweil's very open about this, AI will do more and more and more of human thinking, he says, until human thinking as we know it now is negligible, in the end, gone. And what I've just described, just by quoting him, is the assimilation of human consciousness, the end of the human mind as we know it. So instead of having to manipulate information to dictate perception, which dictates behavior, through this AI connection, there'll be no need for any of that, because our thoughts and what passed were then our emotional responses will be coming direct. This is what it's all about. And what's happened is what I call the totalitarian tiptoe, step by step by step. We have been infiltrated by artificial intelligence, which is doing more and more of what humans used to do, taking over more and more of human society. And of course, people like me, I'm 67, born in 1952, I have a radar. I know what it was like before, and I can see what it's like now in comparison. The young people and the kids being born today, this is all they know. This is reality to them, this technological AI insanity. And the idea, why they're targeting the young, why they've got the young addicted to smartphones, which they hold, then addicted to things on their body, like your smart watches and your Bluetooth and all the rest of it. And the next stage, which is already underway, getting in the body, this step by step, kitty here, kitty technique is because the young people that they're targeting now will be the adults when they want to bring this in full blown, and they want the young so addicted to technology that they will accept the outcome
because they've got to get the next version. And let's talk about that, because this is all admitted now. You talked about it 30 years ago. I talked about it 25 years ago. It's all admitted that they're making humans obsolete, that the AI is already making all the decisions. It doesn't ask. It interfaces from the phone into your car, tells you when you need gas, even before the car blinks on and tells you need gas. People don't know how.
Okay, first loading problem.
People don't know how to do math anymore. People don't know how to communicate. The language is shrinking. We're dying. This isn't empowering us like Elon Musk says it will. It's killing us. And he said it a few months ago. He said, the AI won't take over your brain right away, and then started laughing. His eyes are all whacked out. His pupils are giant. Tim Cook's pupils are giant. I know a lot of military's already gotten brain chips. I told people that 15 years ago. It was declassified 10 years ago. From the intel I've got, a lot of these guys already have chips and are also on a lot of drugs, and that goes into the whole culture of Silicon Valley and convincing people to give up their humanity.
Elon Musk, he just looks so creepy. Check him out. He's so creepy looking.
Well, Elon Musk is a total fraud. I've been pointing him out for a long time. You know, when you come out and you say that AI could be the end of humanity, brackets true, and then you start a company called Neuralink to connect the human brain to computers. When this smart grid, which is what the human mind and technology and everything through the Internet of Things, etc., is designed to be connected to, this smart grid is absolutely essential to this AI takeover of the human mind. It's all connected. And if you are going to have a global grid, a global bubble, artificial bubble, which you are going to connect everyone to, then things like Wi-Fi and the internet have to be on every inch of the planet. It has to be. No one excluded. That's the idea of this grid.
And this is the site of the AI system that interfaces with humans and absorbs us. And Google admitted when they were founded 25 years ago, their plan was to build an AI human interface where we are part of the AI, just as Arthur C. Clarke envisioned. And then he wrote Childhood's End about us being uploaded into the mothership, but giving up our bodies. And now they're saying Childhood's End is real, that's the plan they want us to carry out.
Yeah, I mean, this wasn't decided yesterday. Of course, it goes way back into what we perceive as history. But where I was going with this is that the only way you're going to cover the entire planet with the cloud, as Kurzweil calls it, is from space. And here we have the same Elon Musk, through his SpaceX, that's sending up all the satellites.
Stay there, David Icke. You're on fire, David Icke. The war on for our mind is intensifying. David Icke is here. DavidIcke.com needs an introduction. He's laying out the total takeover, the post-human world, the addiction to the phones, the devices, like a face sucker now entering our body. All the major sites, all the major tech companies are coming out with competing brain chips. Facebook, Google, they've already got the devices in our homes spying on us. Suddenly, they admit what we were telling you decades ago. They would put these devices in your homes and then spy on you. And it's all admitted. Now they've moved on to brain chips for you and your family. Now pedophilia is being normalized. What's it all about? David Icke pioneered exposing the pedophilia running the British government, how it was spreading worldwide. Now that's all out in the open. I want him to lay it out for you here today and how we can reverse this. And there is a huge awakening. There isn't just evil in the universe, there's good. And so how do we expose this and fight this? And what is the good path into the future versus where this non-human, anti-human force wants to take us. Where is that place versus where we could go? David,
Well, to just finish what I was saying before the break, Alex, about Elon Musk. If you're going to cover every inch of the planet with this cloud, which you're going to connect the human brain to, then you've got to do it from space. And it's Elon Musk again, who through SpaceX is putting all these satellites up. And there's meant to be tens of thousands of them eventually that are beaming Wi-Fi and 5G at the entirety of the planet. And the end game in all this is to create a technological sub-reality which humans are connected to and will be no more than computer terminals on this internet. And this manufactured internet of control, the smart grid. And one of the other things that I've been saying over the years is that this non-human force operates beyond the human frequency band. Because again, if you just take the postage stamp consensus version of possibility that we're given from cradle to grave, then people will think that when they look through their eyes, they're seeing everything there is in the space they're looking at. They're not. It's tiny, the band of frequency that we have for visual sight. Tiny. According to
Jay-Z, he's an actor. This is the end. It's a comedy, but there's a really lot of heavy stuff in it. He played in Spider-Man. He played the Green Goblin. Yeah, James Franco. This is the end. It's on Netflix. If you watch it, it's brilliant. Although it's mocking us, but it's telling you what's going on.
Mainstream science, the electromagnetic spectrum is 0.005% of what exists in the universe. Visible light, which is the only tiny band of frequency that we can see, is a smear of the 0.005%. So the virtual entirety of existence in infinite existence is denied to us. We cannot see it because this vehicle will not decode it. It's like being tuned to a radio or television station and it can see and experience only that station. I can't switch the channel. We can, but most people don't. And this force is operating outside of the human frequency band. And so to manipulate within the human frequency band, they've had to create a network of bloodlines and secret societies to manipulate human society on behalf of this force. And this is what the Satanists are interacting with in their rituals. They're interacting with this non-human force operating outside the human frequency band. And so when people talk about bloodlines, of course, royalty goes back. I mean, royalty. What is royalty? Oh, it's bloodline. All right. What's aristocracy? Oh, it's bloodline. What does that mean? Well, it means they interbreed. Yeah, but why do they interbreed? Why have these bloodlines been so obsessed with interbreeding since the ancient world? For a long time, they called it royal and aristocratic. They still do in Britain, staggeringly. We have a head of state in Britain, the Queen, and her Adams family children.
And David, let me briefly interject on this. We now know what was hypothesized hundreds of years ago, that birds, insects, but also humans have cone cells in the brain that are able to pick up the magnetic lines. So that's how geese can fly north in the summer, south in the winter. That's how hummingbirds can fly from North America 3,000 miles, 4,000 miles to South America along those magnetic lines. And so the royalty is interbreeding to, again, develop receptors in the brain that are already there, but to intensify those to pick up a certain interdimensional frequency. And the reason I say this is studying Skull and Bones, reading secret documents that Anthony Sutton got from Charlotte Iserby and others. That's why they're doing this. They believe, they call it spiritualism, that they're interfacing with these entities but really it's, again, just electromagnetic through this galactic internet. And you're absolutely right that now the globalists admit that they are communicating with entities more and more, and they're rolling it out at the university research level, and people taking DMT and other drugs intravenously are going in and now mapping these dimensions, and now they're trying to externalize that method that I heard about when I was a kid, because I just happened to be at a dinner table with some researchers that had been involved in it, and they were telling my parents about it. I'm just going to leave it at that. But I'm a kid hearing about this, and it just sounds completely fantastical. Then you forget about it for a long time. But my parents had some friends that were in research science in San Francisco, and that seems one of the main epicenters of the research in this post-human world. So you're talking about all this, but now they say they want a post-human world. Now they say humanity's about to be obsolete. NBC News. They now say we're going to merge with machines. They now say that we are the robots. So yes, this is their admitted plan. So I wanted to ask you, why are they now suddenly admitting so much the plan after denying it for so long? And as you said, they're putting in the 5G systems that literally will slowly kill our humanity while they control us as biological androids.
Well, what they've done with the technological agenda is that they are selling it as a wonderful thing. You know, the more and more we allow technology to become part of us, the more we'll be like gods and all this nonsense. It's the sales pitch. See, there comes a point where you can't hide it anymore because it's so obvious. So for a long time, you keep your plans secret because you don't want to give people a long period of preparation of knowing where it's going.
To form a resistance.
Honestly, yeah. So what you then do is you get close to your end game. And when you get close to your end game, so many things are going into place that really anyone with half a brain cell on active duty could see it. So what you do when it becomes visible, because it has to be if it's going to become what society is, then you start selling it as a good thing and a wonderful thing. This is why we've had this shift. It's selling this Orwellian technological nightmare as a wonderful thing. And I tell you,
good luck, Marty, the doctor.
The Green Party in Britain had its conference a few weeks ago. And some people in the Green Party, only a few unfortunately, wanted a debate at that conference on 5G. And the Green Party hierarchy turned it down. And when one or two of the people protested outside that this debate had been denied, a security guard came out and said that if they didn't go away, that they'd call the police. So this is where the Green movement has gone now. It's become the climate.
Oh, you were the leader of that, 30-something years ago. Stay there, David Icke. When we come back, we're going to lay this out, the compartmentalization, and where the globalist endgame goes, the post-human endgame. Even if you don't believe it's aliens, folks, or interdimensionals, whatever you want to call them, the globalists say the post-human world's here, and that you're all dead and I'm dead while they slowly kill us. Well, I'm angry, and I'm awake, and I'm going to do something about it. What are you going to do? DavidIcke.com on Alice Jones. And they've got the dark matter static equation showing that there's a force many times more powerful than this reality holding in place artificially what's really going on. I read David Icke books, I don't know, like 26, 27 years ago. So, in theoretically, because we end up finding out actually exist. What a wild universe. Who are the players? Well, the ruling class have a good idea who the players are, and they're keeping us away from knowing that. But all the ancient cultures and the Bible, the Old and New Testament, give you a pretty clear idea, and it matches up with what other cultures said. And now, towards the end game, world government, mark of the beast, the Chinese Communist Social Score, the UN came out, it's in Reuters today, and said the Chinese communists are running the global standardization of face scanning for a world ID to access the internet. And all this stuff's been building very slowly, but now more's happening in a week than what happened in 6 months. Then more's going to happen in a day than what happened in a year. It's a quickening. It's an acceleration. David Icke's here. Now, listen, you need to get his books. They'll definitely get people thinking. I'm not even saying I agree with all of it, but I'm very, very open to it because I respect David Icke. And I'd say about 90% of what he's talked about has turned out to be accurate. He is a maverick, a man before his time. That's coming to you from somebody who's a man before his time. Obviously, you're an audience of activists before your time. We aren't just following globalist scripts. We are the vanguard, and we need to remember that and understand that. So The Trigger, the explosive new book by David Icke, is available at davidicke.com. We'll talk more about that in the next hour with him. Please don't forget, we've got Cyber Monday, speaking of cyber sales going right now. These are the biggest sales of the year so far. We've got 15 new bumper stickers in. Every order is an assortment of those to help spread the word and help trigger the leftist and control freaks. And we've got just huge sales with 3 bottles of Brain Force Plus, the great healthy nootropic, with DNA Force Plus, 50% off that cleans out your cells, helps your telomeres last longer. DNA Force with PQQ, CoQ10, Survival Shield X2 and X3. Get that 50% off the 3 bottle of Brain Force Plus. And then all these other products are back in stock. Krill oil, the highest quality. Wow, talk about psychedelic. Ultra 12, the great B12 back in stock. The new Super Silver Whitening Toothpaste without the fluoride, so critical for you and your family. Chill Force back in stock. Turbo Force Body, 50% off. I'm not going to go through it all. Just check it out today, InfoWarsStore.com. Because they are trying to shut us down, as you've seen. They're really pissed off that you keep spreading the word because they know as their plan emerges, as it all gets admitted, world government, pedophilia is the world religion, vampirism, Satanism out in the open. As all of this comes out, as the Epstein comes out, as all the royal family devil worship comes out, the Jimmy Savile stuff comes out, as it all comes out, our credibility's got to go up. So they've got to have us silenced or forgotten, or they need to silence us so they can build a straw man and put words in our mouth. But we're not silenced. David Icke isn't silenced. So David, please continue with the big agenda, where they're taking us and how we counter it. And then I want to get into the Satanism, the pedophilia, the royal family, because you've been a trailblazer exposing that.
Yeah, well, as I was saying before the break, the Green Party doesn't want to know, and the climate cult in general, which is what the Green Party has become, unfortunately. They don't want to know about challenging 5G and this whole technological agenda.
And the break interrupted you, and so did I. Go back to some people wanted to raise it at the conference, so they were threatening to call the police on them. The environmentalists now want radiation. They want 5G. Top environmentalists say get rid of humans. Radiation's good.
Well, the reason that they are supporting this stuff is that it is being sold to them as a way of overcoming climate change and saving the planet. And this whole climate hoax is a fundamental key to the justification of almost everything. Not just this whole technological agenda, but what goes with it, which is the centralization of global power over the fine detail of our lives. And so you need an excuse to centralize power to dictate the fine detail of people's lives. And this climate hoax is what they've chosen to do it through. So if you start looking now as this climate cult agenda gets faster and faster and more expansive, all the different elements that this cult wants, the big cult wants, the global cult wants, are being justified by saving the planet from climate change, not least massive centralization of power. And what's happened, and we'll go back to this postage stamp consensus. Recent generations have had that postage stamp squeezed and squeezed as they've gone through the education system or what passes for it. And not only have they had their perceptions of reality, the world, etc., downloaded, there has been a political agenda relating not least to the climate cult and all that they want to unfold because of it, that's been going through the schools. The sexuality, the gender agenda is going through the schools as well, being forced on kids.
Man, it's good to see you, brother.
In public schools, private schools, colleges, down to 5-year-olds in kindergarten, teaching children to masturbate, sexualizing them, men and girls at restaurants. What is the end game of this full-on assault?
Well, this is all an expression of this squeezing of the postage stamp. They are indoctrinating and manipulating the minds of the young to have a perception of reality that absolutely suits where they want the world to go. And therefore, in the end, the young people come out of the education system and they become adults, and they go into things like politics. There's no greater example of an outcome of this programming than Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and her Green New Deal. What the Green New Deal is demanding, and what the Extinction Rebellion organization that shuts streets in London and around the world is demanding, which is the same, is the centralization of power over every area of people's lives on the basis of saving the planet.
And they admit that AI will manage and watch every human activity to save the Earth. So it's a global problem, a global solution, a global tax with global surveillance to then selectively cut off individuals and groups' energy that don't comply with all the other demands of the social credit score.
Yeah, and it's all a mind game. It's all about manipulating and imposing a perception, because from perception comes everything else. So when you're trying to manipulate the young, and crucially, not least this is happening through the climate hoax, divide the young from older people, another level, another fault line of divide and rule. So you bring in a young person, Greta Thunberg, and you turn her into some kind of martyr god who calls on kids around the world to strike over the climate.
And she's very Hitlerian, big, huge, creepy murals, and you're about to do this, we're going to make you pay for what you've done to us.
But the idea
Very
is to
Hitlerist.
get a young person to focus the attention of young people. And for me, Greta Thunberg has been extraordinarily abused and goes on being abused and exploited by using her, and that's the form of abuse I'm talking about, by using her as a political tool.
Oh, young Susan, good night, sis.
An agenda. So all this is going on, and the outcome is designed to be a global Marxist stroke fascist.
And let's
state.
go to that. Let's talk about where they're taking us in the end game, where they admit they're taking us, and how we counter that in this next hour with David Icke of DavidIcke.com. It is a new book, The Trigger. I can't wait to read it. You should get it. You should give it to friends and family. You should wake people up. That's the number one mission. It's not work. It's the animated contest of liberty. It's survival. Can you believe it's all out in the open?
Jay-Z, have you seen them try and interview that Greta Nutberg? Without a script, she can't string two words together. With a script, she can do the how dare you, Zig Heil. But she can't put two words together without a script. She's really sad.
Now, when will the creatures step out from behind the shadows, or will they ever? There's no doubt about it, ladies and gentlemen. They're keeping babies alive. They're selling their organs. There's a world government. There's an attack on the family. This is a short segment, long segment coming up. David, before we go any further, because you never do this when you come on, I haven't read your book yet. I've read many of your books. I'm going to get your book, The Trigger. It's got the Twin Towers blowing up on the cover. I can guess what the book's about, but tell us about the book. Tell us where you've been. I usually do a lot of conferences and speeches. I know you've cut way back the last year and a half, and we've all missed you. So spend a few minutes on David Icke.
Well, I've been doing internet videos all the time, as I do, but I've been writing a book. I'm almost finished another one since this one came out. And I set about doing an update on a book I wrote about 9/11. called Alice in Wonderland and the World Trade Center disaster. It came out in September 2002. And I set about just doing an update. And within 2 weeks, I thought, this is not going to be an update. This is going to be a whole blank sheet of paper. And I put together this massive work, which is in 2 parts. The first, and it's not just about 9/11, but that's the theme. The first part of it demolishes the official story of 9/11, which is an absolute joke and an insult to the families who lost loved ones on 9/11. An absolute insult. And in the second half of the book, I tell an amazing story leading to who actually did do 9/11, who was really centrally orchestrating 9/11. And it wasn't 19 hijackers that couldn't fly one-engine Cessnas. And it's a story that goes back to the 17th century and the creation of a cult called Sabbateanism through a guy called Zabbatai Zevi. And in the next century, a guy came along. He claimed to be a Jewish Messiah. In the next century, along came a guy called Jacob Frank, who said he was the reincarnation of Zevi and the biblical patriarch Jacob. And Sabbateanism became Sabbatean Frankism. And what it is an inversion of Judaism. What it does, it takes, for instance,
Hey, Mark!
Judaism.
Glad we connected on Facebook, sis. Good to see you.
Sabbatean Frankism, it's a day of feasting. These Sabbatean Frankists hate Jewish people, but they hide behind them. And I follow how their great technique is infiltration. They'll infiltrate.
Oh, loading problems. It's not really a problem, but I do have to reload. This is a good interview so far.
Say the Jewish community, they'll infiltrate as
Okay, Bruce, see if you make it back, mate.
They'll infiltrate the Christian community, and they'll appear to be advocates of that religion or that culture, while working towards the agenda of this cult, Sabbatean Frankism.
Its public name is the ADL today, correct?
Well, that's one expression of it. That's one expression of it. It's got a vast global network now, which made it able to manipulate 9/11. The core of the CIA and the American deep state is the Sabbatean Frankist death cult, and in other places around the world too. I'll tell you a quick story. If I've got time before the break.
Weren't a lot of the Nazis part of the Sabbatean cult?
Oh, absolutely. It's all connected. Sabbatai Zevi operated in the Ottoman Empire, the Islamic Ottoman Empire, and he was told by the Sultan that he either converted to Islam or they would sort him out.
Good night, sis.
If you know what I mean. So he
Take care,
converted,
sis.
and a lot of his followers, because by that time in the 17th century, he had 1 million followers.
Hold on, listen, let's get more into this. This is really important to me. Wow. Did David Icke start? Yes, we're back in 60 seconds. Well, you never know where David Icke will go next, but it's always intriguing and very informative. I said, what's your new book, The Trigger? Because I haven't read it yet. And just came out, and he plunged into it. A bizarre death cult that I'm aware of, and I'm aware of it being very powerful. And I'm aware of some of those folks interfacing with the Islamics, interfacing with multiple groups. And he was laying that out. So finish up there. Then I want to cut right to the chase with the off-world or interdimensional systems that the globalists admit they're interfacing with, why they do the occult rituals, why they hurt children, the energy of children, the different levels of it, why they're externalizing the hierarchy or the method right now, and then how we counter it with David Icke here with us at davidicke.com. Again, I'm Alex Jones with Infowars.com. We've got Cyber Week going, critical to find ourselves in the next year under all the attacks, store-wide free shipping, triple Patriot points, never done that before, and huge sales. We'll keep the sale going for the rest of the week, but some of these things are about to go off sale. A couple things went off sale today because we're about to sell out. So take advantage of that and fund our operation. Don't spend your money with the big box stores or,
Yeah, Mark, we sort of know that about David Icke. We know he's not coming from a Christian perspective, but it doesn't mean his info's not good. His info's still good, But we agree, he's not one of us.
The globalist anti-gun, groups like Amazon and others. If you've got a choice, I'm not judging if you buy something on Amazon. It's very convenient. Everybody does it, but InfoWarsStore.com has great T-shirts, great books, great films, the best air filtration, best water filtration, a lot of good preparedness gear, great non-GMO heirloom seeds, and of course the best supplements out there you're going to find anywhere. So get your fish oil from us, get your brain boost from us. Get your products at InfoWarsStore.com. Get your Wake Up America coffee. People drink it. It's got 5 stars by major coffee snob websites. It's that good. InfoWarsStore.com. Whatever you do your shopping with us. Keeps us on the air, and it's critical to get the info out. So you can hear people like David Icke. I was talking during the break. He said, oh, yeah, he's massively shadow banned, massively blocked. His videos still get millions of views online, and that's with our shadow ban. So very important everybody realize it's not a spectator sport. We're all in this together, and your human intelligence, promoting the interviews, promoting the local stations, that's how we circumnavigate the censors. So I want to thank the viewers again. David, finishing up with your book, The Trigger, that I'm definitely going to read. Tell us more about it.
So this
When Kanye West gives away his millions of dollars, then I'll buy into it. As it stands, he went on Joel Osteen's show and done a service where it was a giant eye, and he was in the middle of the eye. That's the Illuminati eye. So he's already doing that in so-called Christian churches. Kanye West is straight from Satan.
Zevi, who claimed to be the Jewish Messiah, who ran this Sabbatean cult that was an inversion of Judaism. He was given the choice by the Sultan in the Ottoman Empire of convert to Islam or it's over. So he converted, and a large number of his followers converted. They became known as the Donma or Donme, which means to turn. And they outwardly claimed to be followers of Islam, but they were Sabbateans, which is a satanic cult. And I followed through one stream of this Donma, and guess where it led? The Saudi royal family. And it led to another Sabbatean called Wahab, who, with the British Empire and the House of Saud, which the Wahhabi's daughter married into, we get Wahhabism, this head-chopping ISIS extreme version of Islam, which is being used, of course, to create mayhem in the Middle East. You follow other streams of this Sabbatean Frankist cult, and it infiltrated the Roman Catholic Church. It was the force, because the Rothschilds are Sabbatean Frankists, it was the force behind the creation of Israel. I have a chapter in the book called Atlantic Crossing, where I show how this cult moved in on the United States. It's in Britain, and it's an expert in infiltration. It will appear as anything it wants to infiltrate, and people will believe that, yeah, they really believe in whatever they claim to be, but they're working behind the scenes as the Donmen, the infiltrators. And the deep state in America, at its core, is controlled by these Sabbatean Frankists. And the Israeli government, I'm not talking about Jewish people. I mean, I've said in the book about 3 times, no one needs to read this book more urgently than Jewish people to see how they've been scammed by these infiltrators.
Well, let's pull back from that, because we know the Rothschilds are trying to put Netanyahu in prison. That's certainly going on. So there's major splits and power groups and things going on. And then we know that the Rothschilds helped found Israel, but then we get the internal WikiLeaks documents where now Soros wants to have a big cataclysm and have it fall, and then out of that comes world government. This is biblical type revelation stuff.
Well, can I just say a few things?
Yes, please go ahead.
By the way, I want to bring this from where I am now into what we've been talking about, the smart group. I follow this through in the book, and I explore this in the book, and this is what I conclude, that this apparent division between those that run Israel and George Soros is an absolute frickin' myth. They are playing two sides against the center. We have a situation where Soros is funding the left through the Open Society Foundations. He's funding all the woke. He's funding all the mass immigration agenda. And on the other side, they're funding the right. And it's a simple, classic Sabbatean Frankist technique. Control both sides.
The Rothschilds would always fund both sides of a war. They admitted that. So and other groups have done that as well. So the British Empire was good at that. So let's pull back here. Then let me answer this question.
One other thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
In the closing chapters of the book, I look at where the Sabbatean Frankist agenda is going. And most people won't know this, but the second Silicon Valley in the world now is Israel, and it's based on a place called Beersheba, which is a military cyber complex, vast. And if you go on the internet and criticize Israel, there's a very good chance that the abuse that comes back will have a uniform. We'll be wearing a uniform out of Beersheba. Just have a whole cyber
expand on that because I see through AOC and all these groups and the four and all that also I understand people can play both sides, but there's also a real anti-Israel, anti-Jew sentiment from the left and on the universities. I mean, those people hate Jews. That's weird, David. His Skype broke up only just then. Did you hear my question? You can see that it's frozen.
No.
Can't hear me. Let's reconnect with David Icke right now and get his take on that. You gotta love Skype, especially since Microsoft bought it 3 years ago. It's gone nothing but downhill. And there's so much technology, it used to get better, and now it just stays the same or it gets worse. Absolutely annoying. And again, we go into everything, we look at everything here, and it's all very interesting. And people need to discuss it. We need to talk about it. Oh, do we have David back now? David, can you hear me? All right, what we're going to do is we're going to go to break and we're going to figure this out. We have to get on the telephone. We'll do that because I'm not going to do a 30-minute mess with the Skype ritual. That's just not going to happen today. But again, David Icke is our guest, Infowars.com, Newswars.com. All I know is the globalists are anti-human, and communist China has been officially set up to standardize the model of dehumanization and enslavement, and that's at Reuters today. That's where I was going next. And I don't want to live like I live in communist China. And so I don't care who's running it or what's behind it. I just simply know there is a race by all these countries and all these corporations to build this total surveillance grid that absolutely ends independent human activity and is being used to enslave us and kill us, and it's wrong and it's dangerous. So we're going to work on David Icke's Skype or our Skype, find out what the hell's going on, and we're going to have him finish what he's trying to get into. Then I want to get into big picture, the off-world, the demons of the Bible. I mean, because the globalists follow these, they worship these. That's why I really wanted David on, because he's been vindicated. The royal family was coming out. What's happened with Prince Andrew? Why is he in trouble when Prince Charles was best buddies with Jimmy Savile, and so much more. Back in just a few minutes with David Icke at davidicke.com. We'll finish up talking about his book, The Trigger, and then we'll get into so much more straight ahead. And we are back live. Alex Jones here with the one, the only David Icke, talking about his book, The Triggering, or The Trigger. And he had a Skype problem, or we had a Skype problem, who knows. Finish up with what you were getting to, and then I want to get into the fact that we know the globalists are conducting occult rituals, why they're doing it, the pedophilia, why they're coming out with it, why they're admitting it, why they're promoting it, and where they want to take us versus what we can do to stop this agenda, and what you think the timeline is, David, because you've been a big trailblazer. I want you to tell us what you think's coming next, because they now admit world government, post-human future, really nightmare stuff. It's all over the news. They're just telling us roll over and die, and I really don't want to do that. So please continue.
Yeah, I was just saying before the Skype broke up that there's a chapter in The Trigger of when this Sabbatean Frankist cult moved in on America. And when you look at 9/11, you can see how this cult was the cement that pulled the whole thing together, so that the CIA were involved, the Pentagon was involved, the government was involved, the FBI was involved, because this cult works like that. It infiltrates all these different cultures, all these different agencies, and through those connections, it works as one unit. And when you look at the ultra-Zionist involvement in 9/11, before, during, and after, it is absolutely staggering. The Jewish population of the world is 0.2%. And part of that community that I'm talking about is a tiny fraction of 0.2%, a tiny fraction of 2% of the American Jewish population. And yet, their positions of influence and control across 9/11 were just beyond belief. Now, that is not a statistical chance. That is because there's something to look at, and I expose it all in the trigger. And that's not to say the Jews did 9/11. They didn't. The vast majority of Jewish people have no idea they've been infiltrated. The Islamic community don't realize they're being infiltrated. Christian Zionism in America doesn't realize it's been infiltrated. But this is how the Roman Church doesn't realize at a follower level that it's been infiltrated. But it has, by this same, through the centuries, death cult. And they are, as I was saying, in Israel. And again, I say again, it's the Sabbatean Frankist cult that actually is the force running Israel. They've created this vast military cyber center at Beersheba. And all around that cyber center are research and development facilities put there by the major Silicon Valley companies. And they are turning out the technicians and the developers of this smart grid. They have an entire system in Israel whereby they are scanning the schools, they're scanning the universities, and then when they come into their conscripted military service, they're looking at those that have this capacity, this aptitude for cyber expertise, and they are putting them into this cyber development center at Beersheba, and then they're going off into Silicon Valley companies, creating their own startup companies, all to do with the smart grid, and they're representatives of this Mossad network. And that's why if you look again at Jeffrey Epstein, he was running a Mossad CIA, Sabbatean Frankist was the connection, blackmail operation on the rich and famous. Why? Because once they got you, then you will make decisions that this cult wants making to advance its agenda. It's
I'm glad I brought that up, and I definitely want to read the book. It's all fascinating.
Mainstream media have absolutely ignored it. They usually attack me. They usually demonize me. They have completely ignored it, and that tells you something.
Well, please come back again and get into the whole book. We'll spend 2 hours on it, and I can't wait to read it. Now, we've got limited time left here as Paul Watson's host of the Fourth Hour, and I appreciate you've been gracious with your time, David. Let's start getting into the post-human endgame and the off-world or non-human element from your research, culturally looking at this, getting deep into it. I think basically everyone knows this is an anti-human agenda. It isn't just humans doing this. There's a master plan. It's very old. It's the globalists say they're in contact with interdimensionals. That's, Joe Rogan's whole show is about how great it is and how wonderful it all is and how we should interface with these friendly folks. If you say they're bad, then you're crazy. It doesn't exist and you're nuts. But if you love it and it's good, well, we should all just do what these little elves tell us to do. But what's really going on here? Who are the globalists? What do they believe they're doing? Why is the British royalty so into the occult? Why is Prince Charles, angry at his brother for an underage girl, which is bad? But meanwhile, he hangs out with Jimmy Savile, who we know does far worse things. Isn't Prince Andrew kind of the limited hangout right now?
Well, you see,
Andrew's going to bring the heat on Charles with Seville. They've got to get rid of Andrew or do something. I don't know what they can do, but The royal family's in a big quandary, guys. They're in a lot of trouble.
Over the last 30 years, I've researched so many subjects, and as you research them, they connect and they show you a big picture. So as you follow these interbreeding bloodlines, which came out of the ancient world, particularly out of the Middle East, out of Babylon, out of Sumer, out of Egypt, and up into Europe, and then worldwide through the colonization of the world. You follow not just a sequence of interbreeding, because once ironically, but that's the way it is. Once the world in general started rejecting overt rule by royalty, these bloodlines went into the dark two professions. They went into politics, into banking, into business, and all this network. And when you follow these bloodlines through history, two other things follow: Satanism and pedophilia. Because these entities, we take pedophilia, these entities operating outside of human sight, they feed off human energy. You remember in the Matrix movies when the Morpheus character held up the battery and said the machines have turned us into one of these, an energy source. Well, that's what they do, and the energy that they want in humans in general is what I call low vibrational emotional energy. They want energy we give off, because we're giving it off all the time in terms of electromagnetic frequency, depending on our state of emotion and our state of mind. They want the energy of depression, the energy of fear, the energy of anxiety, sexual energy in its more extreme form. This is what they want, and they've structured society so that humans give them that energy, but their nectar, if you like, the energy they want more than anything, is the energy of prepubescent children.
And that's how they throw it in our face with Monster University. Oh, scaring the energies, what powers the monster kingdom. You're talking about this 30 years ago, but that's literally what they're doing. And terrorizing and torturing and using up a child is their ambrosia. And it's what they do in the satanic rituals.
But this is why they, if you go back into history and when they were openly sacrificing people, what were they doing? What was the line? Sacrificing young virgins to the
Let's stay
gods.
there. Let's talk about it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, David Icke is our guest. David, it's all coming out. Jimmy Savile and the Dungeons and the Dead Children and the royal family and best buddies with Prince Charles. But then Prince Andrew, who I'm not defending, is obviously, with this underage 17, 16-year-old girl. There's blackmail going on, and it's obviously a deep state fight with each other, as now they're threatening to have videos come out of other world leaders. Bill Gates is involved, all these other people. Epstein was running meetings on an alternate world government, is what the Wall Street Journal reported 12 years ago. We covered it. And what the Guardian reported, an alternate world government to save the world from overpopulation. Oprah Winfrey, Bill and Melinda Gates, Ted Turner, and others meeting secretly with Jeffrey Epstein at the Albert Einstein Institute, and then now Bill Gates staying with him in France, staying with him in New York, staying with him in the Caribbean, trying to cover that up, and then weird secret breeding programs, and the ranch with the medical facilities. What in the hell is going on with these people, and why are there so many dead bodies of children found around the royals? And from your research, why is all this starting to come out? I mean, the deputy pope, the Pope's best buddy, just convicted of trafficking over 100 kidnapped little boys, barely made the news. 3,000 priests busted in Pennsylvania, barely made the news. They said, well, it wasn't just homosexual sex or pedophilia. They were doing satanic rituals in the churches, but it barely makes the news. So this is bigger than I thought it was. What in the hell is going on?
Sabbatean Frankism. You've covered every base with that. That's what this cult does. That's why Epstein was involved. And Jimmy Savile was someone who had a lot of connections into this as well. And so there's no way that Savile wasn't running because he was, one of the things that's not come out about Savile is the scale of the way he was providing children for the rich and famous, just like Epstein was. And you've got to ask this question, you see. I mean, let's do a little law of statistics for a minute. You've got one family in London, in a big palace, and you've got on one side of the ocean the most famous paedophile and procurer of children and child trafficker in America, Epstein, and he's a friend of Prince Andrew. And then you got in Britain the most famous paedophile and procurer of children for the rich and famous, necrophiliac, sex with dead bodies, and all that stuff that he was into, Savile. And he was a bosom buddy for decades of Prince Charles. And according to Savile's own words, he was introduced into the bosom inner circle of the British royal family in the 1960s. He was just a disc jockey. Why would the royals be interested in him? Well, he says that he was introduced by a guy called...
Hang on, guys, just typing something. Okay, that's too many times I've had to reload it, so I'll just reboot the whole YouTube.
famous paedophile and procurer of children and child trafficker in America, Epstein, and he's a friend of Prince Andrew. And then you got in Britain the most famous paedophile and procurer of children for the rich and famous, necrophiliac, sex with dead bodies, and all that stuff that he was into, Savile. And he was a bosom buddy for decades of Prince Charles. And according to Savile's own words, he was introduced into the bosom inner circle of the British royal family in the 1960s.
Kath, I only cough when I have a cigarette, sis.
Why would the
So it's self-inflicted.
Interested in him? Well, he says that he was introduced by a guy called Lord Mountbatten, a big member of the royal family. And I've been saying in my books for years that Mountbatten was a paedophile. And there was a book came out this year which was quoting Freedom of Information Act documents from the FBI, in which they were also talking about the fact that there were claims that Mountbatten was
G'day, Doc. Welcome back, brother.
A paedophile member of the royal family introduces
It is,
Mountbatten
mate.
as the curer of children.
We know he's controlled
into
him,
the royal
though.
family in the sanctum. He's there for decades, and by the way, he was actually used as a mediator between Prince Charles and Lady Diana when their marriage was breaking down. He was acting as a mediator, this disc jockey paedophile. So the chances of that being a coincidence, of course, are ludicrous. And we have a situation in Britain where the police have not even acted or questioned this guy, Andrew, on the basis of what was claimed to have happened in a house in London.
And by the way, getting back to the whole Sabbatean angle, you've got the girlfriend of Epstein. Her dad was the famous British/Israeli intelligence operative who admittedly ran giant rings for sex operations and pedophilia. That's all even come out in mainstream news. So this is just an incredible nest of this.
Bob Maxwell is actually in the trigger because the Sabbatean Frankist Israeli Mossad have been manipulating the cyber world all along. And you'll remember this technology called Promise that was brought out by an American company, and then the American government, in league with Mossad, put back doors into it. So when it was being bought by all and sundry around the world, they had access to it. But according to Victor Ostrovsky, who was a Mossad agent, wrote a couple of books.
Oh, yeah, we've had him on the show.
Yeah. Well, he was saying that Bob Maxwell, who was a big newspaper publisher in Britain, the Young Daily Mirror at one point, I interviewed him once for the BBC, one of the most unpleasant pieces of work I've ever met in my life. I needed a shower when I left. Anyway, he is named by Ostrovsky as a Mossad agent who made a fortune selling the promised backdoor software all over the world. And according to him, it was Mossad that killed Maxwell on his boat, the Lady Ghislaine. And so here you have this, what I would strongly suggest is the Sabbatean Frankist Mossad agent, Epstein, in league with the daughter of a Mossad agent, Bob Maxwell. It's a very small world once you start putting the pieces together.
Yeah, but if you dig into his funeral in Israel, they admitted that he was a super spy, got the highest honors. That's not even secret about Bob Maxwell.
Yep. He was buried on the Mount of Olives, wasn't he?
Yeah, I mean that's just a fact. So I mean, it's a fact that this was a giant trifecta between British, U.S., and Israeli intelligence. And so again, Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, all of them. We know that Oprah Winfrey's highly compromised and lets girls. And it's just a fact. And so these people know they're being set up. It's like part of the club. It's the initiation. It's not like Bill Gates and all them just didn't know this was going on. They're going there to bathe in the waters, and that's just how you get in the club.
Yeah, and of course, when you get into this club, if you are among the rich and famous, then you're not only in the club, you're compromised ongoing. And therefore, you do what the club tells you to do, otherwise it's revealed. So when this Epstein network started getting close, because, you know, you've got to hold your hand up to these girls who've been, particularly Virginia Roberts, who's been vociferous in standing up and not bowing to the pressure. That it was in danger of unraveling in public. Then, of course, you have to remove.
Well, I'm not saying Virginia Roberts is bad, and I believe her. She's got I'm saying 16, 17-year-old girls is a limited hangout. We all know that. I mean, my God, it's chopping children's heads off. It's drinking their blood. I'm
not saying that you're saying that Virginia Roberts is. No,
I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm saying as soon as I say that's nothing, they're only focusing on that because that's a limited hangout to divert off the really horrible Satanism.
Well, what they always do when something comes out is they try to make that the holding position. And so what's happened with Prince Andrew is the Queen.
Stay there. Let's talk about this when we come back. Well, somebody must be intercepting the emails we send to David Icke, because I've been trying to get him on for 2 years. He remembers like one email, and he couldn't come on. He was busy. So I definitely are going to hear David here on the show more, and we appreciate him coming on. But there's all sorts of stuff that does go on. We have had our email intercepted and blocked before. That's why I tell the crew more.
Okay, Doc.
Phone up and call people.
So yourself, right? I'm saying.
With the control systems of the shadow banning. I remember just 6 months ago, they were on CNN going, well, let's see if Jones has WhatsApp on Facebook to privately communicate. They go, he doesn't, but thousands of other nationalists do. Ban them. And they banned people from using private messengers like we're Al-Qaeda or something. David Icke's here. He's in this segment, the next little short segment, and Paul Watson takes over from the UK. He's loaded for bear as usual. But David, I don't mind that we swerved off into your book. I didn't know what it was about. It's very interesting. I look forward to reading it. And I actually, I think I'm going to read. I've read many of your books. The page turners, thought provoking. That's what's important. But there's no doubt there's a system that's killing us, that's dumbing us down, that's taking us out of humanity, out of love, out of justice, and that is turning us against each other, and that says humans are bad, teaching us to hate ourselves, teaching us to have a post-human world, while they wreck the planet itself and override it with genetic engineering and the chemtrailing, and which they now admit they're doing, and all the rest of the craziness. So what's going to be admitted next? The CIA director come out and say, yeah, we're doing exactly what people said we are, but it's secret. What's coming next from these globalists? And what's their total end game? I think it's just get rid of humans altogether is what they're saying publicly now. I mean, how fantastical is that? And then how do we counter this?
Well, they're going to be more and more open. They're going to have to be more and more open because what they're doing is being introduced. Along with trying to sell it in a positive way, as I talked about earlier, another side story to being open about it is to actually, in effect, say, well, what are you going to do about it? We got the power now, nothing you can do. And they are going to try to take the power away from people by telling them that they have all the power. And so people go, well, what's the point? There's no point. You can't stop them. They're too powerful. They're not. They have to persuade us that they're powerful, and then they can be powerful because we believe they are. There's billions and billions of humans. The number of people in full knowledge of what they're doing in terms of this cult is tiny. And this is why they are desperate for people not to understand the nature of reality for a start, why it's all been suppressed, because they know how reality works. They know this is not a solid world. I mean, quantum physics knows that. So if you live in a solid world, and that's how we experience it, why we do can be very easily explained, as I do in the books. And when you feel the world is solid and everything's apart from everything else, then what do you have? Limitation. It's not possible. When I say this is happening, that's happening, many times people have said to me, well, that can't be happening. It's not possible. No, it's not possible if the world's solid, but it's not. They know that actually the base form of this reality is a waveform information fields. Think Wi-Fi. So you've got a Wi-Fi field, and it's just a radiation field of information, but the computer simply decodes that field into a completely different reality on the screen. And everywhere apart from on the screen, the internet or what you see is nothing like what you're looking at. Only on the screen does it look like that. And in the same way, we are decoding waveform information fields, fluid waveform information fields, think Wi-Fi again, into this reality.
And there's no doubt they're coming in to jam the transmissions we're getting from God, the universe, the information, to jam it with artificiality. And you read their white papers, they admit they're trying to stop something that humans are going to do. They're trying to bring in the false new age to make us think that they're saving us when they're really killing us, because there is something really new coming.
This is the whole point. I talked to you earlier about the postage stamp consensus and all that. What all this perceptual programming does, especially programming self-identity. This is why they're getting this self-identity politics, where people's self-identity is getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and the letters describing it get longer and longer and longer. It's because they want us to have a myopic view of self-identity.
A totally selfish island unto yourself, totally pissed off, hating everyone around you, a satanic worldview.
But also a myopic self-identity. So we self-identify the I with our labels, your race, your religion.
So it's false labeling, false programming, so that it's a jamming what the real universe is, putting up fake icons that they're teaching us through political correctness is literally to sabotage reality and not let us even decode third-dimensional transmissions.
So what they're doing is they're basically putting us in a bubble, a perceptual bubble. And therefore,
that's the basis of telling someone they're a victim. So you wanted to get into transhumanism and the transgender. Here it is. Transgender man who gave birth loses battle to be registered as a father. That's upside down world saying, pig not given the right to say he can fly to the moon and back. Britain's first transgender couple to allow their 5-year-old child to begin transitioning. A total cult, again, doing this to their daughter. Here's another one. favorite drag queen storytime author likes pedophile Instagram post talking about hashtag young boy lover, hashtag pedophilia, hashtag, I mean, it's all right here. Scroll through that for folks. With all of this open Satanism and the coming out, and these people all dressed like demons in drag queen story time, and women bringing their children to offer them up to men, many of them convicted pedophiles. What in the hell is going on there, David? Well, this externalization of this.
Well, I would like to comment on that because it's very important in terms of some of the subject we covered. If I could just finish this one point.
Oh, yes. You just said make sure I bring that up. Go ahead.
Sure, and I want to talk about it. I'll go to it. I'll be very brief. So we've been put in this perceptual bubble, and all the information we get, which forms our perceptions of self and the world, is within this bubble. But actually, if we open our minds, if we open our hearts, we can access levels of expanded awareness that gives you a vastly greater fix on the world and reality than ever that does. And what they want to do with this smart grid, this connecting the human brain to artificial intelligence, is to stop us expanding our consciousness into greater levels of awareness, understanding.
And that's admitted. The White House signs are said we put fluoride in the water to lower your IQ to make you more manageable. If they admit they're doing it, talk about criminal activity.
Exactly, and so that's what it's all about. Anyway, in terms of the transgender thing, this relates to the whole smart grid technological agenda. They want, in the end, to change the nature of the human body so it becomes a synthetic human body. They're already working on it, sometimes in the open, overwhelmingly in the secret bases and projects. This synthetic human will not have gender and will not be able to procreate, which takes us into Brave New World and the World Hatchery method of technological produce of children, which is what Aldous Huxley was talking about in the World Hatcheries. And so what they are doing is preparing people, particularly the young as well, because they're with the adults, for the no-gender world. So this is the process. Confuse gender, confuse gender, confuse gender, confuse gender, fuse gender, fuse gender, no gender human. And because they are looking at a technological procreation instead of a human procreation, they don't need men and women anymore because they don't need to procreate because that's going to be done another way. And so what is happening with this transgender indoctrination, which is so disgusting, it's not because, again, it's not about protecting transgender people from discrimination.
It's about forcing this agenda and attacking the name man and woman and attacking the very biological jump point of the third dimension.
Well, in the same way that the school system, which has been completely taken over for this agenda, has been indoctrinating children into the climate cult agenda to terrify them that the world's going to end, so they are being at the same time indoctrinated into
And boy, are they. Back in 2 minutes with the final segment with David Knight. And then we've got Paul Joseph Watson. All right, final segment with David Icke, Paul Watson taking over. Look at this headline. Wax my balls. Trans activist complains that gynecologist won't see her. Files more lawsuits. Continuing. Transgendered men again give birth. Just totally made up. And then now these families where they pressure their kids to do it. It's not turning them into another sex. It's giving them chemicals that end up killing them early. It's criminal activity in my view. And it came out of the Tavistock Institute, powerful report that Greg Reese put out. And I get mad at the crew because they're great people, but they do these reports and it's like no promotion. It's not brought to me. Not a big deal isn't made about it. We don't even get the people that we have that have Twitter accounts to put it out. It's like this. Yeah. So if you don't take our stuff serious and get it out at band.video, nobody else. So we got first-rate reporters and stuff breaking stuff that is earth-shattering. Because as David Icke just said, he's dead on. The climate change system is about teaching humans to hate themselves and about turning everything over to a world government AI system. And the transgenderism is of getting them ready for brain chips and everything else. Because if you'll accept a man's a woman and a woman's a dog or any of this other stuff, or people put Drano in their eyes because they want to be transabled, and then we got to pay for their tax money to take care of them, then we'll put up with cyborgs. Closing comments on that, David Icke, and I appreciate you joining us today.
Well, what have you just described? You just described George Orwell's 2 + 2 = 5. What they're telling us is to believe that 2 + 2 = 5. And in 1984, there were punishments for not accepting that, even if you thought it actually equaled 4. And so what we have now are the punishments. You've got parents who are terrified of social services knocking on their door if they don't go along with the tyranny now called a school, which is actually a tyranny, which is what they've become, imposing these things upon children. But if we're going to stop this, then we need to grow a pair, and we need to grow a backbone, and we need to not accept that 2 and 2 equals anything but 4. So when people say these things that you just described, these ludicrous things, and you get attacked for saying actually that man and a woman is the biology of humans, and that's not to say that people can't be transgender. Good luck to them. But that's not what this is about. This is not about protecting transgender people. It's about indoctrinating kids to become confused about their gender for a big political reason. If this was about protecting transgender people, then when those transgender people, and I've been reading books about this, come out, who've been through the surgery, who've been through the transition, and say it was a big mistake, I wish I hadn't bowed to the pressure to do it because it's destroyed my life. The transgender activists, if it was about transgender people, would say, hey, if you're thinking about it, you need to listen to these people because there can be problems. No. What happens to those people when they come out and say I made a mistake is they are abused and vilified and demonized because it's not about transgender. It's about an agenda. This is why when Jewish people come out and criticize Israel, they get more abuse from the Israeli networks than non-Jewish people. So it's not about protecting Jewish people, it's about protecting an agenda which has multiple faces. And what we need to do is refuse to accept that 2 and 2 = anything but 4. So when they come out with this stuff, and we're supposed to keep our heads down and nod, we just say it's a load of freaking rubbish. What are you talking about? It's insane.
Exactly. Men can't have babies. Women aren't men. And we're not going to live in your damn crazy hell-bop cult on PCP. That's what this is. It's not human. It's evil. Let's reject it. And that is what is empowering. David Icke, please come back very, very soon because 2 hours was not enough. I've got so many other subjects I wanted to cover with you. So thank you so much for the time, and have a great Christmas coming up and a great New Year. Hopefully you'll come back even before this year's over, but regardless, in January, as we can host together in 2020. Thank you so much, DavidIcke.com. Paul Joseph Watson is about to take over from London, England. We're getting him hooked up.
Okay, guys, we've got something else lined up. I haven't looked at it, so we'll give it 20 minutes and see how we go. It's some guy's testimony. Let me find it. This guy's got a good reputation from what I can see. Here we go. It says, Good Grief, the Powerful Testimony of Benjamin Baruch, Part 1. It's a 3-hour video. There's 2 videos. Let's watch the first 10 minutes. If it's no good, I'll find something else, guys.
And I will show wonders in the heavens and in the earth. Blood,
yeah, he's a new ager. Yep, you're right, Jay-Z.
The sun shall be turned into darkness, and the moon into blood before the great and the terrible day of the Lord come. And it shall come to pass that whosoever shall call on the name of the Lord shall be delivered. For in Mount Zion and in Jerusalem shall be deliverance, as the Lord hath said, and in the remnant whom the Lord shall call.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Remnant Call. Praise the Lord. This is the second attempt at the testimony of Brother Benjamin Baruch, and I am excited. Last week when we literally decided to do this program, you can ask Benjamin. He'll tell you he literally his phone line got cut right after. It was unbelievable. So we know that the powers of darkness do not want this testimony to go forward, but that's okay because we serve a powerful God. And so we got Brother Benjamin back on with us tonight. So I'm excited, and I'm not going to play around. Let's bring Brother Benjamin right on the show, and let's get started. Benjamin, are you here with us?
Hey, good evening, Frank.
Amen. Praise God. Well, Benjamin, that was a crazy time last week with I mean, it was literally that. How long was it after we hung up that it happened?
It was a minute or two.
Yeah, and then it came on back at the end of the program.
Yeah, at the end of the show, the phone lines worked again.
Well,
which shows us that we really need to cover everything in prayer, you know? I mean, if there's one thing that we are sort of remiss in, and when I say we, I'm talking about, you know, the believers in the West, we just don't deal with the spiritual warfare dimension of the world in which we live. You know, we tend to just, you know, even though we know we're in a war, and tonight I'll share some evidence of that with you guys, we just don't think to take the authority and to fight, the good fight. You know, the scripture tells us, you know, to take up the weapons, put on the armor, and, you know, we just tend to not be as diligent as we should. And, you know, the war is real, and the enemy's raging because they know their time is short. But anyway, it's good to be here, Frank.
Amen, brother. Let's open up with a word of prayer and just ask the Lord, Benjamin, if you would, just bring this show in a powerful way to touch many without any interruptions from the enemy, Brother Benjamin.
Amen, Lord. This is the whole world belongs to you, Lord. Everything in the earth is yours. All of the souls, the men, they are yours. Our lives are yours. All things, Lord, were created for your purpose and for your good pleasure. And Lord, we consecrate this program to you. Let it be yours, Lord. Let your spirit move. Let your word of truth come forth. Let a rhema word filled with the power of the Holy Spirit come forth in this program tonight to break the yoke of darkness of the lives of many. It's the anointing that breaks the yoke. Without the power of your Holy Spirit, Lord, we're just, you know, clamoring symbols. We're just noise. We're just intellectual words in the wind, Lord. Without your anointing, we accomplish nothing. So I pray these words will be filled with the power of your Holy Spirit unto the deliverance and the salvation of many in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Hallelujah. Benjamin, this show is, you know, I've known you when I first met you in 1999, right after I got saved. The Lord used that book, The Day of the Lord is at Hand, to just jerk me out of the powers of darkness. And a few months later, right after that, I ended up meeting you. You were on a Prophecy Club tour. I drove all the way from Virginia down to Tennessee with a friend of mine to see you. And I've been listening, Benjamin, to you ever since, and been friends with you. And I've heard a lot of things, and I don't know if there's ever been a single show that is just full. And so, Benjamin, I have been asked by people, they've wanted you to share it because there's bits and pieces all around, but it takes about a 20-year period a person would have to go back and piece most of it together with. And so, thank you for taking that time.
Yeah. Oh, you're welcome. You know, I never know the listening audience and, you know, who's on what page. Some people, this may be the first time they've ever even heard me speak. Others perhaps have listened for many years, and so they may already have a lot of background knowledge. And so with that in mind, I tend to assume my audience has been listening and is on the page on a lot of things that I've tried to share with the people of God over the years. But there's always new listeners. And so, Frank, thank you for suggesting that we do this program at some point. And so praise the Lord. Let's begin. But I want to start with the Word of God. And I just want to read a few scriptures for sort of setting the stage for the message tonight. And I'm just going to be sharing some scriptures from the book of Galatians. I'm starting in chapter 4, starting with verse 29. As it was then, he that was born after the flesh persecuted him that was born of the Spirit of God. Even so it is now. Nevertheless, what saith the Scripture? Cast out the bondwoman and her son. For we, through the Spirit, wait for the hope of righteousness, which is by faith. In Jesus the law availeth nothing. Galatians 5, verse 6. Only faith which worketh by love. For the law, this is just my commentary, the law worketh through the knowledge of good and evil. And it operates in the world of dark counsel. In the dark places of the earth, they are the places of cruelty. They are the habitations of cruelty, according to the Scripture. Nothing being done through the dark counsels, the mind of man, is done in the love of God. It's done in the counsel of a fallen man, and it's done according to the way of the flesh. And as always, it will always resist the things of the Spirit, even as those that are born after the flesh will persecute and strive and oppose those who have been born of the Spirit of God. For if we are led by the Spirit, this is Galatians again, chapter 5, verse 18. If you are led by the Spirit, you are not under the law. For you become a new creature. And upon you the mercy and the peace of God abides. The Israel of God, the new creation of the new covenant. And I will share with you, I've walked out.
Okay, guys, this guy's not really saying much, is he? Let me have a look at something else. There is, let's try this third.
Started rolling. I will not be riding in any vehicle you're in.
You're not the only one.
But I praise.
Oh, I know what to look up. Hang on. No, I know what to go to. Like videos.
Welcome to the Prophecy Club. I'm going to talk about when Jesus is going to return and also the fall of America. And this is the thing that everybody wants to know.
Did he, Jay-Z? He debated Ali Dawah. They wanted to debate him face to face, but he won't do that because he's not stupid. So I'm going to look that up. Let's have a look at that. Christian Prince debating Ali Dawah.
Oh, and
Let me
the
look that
problem
up.
is nobody really knows, but I'm going to kind of put things
Christian
in perspective.
Prince debates
Kind
Ali
of what I see
Dawah.
from the matter. So I'm going to start with one.
So it says Ali Baba.
First of all, I do not know when America is going to fall. God has not told me. I do not know when Jesus is going to return. God has not told me. I do not know. However, I'm going to talk about some possibilities today, but I want to also say that my point is, and this is my point I'm trying to make before I even get into the broadcast. These are some possibilities, but the point is trying to say Jesus is not going to return in 20 years or 30 years or 40 years or 50 years. We do not have that long. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Now, please quote me accurately. There isn't a website out there. Somebody sent me an email with a link sending me over to this website. And some guy's saying that I said that Jesus is going to return in 20, what was I don't even, didn't even pay that close much attention to it. 2018 or anyway. So please quote me accurately. And if
I saw that. I did see that. It was very, very combobulated, wasn't it? They just kept stuffing him around.
Saying that I have said a date, then please correct them, or don't send them to me because I probably won't have time to go correct them. Besides that, these websites that say stuff like that seem to never have a way for you to contact them. That ought to be kind of a warning right there. Okay, so let's get into the point. There is a 400-year
Ali Dawa.
and America's judgment arrives in 2020, said Shane Warren. Now, what is judgment? That didn't say anything about Russia attacking, nor did it say Jesus returning. It simply says America's judgment arrives in 2020. Now, what's the judgment? Is the judgment the 100,000 people being arrested? Is it a giant earthquake? Is it an economic fall? The dollar's blowing in the wind like leaves? Well, again, we don't exactly know. But again, my point is, don't think you have 20 years or 30 years. But on the other hand, we still have to live life. Okay, I mean, if you're thinking about going off to college, then going off to college. In other words, don't stop your life. That's very important. Don't stop your life because you think Jesus is going to return at such and such a day. In other words, we got to keep on living. That's very important. And don't let yourself get depressed over this. I mean, it's, how do I say? It's something that we sort of have to leave on the shelf a lot of the time. Once in a while, we take it off the shelf. We look at it because we get a blessing for, blessed are those that hear the prophets of this book and keep those things that are written therein, for the time is at hand. So we get a blessing for studying Revelation. We get a blessing for watching for Jesus, but at the same time, don't let it upset your world. Very important advice, especially from someone that's been in it as long as I have. All right, next point. 2020 is also 400 years from the Mayflower Compact, which was signed November 11th of 1620. 2020 is also 40 years from 1984, when God first spoke the judgment upon America to Dimitri Duduman. So 2020, now let me just tell you where I'm going with this. I'm going to make...
Guys, I'm going to show you some Christian Prince. He's a really good chief slayer of Islam. I think he's brilliant, guys. And here he is. This guy's really good. He really kills Islam better than I've seen anyone do. I got it. That's what I'm watching, Jay-Z.
The funny they say it, if he missed the first 15 minutes, he missed the boat. So is that what they would do? Is that what we would, is this the plan now? They would say we told him to call us and he did not call us. It doesn't work. Maybe he did not know that I'm live too, and he's getting busted. And this is exactly the post he posted in his page. This is the account, YouTube live chat, outlook.com. This is the account he posted for me. You see it? And this is his official ID. 2093A9D528B065E6. So he can't say we did not call him. It's already 4 minutes after the time. What do you think, guys? They will let it happen, or they will skip?
They will skip.
That will be horrible. That will be a very bad decision from Mimi Hijab. Let's try again, because we don't want to miss the boat. I cannot miss the boat. If I miss the boat, I will go. How will I will go? Me and the Prophet Al-Khadr. A bunch of kids. Let us tell him here, Abdul. I am calling. Why you do not answer? Imagine me waiting for those kids. Unbelievable. If you are a Muslim, tell your guy, is it embarrassing? It's really embarrassing if you don't answer. He will 2 per hour. What do you mean 4 hour? He says 6 p.m. What are you talking about? I'm not going to wait for him. Google. What is the time in England? It's 6.6 now. So what do you mean? Here we go. It's in front of you. He says 6 p.m. UK tomorrow.
He can't, Jay-Z. They'll kill him. He's too strong. They'll kill him if he shows up. He doesn't show up anywhere live, apparently.
Okay, we will see. No, in UK it is 6:07. I mean, even a simple.
Even the grammar. Me and Ali Dharma will be live in 24 hours. Not Ali Dharma and I. Me and Ali Dharma.
Time they could not keep. All right. I wonder why. He told me about the blue sky and all what I can see. Told him now, still not the same. He did not even accept the invitation yet. His chat is dead. Waiting for YouTube to accept invitation. And already I called him 3 times. No. Even Skype is showing that the guy is snoring. If you don't have patience, go, you know, I don't know what I would do. See what I can do. I mean, here we go. I'm here half hour before the time. Now it is 12 minutes after the time they asked for. What I would do? If you have no patience, go sleep. Maybe he's hoping I will say, hey, see, this guy did not show up. Bye-bye. I think so. He's hoping that me, myself, I will give up. And that will make him look like a hero, and will make me look like a hero. It doesn't work this way. I will wait. I'm here. You know? I'm here. The question, are they? Funny kids. See, my friend, life needs patience. You have always to be patient. Patience is good. Right? No problem. We'll call again. Here we go. What do you mean they are live? Who cares what channel they are in? What's wrong with you guys? I mean, why people they say things to be very funny? Who cares what the channel they are? These guys, our debate is in Skype, not in a channel. Stop being I don't know what's wrong with people. Who cares what the channel they are in? Are we going to talk using YouTube? No. It is you who are here through YouTube. For me, we are using Skype. Stop being funny.
Ah, here you go. They got their rotten Muslim heads now. This must be where they come in. Oh, you tell me that now, Jay-Z. 28 minutes in, I just worked that out, brother.
Colin, here we go.
Oh, no, me.
Hello. Hello, hello. Peace of Christ to all those who live peace and no peace for evil ones.
No peace for evil ones, he said.
Hijab, are you going to make a debate or you are just a kid?
Can you read the you said that you are asking the
Listen, we will read whatever. Just sit in the front of the screen and be a man, and everybody is watching. People are looking at you. Be a man. Mr. Elijah, God is with us. We will read in Arabic. We will read in any language you want. Be the man. Be the man. Be the man. Don't try. Don't you see? You're acting like a kid. What kind of a debate this debate is? Sit in the front of the camera and say, Christian Prince, I challenge you to do this.
Okay, Christian boy, you said to
Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Why you are hiding? You have a bunch of guys around you. One of them is playing with his mustache. Where are you? Where are you? Just come talk to me. Are you going to debate me? You said to the Muslim, you want to debate me. You said to the Muhammadan, you want to debate me. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? I'm waiting for you. You said at 6.
Look at that wicked face, guys. Look how wicked it looks. I hate these buggers.
Come to the debate. And by the way, why you keep saying I will debate you and you never say inshallah? What kind of a Muslim is saying he posts in YouTube saying I will debate the Christian Prince, but you never say inshallah? Isn't it required for a Muslim to say inshallah?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I hear you. Isn't it required for a Muslim before he make a promise? Before he make a guys, look at this. You see, those are a bunch of kids. Look at them. Where is the debate? Is it required for a Muslim to say inshallah before he say tomorrow I will debate the Christian Prince at 6 p.m.?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So why you keep posting in YouTube? You never say inshallah.
Oh, inshallah. Okay, fine. Inshallah.
No. I want you to answer me. Don't tell me inshallah now. It's too late. Don't you know that your prophet say the one who don't say inshallah is disobeying Allah?
Are we gonna have a conversation?
Yes, we are having a conversation. What kind of a person? Let me tell you. Isn't it true that the one who say a promise without saying inshallah according to Islam, it's mean he's making false promise?
Hello.
Isn't it true? Isn't it true that the one who say inshallah, who make a promise without saying inshallah, he is making a false promise?
Here for a second.
Yes or no?
Okay, look guys, this is a challenge. Yeah, it's a challenge. You come here talking about inshallah. Yeah, how did we say inshallah before we started the meeting? This is pathetic. Come on, let's be real. We don't want to
Why you don't want to answer? Where are you? What? I want an answer. What kind of a Muslim you are? You make a promise without saying inshallah. According to your scholars, the one who say, I will debate, I will do something tomorrow, and he don't say inshallah, صار كاذبا في ذلك الوعد. He is a liar by that promise, for it's a false promise. Is that the true or not?
Silence.
Hello?
Silence. Rub your beard, pervert. I love how he laughs at
I have
him.
nothing to say. Why you muted your microphone? They are discussing between each other what they were saying. How you can answer me? What kind of a group are you? You make a promise to debate the Christian Prince without saying inshallah. According to your scholar, those who say a promise without saying inshallah, they are false promisers and they are liars. Hello? So you bring me 5, 6 boys there, and none of you can answer me? Forget about Mimi Hijab. What about Lili Dawa? What about the guy with the beard? What about the guy with the headphone? What happened? We don't hear you. Why you mute the microphone?
Okay, good. Can you read chapter 9, verse
Don't say the topic. Answer me, and we will read whatever you want.
Don't change the topic.
Before he make a promise, he's a false and he's a liar. Yes or no?
Just say that you're. Look, I mean.
Yes or no?
No. Let's
You say you are trying to avoid. My friend, I am illiterate like your prophet. I do not know how to read. Your prophet did not know how to read. This is is how stupid your prophet is. Are you saying to me I'm stupid like your prophet too? No, don't change the topic. I want you to answer. What kind of a Muslim he say, according to Allah, the one who say a promise without saying inshallah, he's a false promiser and he's a liar. Do you agree with Allah or not?
Maintain a conversation.
You are the one who changed the topic. The second you open the microphone, you say, read for me, what kind of a debate is debate? So you are making a post in YouTube, claiming to be a Muslim, doing Muslim dawah, asking for donation. But yet each time you post a verse, you post something in YouTube, you never say inshallah. So I'm asking you, are you a practicing Muslim or you are a fake Muslim? What kind of a Muslim? You don't say inshallah. Give me the answer. You don't change the topic. You are the Muslim women in front of me now. You are the only woman in front of me. Your name is hijab, which means burqa. So now by running away from answering, you are the women.
Let's go to the video, please.
Listen, you are a coward. You will not answer me, aren't you? You will not answer me.
First lady.
Listen. So guys, he will try to make me. He will try to force me to hang up. Why you aren't going to answer? You hang up. The coward. The coward, the potato.
Did they ring back Jay-Z? Did you get back in touch with them?
I am the Christian prince and you are a potato.
You are a potato.
He hung up, the coward.
Jay-Z, did they ring back?
All of you together, you cannot even debate my toes alone. If they leave my toes alone in the front of the Skype, you will be scared. And this is why he started, CP, I will play for you a video. I thought you want to debate me. Okay, play for me a video. Is that the belly dancing
Tommy
video?
Robinson takes on Ali Dawah outside court.
Have you ever heard of a debate like this? And now they are saying I am playing a video. He's playing a video about breastfeeding. Wonderful. So we will switch the topic to the breastfeeding topic. Is that what you want, my friend? No problem. Here we go. What kind of a prophet he ordered women to give their boobs to an adult? He is playing a video about breastfeeding. You see, they are opening a topic. They don't dare even to mention it in front of me. We will wait for them. Maybe let me call them back. I mean, why want to give them a break? You want to debate me? Are you serious?
It's at 38 minutes now, Jay-Z.
Making a video about the breastfeeding. Aren't you ashamed actually to speak about this topic? See, they're not answering. And people, they say to me, why you call them potatoes? Why I call them potatoes? The answer in front of you. Give me a reason not to call them potatoes. So all this, you want to debate. Yes, Nimi, how are you?
Hey, Boston, go ahead. Tell us what you want to say about this.
Okay, I'm asking you. Is it lawful for you as a Muslim? Is it lawful for you? Let me.
Oh, loading problems.
let me ask you the question. Is it lawful for you as a Muslim to say a promise without inshallah? Does that make you a false person? Yes or no?
Muslim prostitutes.
Huh?
Muslim women prostitutes.
Well, your prophet, he says, a woman, she put the perfume, she is a prostitute. A woman, she put, okay, hold on. Somebody told me that you were playing a video about women breastfeeding, yes or no?
Muslim women prostitutes, yes or no?
I'm asking you, no, I'm not saying Muslim woman is a prostitute, but you're a prophet, he treats them like a prostitute. I'm asking you, and why you don't want to answer me? Why you did not say inshallah? Just answer me about this, I will answer you about your question. Answer me, why you did not say inshallah?
What are you talking about? You're saying Muslim women are prostitutes. You're talking
You
about
are a liar, you are a potato, Listen, you're a prophet, he said, okay, hold on. You are saying that hold on. You will not answer me about my question. So why I will answer about your question? Answer me. Did your prophet say that Suleiman, listen, coward, this is not a debate. I am the one who asked you the question first. You answer me, this is a debate. I am the one who asked you the question first. Listen, are you going to answer or not? Listen. Okay, let me answer you. Shut up. Your prophet say that the one who don't say inshallah, Allah will never make his word accomplished. And look what your prophet said. Hold on. Your prophet said that Suleiman, he had 100 wives. And because he forgot to say inshallah, he could not make them carry a child. That's true.
How would you so brave with that girl? And with me, you won't bring her home.
Listen, we will bring anything. I get you close to the mic, I can't hear you. Get you close to the mic. Listen, Abdul. Abdul, be a man.
You're asking her for bread. If I did that with a Christian woman, is that all right?
What? I don't hear you. What? I don't hear you.
Listen, the Jesus that you follow, would he approve of what you've done?
What?
The Jesus that you follow, would he approve of what you did?
Absolutely. Because Jesus told me to expose every liar when you're a prophet. When you're a prophet, you order a Muslim woman to give her a breast to a stranger. Is he a man teaching them to do persecution or not? What kind of a prophet? He teaches all women to give her boobs to a stranger. Answer me. I want an answer. You're a prophet. You are the one who mentioned this topic. Did your prophet order all adult women to give their breast to an adult man? Yes or no?
You are a grown man, you sound like you're on your phones.
You will not answer them. So what? Forget about whether you're a man or not. You call me a boy, right? But you call me a boy to insult me. I want an answer. What kind of a prophet he give an order to Muslim women to give their boobs to adult men? They are strangers.
No, sorry. Somebody who was trying to us will speak to a 16-year-old girl.
Listen, you answer or you're a coward. The bunch of you, look how many of you. You are 5, 6 people there. Answer me. You are the one who opened the topic. What kind of a prophet you order a Muslim woman to give her a breast to a stranger?
Must be asking the wrong question, please. Never in my world.
How are you going to answer? What kind of a prophet? Listen.
Because I say to myself, that the Prophet said, when a man gives religion, what did you automatically?
My friend, you're like your mother. Are you saying to me you allow your mother to give her breastfeeding for me? Hijab. I am a Muslim now, and I want to visit your mother. Is it allowed for her to give her breast to me?
This is disgusting.
Yes or no?
Every single Christian that's watching this.
You see what it is, coward.
I'm telling you,
a bunch of cowards.
I told you that you're going to lose the chance to the Muslim community. He made a big mistake. He humiliated himself today because the truth is this: that the people now know what kind of vulgarity come up with this person.
You answer me. Let us see. What kind of a prophet? What kind of a prophet you order Muslim women to give their breast?
You go, boy.
Guys, did you mute my microphone on the other side? Somebody tell me, did you mute my microphone?
You got nothing to understand. You're gonna come and speak to me about that. That's why I'm running and hiding.
Coward. I'm asking you, you are the one who opened the topic. What kind of a prophet he ordered Muslim women to give their breast by stranger? We are waiting for an answer.
Yeah, you're telling them about them things, yeah? And you're lying to them.
He's talking to
That's why
himself.
they on the stage of
I don't even hear you, coward. Where are you?
lying to them about Arabic language.
Listen.
You can't even read
Okay, hold on. What about you come? What about you come and read for us the Arabic language you are talking about? I do it.
Go ahead.
I cannot read. You're a prophet. You cannot read, my friend. I am illiterate like you're a prophet. Still, I want an answer. You're a prophet, you say. That's a man. He forgot to say, inshallah, he had sex with 100 women. Allah did not bless him. He did not child. So today, you are going to have sex with 100 of you Muslims there, and you will not have a child because you're going to say, inshallah. So what kind of a Muslim you are? Secondly, what kind of a prophet? He said to a woman, suckle the adult man. And then Aisha, she ordered her nieces and her sisters to suckle the adult man. What kind of religion? It says such a thing. Listen. What kind of a prophet? He says, if a woman she has a perfume and she walks in the street, she is a whore. Did your prophet say that? Did your prophet say, if a woman she has a perfume and she walks in the street, she is a whore? Yes or no?
You want to read it or not?
I would read anything. I just give the mic. I would read anything you want. I'm here for you. I am here the genie who will spank you. Now come and answer me, you coward. Stop talking about reading. I do not listen, I want an answer. You are the one who opened the topic. You are the one who opened the topic. I cannot read like you're a prophet. You say your prophet is a liar. Listen. I read better than you, and in front of everybody, I will give you a verse from the Quran. You will read it, you will give me a verse from the Quran, you will read it, and everybody will laugh. But in the same time, I want an answer. Why you are a prophet, you order women to give their boobs to a stranger, and you are the one who opened the topic.
He showed himself in public, because he's a little
You are the one who opened the topic. Don't run away from it.
You're going to show everybody else about it. I did that.
You see the coward? You see the coward? He opened the topic, he will not close it.
Fuck you guys. Oh, this individual.
Listen, you coward. Are you going to tell the crowd why you're a prophet? You order women to give their breast.
Aunties, you're going to show me a picture of three young.
Listen, Mr. Panty. Listen.
Aisha, and he's the one being vulgar.
Listen.
The prostitutes and now he's backtracking down, running away.
Okay, listen. I don't know what you're talking about. Can you talk to me? Can you talk to me?
I'm nearly, not even in my proximity.
You see how there are 7 people there. 7 people. They are talking to me.
And our daughters, and our prostitutes have a case. We're not coming to say that to our face. You're not a man. You're not a man.
My friend, you are the one who said that yourself, and I am a man and you are not. You're a prophet. He used to hide in every attack. He hid at the end, and when they broke his teeth, he went between the legs of Aisha, and he wasn't bleeding, and he said to her, did you see what happened to me, Aisha? We don't do that. You are the coward. Now answer me. You tell me the coward, you see?
I'll read it. Even if it's a medical book, and I love the jargon, terminology, syntax, and mythologies, I'll try my best as a lady.
I will have patience.
Are you also able to make it out every guy can open a book and you're under correction? What are you under correction? Correction one of thousands.
Abdul, you are not an Arabic, you are not. You are an Egyptian. Mr. Egyptian boy.
You know that I'm going to know it.
Stop muting me, coward. What kind of a make you mute your debater, you coward?
And that's why I'm going to do one more time. I'm going to get everything right. Let me show you something. Show another video on the forward.
You see Muhammad Hijab, you are a coward. Why are you muting me? You prove that you are a coward. You are a coward.
Oh, I can get off Skype though, yeah? Are you sure you come off Skype for a second?
Why you coward? You coward. Why? Why you coward? Coward, are you there? Why are you muting me? He hung up again.
Aren't they cowards, guys?
If you have a video to play for me, no problem, but at least speak to me, you coward. You mute.
Guys, back in the day, about 10 years ago, maybe a bit longer, I used to go into my local town, Blacktown, every Saturday morning. And there's this table set up with all this Muslim stuff. So I used to go up and debate them. And I wasn't even Christian then, but I'd go up and debate them. And in the end, when I'd show up on the morning to debate them again, the imam wouldn't let them talk to me anymore because I used to own them. They're real cowards with debating. They're really cowards.
Me and you asked me to answer you. Do you see how much they're scared? There are 7 people there, and all of them, they cannot answer me. You want me to answer you about persecution? Here we go. This is the Quran. The Quran says that force not your wives to do persecution, but if they agree, it's okay. Here we go. Is that your Quran or not? And there is no penalty if you force your girls to do prostitution. In chapter 24, verse number 33. Another form of prostitution. The prophet, he says, any woman, any man, they like each other, they can enjoy themselves in the bed for 3 days, 3 nights. Is that a prostitution or not? And you call it muta. And you would consider yourself, you say to the Shia, you practice this until now, you say to them, this is a prostitution. What kind of a prophet is such a thing?
I usually have loading problems with this, guys. Let's see how we go.
Listen, I will come to you and we're going to lady with this. Listen, okay? So your prophet, on the same night that he killed her husband and her brother, he then married her that night. Yes. So you think she willingly married him? Yes. You think she willingly? Yes. So,
guys, this Muslim here is the guy Christian Prince was just debating. This is his video, yet he gets owned. He thinks he won this debate. Watch this, it's brilliant.
A lady whose husband was murdered, her brother was murdered, they were beheaded. Why were they beheaded? Look at this guy's big one. The poor guys. So why? They were beheaded. You think your prophet, so you don't think your prophet raped her that night? You don't think your prophet raped her that night? I said rape. Where'd you get that from? He married her that night. Show me any to see that said he got raped. He married her that night. He said he had her that night. Can you show me? He had her that night. When you get married, he thinks a lady. He thinks you're married, but when you marry, you have to divorce. Because he murdered her husband. Her husband. Why? Because they surrendered. They surrendered. The Battle of Khaybar, yeah? They're in the castle. They're attacking the prophet, and they want to fight all men. One second. I need to talk. 1 second. When you go to war, you throw roses at people, guys. Oh, right, okay. People. Okay. When you go and see these ISIS, just for the records, when you go and see these ISIS scumbags, who in my name, should I tell you something? ISIS is the biggest thing. You know what? We're talking about Sophia. I'm coming to Sophia. Talking about Sophia. You know what? Because ISIS, they look like us, they talk like us, they walk like us. They act like you. They act like you. Jihadi Ali. Okay, thank you. You know what? Let me remember something. You came on a jihadi. Can you show me? You claim. No, you claim. You came on a jihadi. Can you show me? Are you for the jihad? What does jihad mean? Oh, what's it mean to you? How does it mean? No. Jihad means church. What the church mean? Come. Okay, jihad means the following. You have Nazi Germany. Nazi Germany struggle. Really? Struggle. Of course it does. Of course it does. Maybe you need to go. Maybe you need to go tell the 2,000 British Muslims who went to join ISIS. Maybe you need to preach them. What are you actually, Ali? What are you doing? Even preaching it to me? There's 2,000 Muslims in this country who went and fought for ISIS. They're walking around like they're in our country now. I'm telling you, I will come with you to the Muslims. Why haven't you? Because how can I find is there any online footage? Is there any online footage of you challenging radical jihadists? Is there any online footage? No. So how come no? So you've never challenged the radical jihadists? Because I can't find it. What are you doing? You can't find them. You can't find them. Get in the car. Ali, let's go. Come with me. What's a jihad? Jihad is struggle. He's going to go challenge a jihadi. So what we're going to do straight after this, we're going to go Luton. Yeah, we're going to Luton. You're going to knock on the door. I'm going to go Luton with you. You're going to knock on the door. Yes, let's stick to the topic. You're going to go to the jihadi's house. Yes, I will. You're not going to say from the house. Yes, I will. Of course you will.
Okay, Tommy.
No footage of you challenging. No footage of you challenging one Muslim.
When
I've been in court. Just come out of court. So far, he's shouting and shouting and shouting. He is brain dead. He is brain dead.
Came and defended themselves. Yeah? So don't come to me with this nonsense.
Your prophet murdered her husband and her brother, and you think she willingly married him that night. You think that? You really look at me. Look at me.
You have big evidence that
Evidence he didn't. He married her.
Stop.
Do you think any woman after her husband's murdered in front of her
Are you
would
an
marry him?
expert? Are you an expert in my religion?
Are you?
Yes, I am.
Oh, you are.
Yes, not an expert, but I know better.
Oh, you are. Of course.
What do you know about my religion?
No, listen to me.
I'm listening to you.
Do you think after murdering a man?
Yes.
You think?
Yes. Yes. Thank you. And love is not going to save you.
So he beheaded her husband. Hold on. Let me clarify that. He beheaded her husband.
Why?
He beheaded. Listen.
Why? Give context.
Does it matter why?
Churchill killed Hitler.
He beheaded her husband.
One second.
If someone beheaded.
Excuse me. This is war.
So Mohammed, he admits, beheaded her husband and her brother, and she willingly slept with him that night.
For example, Iraq.
It's ridiculous. Exactly.
You even said to me on the phone.
Look at them. Can't you play a walk and all? Right, listen.
Darren Osborne, you said the reason he ran over those people is because he saw two attacks happening. Yeah. Yes. You said that's what to do.
No, did you read the reasons why he said? No, you don't say. Darren Osborne gave a statement as to why he done it. And what he actually said is because there's all these young girls being raped.
Yes.
Of course,
Which we condemn.
Okay. Oh, well done.
Islam condemns.
Well done. You won't condemn that. Won't condemn Hezbollah, but you condemn it. Right. So he said
anyone who proves that those is scumbag.
The reasons he gave. Yeah. The reasons he gave. Yeah. He gave the reasons as the attacks. He gave the reasons as Al-Quds Day March, which you support.
Which you think that's terrorism?
You support Al-Quds Day March.
Which you claim that is terrorism?
Do you support Al-Quds Day March?
I support Palestine. This is Palestine March I support it.
Oh, so it doesn't matter if the people behind it are calling for the complete destruction. Because, well, okay, so
I support Palestine.
Okay, what about Ayatollah Khamenei? What about Ayatollah Khamenei? When have I said I support them? When have I said? So don't talk to me about what they said. Talk to me about what I said.
You support them.
No,
There's a connection between
I don't support Britain first.
You do.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
You said they're having a trial today. Make some prayers for them.
Yeah, I think he is, man.
I want to say make some prayers. I don't believe in prayers in the sky.
I'm asking you a question. That's what I'm asking.
Okay, let me ask you. Innocent people. You go for the word innocent. What do you define as innocent? I see what you might define. What top Islamic scholars? Top Islamic scholars define innocent. Okay, take 5 minutes.
You want it?
Well, I will. So do this. Top Islamic scholars are editing this video. Top Islamic scholars, listen. They define innocent. Define innocent can simply mean being non-Muslim.
I dare you to show me that.
I will. No, that's gonna. Oh, you'll get the references on this video. Lucy, you got that? Lucy, you got that? I'm gonna add this in. I'm live streaming on my phone. Yeah.
Use my.
Do you believe, Ali? Do you believe? Do you believe?
We're here to help.
Do you believe, Ali? Do you believe? Ali, listen to me. I believe in this. Listen to me. Right, you've said. Do you believe? So you believe? Just to clarify, just 2 quick words. You believe that after Mohammed beheaded a husband and no, listen to me. After Mohammed beheaded a husband and brother, she willingly married him that night. You believe that? Do you also believe that Mohammed flew up to heaven on a winged horse? Listen. Do you believe Mohammed flew up to heaven on a winged horse?
You asked me 2 questions.
No, answer first.
I'm gonna answer both of them. Yeah, okay. Tommy thinks it's something like we're gonna be like, oh my gosh, Tommy hit me in the heart. Number 1. Did the prophet marry those who were waging war against him, killed the father and the brother because they were waging war against him, and married the daughter? Yes.
That night.
Now, second question.
Mohammed was a rapist. Disgusting rapist. What do you mean? No, he raped her, bro. He raped her. He beheaded her husband and he raped her. The prophet was a rapist, bro. He's staring back.
Hey, man, give it to him, Tommy.
Did the prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, fly to the heavens? Yes, on some kind of animal. Yes.
Yes. Why do we even need to continue the debate? He thinks Mohammed flew up to heaven on a winged horse.
Yes. Can I not have a belief?
Are you really taking serious? Oh my God. You really think that?
I'm telling you once again. I believe.
Who does say you?
Tommy, I'll add to it.
You believe it?
I believe.
You believe in unicorns, bro?
I believe in the prophet.
You believe
believe the prophet flew to heaven.
On
On an animal. You don't know what animal.
on an animal.
Yes. I say, do you believe this and this and this? I'm mocking the Jews. I'm not going to jump to your level. Anyway.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You support Al Quds.
Yeah,
What do you mean about mocking the Jews?
You write what's spoken of.
Yeah, you support.
If you write this book,
Yes, repeat it.
you write. If you write,
All of what's in the book is reference. All of what's in the book is reference.
Okay,
It's not my opinion. I'll tell you what's happened. Muslims across the world are killing non-Muslims. So someone tries to make sense of that. Okay, really, we should be letting Muslims should be making sense of it. Well, we ask the question. Why are Muslims killing for Islam? Why are they? Why are they? We try to make as best sense of that as we can. So we get all the scripture and the evidence, we put it together to understand why they've been instructed to kill. That's what we do.
Okay, can you show where it says
That's what we do. Innocence. Bring in innocence again. Bring in innocence.
I'm saying I'm a Muslim. Show me where it says go to innocent people. And I'm going to say
Innocence.
innocent. I'm going to say, Tommy, you're right.
Oh, that's the reason why you're here. That's all you're here for.
Show me you're innocent. I mean, show me that we're not to be innocent.
Oh, so you put that, okay.
Show me
But how
a
do you
thing.
define innocent?
Let me do it again. One more time. And not me.
Because I'm saying, sorry. Yeah.
I'm going to give references. This guy.
All non-Muslims innocent. All non-Muslims innocent.
Yes.
All non-Muslims.
Imam Qurtubi. Imam Ibn Kathir. Sheikh Ibn Fawzan. Sheikh Bin Baz. Sheikh Albani. All the scholars. Anyone. Yes. Anyone. Listen. You're innocent. When you get a knife to attack me, now I have to defend myself.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
So when they surrendered, the Jewish tribe, when the Jewish tribe surrendered, yes, to Muhammad,
Yes, no, they did.
yes, it did surrender. They pulled their pants down. Didn't he pull their pants down? So it didn't check the age. It didn't check the age. That's from Ibn Ishaq. That's from Ibn Ishaq. The biography of Muhammad by Ibn Ishaq. That's the biography of Muhammad by Ibn Ishaq.
Ibn Ishaq. Who's Ibn Ishaq?
200 years after Muhammad. 200 years after Muhammad. He got 200 years after Muhammad.
Ibn Ishaq compared his narration of the Sirah.
200 years after Muhammad. 200 years after.
What did he say?
What do you mean?
He said, I'm a historian. And I'm gathering all the information. You guys should authentic sources.
Yeah.
So now you're trying nonsense.
Oh, so you don't accept the
Tommy,
facts by Muhammad? You don't accept the facts. How are you
I'm
supposed to
finished yet.
What have you finished yet?
I'm continuing. I just want to give you a bit. This is
all he's exposed is he thinks someone flew up to heaven on a winged animal, and he believes that a woman sat there, watched her husband and her brother, watched her father and her brother be beheaded. This is what he thinks. Watched her father and her brother be beheaded, and then married him. How old was Rachel? 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 How old? What? When he had sex with her? So Muhammad had sex with her when she was 9. Yes. Do you believe that's wrong? Do you believe that's wrong? Why is it wrong? Do you believe that's wrong? Why is it wrong? She was 9, bro.
No. 1 second.
She was 9.
Context.
She was 9.
Can I speak? Do you know?
Why is it wrong? She was 9. She was 9.
Can I speak? Yeah.
What's wrong with having sex with a 9-year-old?
I'm not gonna. No. Don't change it.
No, that's what you said. You said it was
I don't know
wrong.
why I talked to your camera. So he asked me a question, yeah? He said, did the Prophet Muhammad Peace be upon him marry Aisha at 6 and consummated at 9? Now, this
Consummated means raped.
okay, according to him, he said,
He raped a 9-year-old.
I'm a jihadist, rape, everything. That's only 2 words.
She's 9, bruv. She got
Can I speak? Can I speak?
Did she still have a doll? Did she still have a doll? Did she still have a doll?
They're shouting me out.
They're not tipping you, bruv.
No.
They don't think the man that thinks sleeping with 9-year-olds or flying animals or beheading people is okay.
Tommy, you got exposed. You're trying to run to your card. You're taking this card out. It didn't work.
Is there anything wrong with
This one? It didn't work.
Is there anything
Now,
wrong with saying the 9-year-olds?
you asked me, can I answer?
I'm interested in this.
What Tommy is doing is this. He's comparing 1400 years ago to today's time. Let me give you guys an explanation. Now, for example,
This is where he justifies having sex with 9-year-olds.
in Britain, this country that we live in, beautiful country, beautiful people, and nice people like Lucy, yeah, she's, and I'd say she's been nice to me, kind to me. She's never been like this guy, you're nice, you had it. Anyway, come back to the point, yeah? In this country, 100 years
Says the man who's been selling people around the house.
100 years ago, what was the legal age to get married?
12.
12, yeah? 7.
Okay.
7. In this country,
They were back from being.
One second. Now let's put it
Do you accept what Muhammad did
let's
wrong?
put the context.
Do you accept what he did
No,
wrong?
the Prophet never did nothing wrong.
The Prophet did nothing wrong.
So, no, I know, I'm gonna come to that.
So you had sex with a 9-year-old?
now, in this country,
Nothing was wrong.
100 years ago, yeah, 100 years ago, in this country, on screen, you're gonna see the legal age to get married was 7 years old. Now, the question
So
is,
you're wrong to make it right here. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing.
1 second, if a woman in a bikini was in there 1400 years ago, what would happen to her?
What with Muhammad around, he'd probably beheaded her and raped her.
Okay, unless Muhammad was around and the Roman Empire was there, what would happen to her?
in history. I used to know.
Makes no sense.
And what's that? Because you believe Muhammad is perfect.
What's it?
You do? So you believe can you emulate what he did? Can you emulate what he did? Can you emulate what he did? If you're in a perfect, if you're living in a Sharia zone, yeah, all the laws.
What's Sharia?
Okay. If you was living in a country governed by Sharia, is it okay to have sex with a 9-year-old?
No, it's not. You know what? Let me tell you what. Because here,
So what Muhammad did was wrong.
in the Sharia, no, you're missing the context. The Sharia says the woman that you're going to get married to has to be mentally, sexually, and physically ready. What does that mean? There is no age. So if a woman in Africa becomes an adult at 9, that means she's ready to get married. Doesn't mean you force into marriage. Forced marriage is haram in Islam. So there you go, you're slapped in the face again. Intellectually. So therefore, 1 second. Let's say no.
Biologically, so if she starts her period at 9, if she starts her period at 9, okay.
Talk to me, yeah?
If she's a mature 9-year-old, if she's a mature 9-year-old,
Korea, if a woman matures at 11, then that means she's ready to get married at 11. So you using this argument is irrelevant because you know what it shows? If the Prophet Muhammad was a pedophile, 1 second. Why is it that at 6 they get married, but he waits 3 years? Why is he waiting 3 years? Why would a pedophile wait 3 years to rape a girl?
he waited 3 years.
Exactly.
She was 9.
There you go. And the Prophet is not. The Prophet, you need to understand. If you had a daughter,
That's why if you had a daughter, you haven't exposed nothing.
Yes, I have.
All you've exposed is that you think it's okay to have sex with 9-year-olds. Yes, that's what you said. You said he done nothing wrong.
Never said
You said he done nothing wrong.
He married her.
No, he married her at 6.
From mixing.
He married her at 6.
That time.
He married her at 6. What's everything he did? Is your role in modern Britain?
Everything the Prophet did, we obey. Yes.
Beheading people with the Sabbath show.
Okay.
Having sex with children. Having sex with children.
Who did he behead?
Having sex with children.
Who did he behead?
Having sex with children.
Who did he behead? You said behead.
You said that. Well, I asked you how you killed him.
No, you said behead. I said behead.
Okay.
You know what you're talking about?
No, Sophia's dad. Sophia's dad.
This will teach
Sophia's dad.
Forget about the people's houses again.
Sophia's dad.
Don't knock on people's doors. Yeah. Okay. And don't chat your nonsense. You know why? Because every time you do, you know I'm gonna monitor you. I'm gonna watch you.
Watch me.
If I turn naughty, I'm gonna say, you know what? Where are you gonna be? I'm gonna come to you again. So therefore, do not ever speak about my religion again with no knowledge.
No knowledge.
If you want to know anything, take my number. See,
I'm glad.
No,
Ali,
give
I'm
us this verse.
Just, is this recorded? Yeah, good.
So
Ali.
do that and save us some embarrassment.
Save some embarrassment. What's the question?
That is two innocent people.
No, I asked you one
He
question.
went to Sophia. He went to the
No,
Bible.
I want to prove points. I've asked you a simple question. What's that? Is this your cameraman or are you excited?
Don't worry, man. Don't worry.
Right.
He gets passionate.
Yeah, he gets passionate. Yeah. So what I want to ask you, so since coming here, just so I can establish for
You know how happy I am.
what is proven is that he believes after people surrender, they can be killed and you can sleep with their wife that night. You can take Sophia as your wife. You've seen it.
I'm good with
It's on camera. It's on camera.
You carry on.
You said
You do what Tommy does. Like,
he believes after beheading her dad and her brother, she willingly married him that night when he raped her. That's what he believes. I'm a normal person, does it? He also believes that Muhammad flew up to heaven on a unicorn. We've established that. And he also believes that you can have sex with 9-year-olds. And I've been exposed. Apparently I've been exposed. Do you think it's okay to have sex with 9-year-olds as well? Do you think it's okay?
It's right.
Whatever Prophet Muhammad done was right. Having sex with 9-year-olds, beheading people. Whatever he done was right. He's done no wrong. Even though you know it's morally not right. You know having a sex with a 9-year-old is wrong. You know having sex with kids is wrong. You all know having sex with kids is wrong. You know it's wrong. You know it's wrong. You all know it's wrong. You know having sex with 9-year-olds. You know having sex with 9-year-olds is wrong. And you can't even admit it. Would you think it's okay to have sex with 9-year-olds? Do you think it's...
Tommy,
proof.
Tommy,
Sex with a 9-year-old. Just so we get it, let's say it. Muhammad is a rapist. He was a warmonger. He's a paedophile. And that's all that he's come exposed. All he's come exposed is what a dreadful, immoral man Muhammad was. And I'm so glad to come and done it.
That's right.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're glad you were
That's what? 2 million people, including ISIS, brother. Including ISIS, brother. Yeah. So you think your sister can have sex with 9? Do you think your sister can? Do you think if you had a daughter? If you had a daughter,
Scott Atran is an expert. He's an expert on the field of terrorism. He says when you look at the way these Muslim Muslims go to an ISIS, there is no connection between their religion and what they're doing.
Okay.
The man who recently she went to the guy and said, how many people have you killed? 900.
Okay,
How many people have
Ali.
you killed? 200. What's it going to speak,
Go,
man?
go on.
Come on, we're living in a
Go, go,
society
go,
where you
go.
express yourself.
Yeah, yeah.
Not like Steve.
Go.
So, yes, they steal. That's the one, yeah?
Yeah, go.
So, that's the one, yeah? So, the guy, ISIS member said,
Give this a share if you're watching it.
he goes, how many people did you rape? He goes, I raped 200. And the lady said, why did you do it? He goes, I'm poor. I need money. Did he come and say? Did he come and say?
Where was this on the BBC? Yeah.
Of course, the one who put you with Darren Osborne. Yeah, you got heated. Yeah, you start crying about it. Yeah,
No, this is not right, man.
you start crying about it. You radicalized Darren Osborne.
Seriously,
Just the way Andrew Chowdhury.
What did I say about it?
radicalized ISIS.
What did I say about it? You just made a statement.
Yes.
What did I say about it?
What did he say at the end of his letter?
He didn't mention it, is that?
No, and he said he did. What did he tweet? I mean, what did he take the letter at the end?
You tell me, you're the one who said about it.
At 11:30, they checked his iPad. He put his iPad, yeah? He was searching Tommy Robinson and Britain first. At 11:31, he was checking Tommy Robinson. His wife said he was watching your stuff. So you asking that question buries you.
I'm asking you what I said about it.
So
What did I say about it?
listen, let me tell you what, yeah? You have a book called Why Was It?
Tell me what I said. He didn't buy that.
No, it wasn't.
Tell me what I said about it.
You asked me, let me answer.
Sorry,
Stop praying, yeah? You've got a book called Why Was It Good for Islam? Then you come and say, Al-Quds March is terrorists. So he's thinking, there's terrorists, then we go run them over.
It is true. Okay. So me saying Al-Quds March is a terrorist march is what radicalised it.
Of course.
But Hezbollah, okay, listen. Hezbollah flags, who are a terrorist organisation. No, Hezbollah flags. I'm glad you video this, you can cut the flags in. No, not Palestine. Hezbollah flags. Okay? Hezbollah flags on the terrorist march. It was a terrorist march.
You have terrorist march.
It was sponsored by the Iranian sponsor.
So I'll be terrorist supporter.
Yeah,
you think that was going to run me over.
No, who said that?
Okay,
Where are you going with that?
Okay, 1 second.
Where are you going with that? Where are you going with that?
Terrorists wants to kill us. So why would you want a terrorist tonight?
If
terrorists want to kill us.
You said about radicalising by saying it's a terrorist march.
Yes.
That march had terrorist organisation flags in it.
My friend, what did he okay, you know what did he find as terrorist?
What are famous terrorists? Prescribed terrorist organisations like Hezbollah, which he refused to condemn already. Refused to condemn. Condemn. So you condemn Hezbollah.
What's the definition of terrorism?
This is the same man who got some little mentally disturbed kid.
I'm going to come there as well, yeah? What's the definition of terrorism?
What's the definition of terrorism? Come on.
You don't know it.
We're going to get a
No,
Islam. That's the definition of terrorism.
The definition of terrorism is anyone who kills innocent people for political reasons. Political gain. Thank you.
That's it. So someone can't be charged with terrorism unless they kill people. So someone can't be charged with people. Someone can't be charged with terrorism unless they kill people. Terrorism is only killing people.
The definition of terrorism is
to kill people.
if somebody
kill people.
yes, it's killing
So it's not just
innocent people. Not people, innocent people. Yeah.
Innocent people, not people. You can kill people.
Therefore, if ISIS kill innocent people, they're terrorists.
No, but
If America kills innocent people, they're terrorists. And I'm talking about government, not the individuals. If Britain, if our country goes to war and kills innocent people, it's terrorism. We just say, therefore,
and debate.
yes, it is. We're about to find him. No, we would like to find me. He's been running away like the days on the road.
Do you know what I'll tell you why?
No, what's the definition of terrorism?
His target group is 14 to 16-year-old children. Okay? I know that because I sat with. I'll tell you how I know that. Ali, let me tell you something. What you don't realise. I've got a tape recording of you.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah? Yes. And on that tape recording, you talk about wanking on a baby.
Yeah. Watch this, guys.
It's going to be. So tell me, Ali. Have you? Yeah.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Actually, but you know that treatment about Friday. You know why? Because over there, let's put into context. Yeah. I say. No. 1 second. No, 1 second. No, 1 second. You know why? Because over there, I'm debating with an atheist, and the atheist, I say to them, to the atheist's worldview. Are you atheist? Are you atheist? You know, okay. He has the right to remain silent. Yeah. I'm not going to debate. So whoever I'm debating, I'm saying to their worldview, masturbating over a baby, there's nothing wrong with that. To their worldview. So that's the context. Next.
To what worldview? To what worldview?
You've been dying to myself. Clear. Social media clear. You look at you are a criminal.
I'm a criminal.
You're a criminal.
Yeah.
I don't have to. I already handle. Look, you know what? I brought my passport. You know what? You know what? You know I just realized. You know what? You know what this is? This is my agreement with this British government that I will be loyal. I will not go and run
Ali,
over.
okay. Let me ask you. Oh my God. What comes first? Islam or Britain? Islam. That means so much to you. So this obviously means a lot.
Okay, so I can't obey two things.
No, what comes first?
I love this.
You obey Islam. You obey Islam. Do you obey Islam? Islam will do you respect priest law or Islamic law? What comes first? Islamic law comes first. Which is marrying children, we just found out. Having sex with kids, we just found out. Beheading people if they're not innocent. That's fine. So all you have to do is believe. They're not going to believe that.
Anyway, one second.
No, I asked him what you respect law. He doesn't respect priest law. He just said
Anybody that comes to this country and has this passport and runs over innocent people, this country is our fault. Or one in this country
Ali,
who has this passport and runs people over is treachery.
Let me ask you something.
It is treachery, the highest degree in Islamic rulings.
Let me ask you something.
And blowing up trains and buses or whatever it may be, anybody that carries this passport and runs people over, or does mortgage fraud, or
Let me
ask you something. I'm a proud British Muslim and I love this country and I'm doing this video to explain.
But Islam comes first. Sharia comes before. Sharia comes before.
So does that mean, okay, this is Sharia comes first. Does that mean
Sharia does come first?
It does.
Sharia comes first.
But does that mean
Sharia comes first.
Does that mean I should read Islam?
Completely innocent, completely calm, completely moderate. Sharia comes before British law. Islam comes before Britain. That's not.
Ali, that was a different ball.
Ali, let me ask you something. Let me ask you a simple question. Stop talking over. Let me ask you something. So up to 2,000 Muslims are predicted to contemplate relationships. Up to half of them are back.
Yes.
Have you found any of them or confronted them?
No, because how am I supposed to be finding?
No.
Do you think I'm in my fight? You came back from
So you
ISIS.
can't find them. Let's say, so say for example, it's been in the newspaper, one of them works in the London Underground car park. It's where he works, but you haven't gone and found it in front of you.
No.
So you would.
I said to you.
There is no threat. There is no
I said
threat.
you have No, why not? Do you know what Britain to be safe?
What's that?
Do you know what Britain to be safe?
Bruv, you've not confronted one Muslim. There's not footage of you confronted one jihadi. There's not footage of one you confronted anyone. Instead what you choose to do is you choose to try and counter me to try to explain why Muslims are killing everyone. Why? You can't find them.
I cannot find them.
You can't find them. So you can't go.
I can't find them. I'm asking the Tommy to help me find them. He goes, no.
Say for example, Luton's the main imam, Kabir Abbas, who's from Luton Islamic. Do you know who he is? No, he's a Salafist from Luton Islamic Center. So he's openly said, he's quoted as saying, we must prepare ready for war with the non-Muslims. This has all come out in the research project. Why have you not gone and found him and confronted him? I've never heard of him. About bringing you religion. I never heard of you. Why have you not confronted one single Muslim in the country, in our country? No, listen, in Britain, you've not got up off your fucking dour arse and to go and confront one single jihadi. One Muslim. You've not confronted one. Then you want to play the Muslims and the victims. Then you won't confront it. You won't confront it. Don't confront the jihadis. Go to the mosque. Go to the mosque where they're promoting hate. Go to Disbury Mosque. Why don't you go to Disbury Mosque? Why don't you go to Disbury Mosque? Why don't you go to Ash? This man's not been to one mosque, not confronted one jihadi, not gone after one grooming gang, not done one single thing about confronting genuine problems in your community. My country. Your community. Your country. You've done nothing. As a Muslim, you want to show us. Listen, let me finish. Tell me one thing I've said to say. You have. Tell me one thing. One thing Islam's hateful.
Why was it good for Islam? Al-Quds March is a terrorist march. I'll carry on.
Al-Quds March is a terrorist march. Okay, can we just
So
exclude?
those are the terrorists.
Do you believe Israel should be obliterated off the map? Do you believe Israel should be obliterated off the map? No,
I believe they should be.
Well, Ayatollah Hamani,
But they did steal that now. They did steal that now.
Listen,
They did steal that.
Ayatollah Hamani, you protected. You said if I touch, you said in your tweet, if I touch the Al-Quds Day banner,
Not that guy.
oh, you don't agree with
No, I said take him off. I'll be happy.
So you don't agree with him because he's Shia.
Yeah.
So Shias are not Muslim.
They are, but the scholars we don't believe.
Okay, what about Ahmadiyya Muslims?
I mean, they're not Muslims.
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 So they're not Muslims. So,
They're not Muslims.
and if you punish Islam under the rules of Sharia, say it. No, we don't. Say it in an Islamic country, governed by Sharia. If someone leaves Islam, okay, should there be a punishment?
Yes, there's a punishment for it.
What's the punishment? What's the punishment? What's the punishment? What's the punishment, Ali?
Punishment is you speak to them and convince them.
And if they
See, they can never answer good, these guys. Tommy's brilliant. He holds onto a bone and don't let go. And they can't reply.
them. And if they don't,
there's a difference between people either jail them or they will get killed.
so and you condemn?
You ask me a question. So you ask me a question. In an Islamic country, if there's rules and regulations, we have to obey just the way I obey the law of this land. If you live in an Islamic country, if you don't like the law, go somewhere else. If I don't like the law of this land, you're gonna say to me, you're gonna say to me,
Listen to me.
let me finish.
He hasn't answered the question. He hasn't answered the question.
If I say I want all Muslims dead, sorry, forgive me. If I say this, the country's gonna say get lost then. You don't like the law.
Okay.
So now, treason.
Yes.
Edward Snowden, what happened to him?
Listen to me.
Edward Snowden, what happened to him? What did he do? He leaked, what did he leak? Yeah, and look, he's in Russia now.
So you think leaving Islam is the same as treason?
Treason.
So leaving Islam is treason. Leaving Islam is treason. Leaving Islam is treason. This is why in Scotland, in Scotland, the young Muslim was murdered in his shop because he followed a different sect of Islam. Because he's viewed as apostate. So because he's an apostate, as Ali just said, Ali, listen to me. Listen to me. You believe that under Islamic law, in an Islamic country, if someone changes their mind, they should be punished.
No, that's the law of the land.
But do you believe in that?
That's not the land.
Will you condemn that law?
No, why would I condemn it for?
Oh, you won't condemn
treason?
You won't condemn treason?
You condemn treason that America does. To Edward Snowden.
Changing your mind is treason. Changing your mind is treason.
You don't like it? Yeah. When is Edward Snowden?
Changing your mind. Is this the expose Tommy Robinson? This is not the expose. This is not the expose Tommy Robinson. He's saying that killing people for leaving Islam is okay.
Edward Snowden.
He's killing
Edward Snowden.
Will you condemn killing people?
Would you condemn Edward Snowden to be beheaded in Russia?
Yeah, I condemn.
No, you don't.
I condemn. Listen to me. Will you condemn killing people for leaving Islam?
No, why? Condemn what? In an Islamic country.
This is not the expose Tommy Robinson.
You're trying everything.
Will you
right now,
a man believes people can be killed for changing their mind, yet he's exposing me.
Wait.
You just said
anyone that uses Islam in this country,
not in this country, anywhere in the world. Your moral view.
In Saudi Arabia,
Anywhere in the world.
Saudi Arabia, they have a punishment for those. One second, they have a punishment for people who rape girls, grooming gangs. You know what happens to them?
If there's 4 male witnesses.
You know what happens to them?
There have to be how many witnesses there have to be? There has to be 4 male witnesses to the rape. Otherwise, if I don't get done, the woman gets done.
No. Both of them. Don't chat nonsense.
How many witnesses do you have to rape? How many people get raped with 4 male witnesses? How many people get raped with 4 male witnesses?
Can I finish? It's like it's cold. On the right. Yeah, one second. I answered. Islamic country, yeah? Those guys.
This is meant to be me getting exposed. I think that much. Well, okay, will you condemn people being killed? That's surely you think it's neutral, yeah? People can't be killed for changing their mind, no? You don't think they should be killed for changing their mind? So what do you think of the fact that he can't condemn them? What do you think? It's disgusting. It's disgusting. So neutral people in Cambridge. Ali, everyone here on here is going to think this is
Obviously,
everyone's going to think you're a caveman, Rob. You're a caveman. You think killing people for leaving Islam is okay?
I'm saying to you once again, in Islamic country, in Saudi Arabia, in that country, if you rape a woman, you get capital punishment.
If there's something just clarify, so there has to be 4. What if there's not 4 witnesses?
Then it's frowned on.
Then she can't get done.
No. Who's she? What was it? Man and a woman.
So if there's not 4 male witnesses,
no, and there has to be female witnesses as well.
If there's not,
then you can't punish me. That's unjust.
She can't.
If you punish somebody,
there has to be 4 male witnesses to rape, otherwise she can't get done.
No, what the hell are you talking about? I did not see that.
Yes, you did. You said otherwise.
One second. Rape is different. If adultery, if you're married and you cheat,
such a thing as rape.
Let me finish. Yeah. Okay. I'm asking a simple question. Yeah. If a married woman and a married man sleep with each other, and if there's 4 witnesses that have to see the
because there'll always be, they have to see the ingoing of the penis.
Yes.
Because that's always going to happen.
No, exactly. So that's the point. That's why Islam is here for a mercy. Because which 4 people are going to look at me? Oh, look at that. Oh, look, they're having intercourse. Who's going to do that? That's why Islam is here to do that. What's the word called? So, I forgot the word. People don't. They don't. That's why. So, anyways, coming back to the main topic here. This book.
Say a woman gets raped. Yes. In Saudi Arabia. By one man. Yes. And no one sees it.
Yes.
Then nothing can happen.
No, they go to law. They go to judge, and the judge might get the capital punishment.
Under Islamic law. Under Islamic law.
What if you happen to those women?
Listen to me.
Those women can't push them.
Under Islamic law. Under Islamic law, they can't get done.
No. It's the wood.
Under Sharia.
You might. You don't Sharia that, don't you? You don't Sharia that, don't you? For grooming gangs, you don't. For terrorists, you don't.
let it get done.
Tell me what's the first
For them to get done.
Do you agree with that law?
So I believe in what?
That grooming guys, you know these
Yeah.
filthy scum dirt lads who be raping little girls,
Yeah.
you drink alcohol, haram, you rape girls, haram, you go clubbing, haram, these scumbags.
If you go to Dubai,
What should be the punishment?
you go to Dubai regularly. You go to Dubai
What's
regularly.
the punishment?
What do you do when you're in Dubai?
What's the punishment?
What do you do when you're in Dubai? Look at me, Ali.
I don't know stuff.
Ali, what do you do when you're in Dubai?
I don't know stuff.
What do you do? What do you do in certain clubs in
That's
Dubai?
fine. I'm the clubs now.
Ali, look at me. What do you do? Look at me.
Show me a bit.
Look at me, bro.
Show me a bit to
Look
a
at
club.
me.
Show me a
Yeah,
bit
yeah,
to a
you
club.
know.
I swear to
You
God.
know.
Everything I can do.
You know, bro.
Show
You
me-
know. I know. He knows. I know he knows. He knows I know. What's that?
I did disprove it. That's a problem. I agree with you. Nothing's
Sally, Sally, okay.
Oh, it didn't matter.
Okay.
So let me
No,
go
no,
to the next one.
no, just to sum up who we
You
talk.
don't agree with Sharia law?
Of course I don't.
So group of guys, you wouldn't want the capital punishment for that.
Capital punishment. We'll kill them.
Yeah.
No, I don't think.
You don't want that.
No, I don't think it's people to be murdered.
Me personally, I can't do it, yeah? And I'm not asking nobody to do it. I'm just saying,
I think they
they deserve the worst of the worst, man.
Okay.
Running over innocent people walking down the road, you deserve the worst of the worst. You ISIS scumbags. You guys deserve the worst.
Ali, one more.
Hey, Nick, welcome back, brother. Good to see you.
Ali, just like black and white. Just like black and white. Yeah, you got any more? Just like black and white.
Just like black
Even though Ali, listen, just like black and white people to hear.
and you get more time.
Will you condemn people being murdered in Islamic countries for leaving Islam? Will you condemn that?
That's the law of that land. I have no say in that.
So you won't condemn it?
I have no say in
Yeah,
that.
please.
No, it's getting.
So you won't condemn it?
Oh, he doesn't like our
Will
water.
Ali-
Halal water, halal water.
Will you condemn it?
Look, I follow. If the Sharia says X, I follow X.
So Sharia says kill him.
If Sharia says X, I follow X. I have no
He believes in killing people for leaving Islam. Listen, I'm getting exposed. If Sharia says X, so listen, legal age for sex, Ali, tell us what you think the legal age for sex is.
I don't find out.
What do you think the legal age?
Not me, not me.
Okay, so
It
Sharia.
has to be mentally, sexually, physically ready.
What's the legal age? What's the legal age of the Sharia?
See, that's not age.
There is no age.
17,
There is no
18,
age.
19, 20.
12.
Hey, no, if she's mature, she's ready for marriage.
So who decides if she was mature?
Allah and His Messenger.
Allah and His Messenger decided she was mature.
Yes.
Because Aisha was 9, she was mature.
No.
So if the law he follows, no, hold on. If Allah decided she was mature. So if there's a 12-year-old girl who started puberty, could she be okay to have sex and be married?
1 second. She's not puberty. If I'm not mistaken, when you go on Google and write what is a child, you can see that an adult. He says that anyone who has started a menstrual cycle. So you are an adult, but that doesn't mean I get my daughter and be like, okay, darling, it's time for you to get married now. No, I was thinking,
Just the
no,
time for you.
you want to get married? No,
That's what we're
you
doing.
don't get married.
Just the
Forced
time.
marriages are around this stuff.
I'm not forced marriage, bro.
So now,
So no, I'm asking you. No, you haven't answered the point. You haven't answered the point.
You didn't
No, you are. No, you're not. If it goes to
This marriage I answer.
under your
Honestly, I answer.
under your beautiful world, yeah? Under what the way you see the world, what you want to see the world.
Right now it's quite beautiful.
Okay, it's under Sharia.
No, it's not under Sharia.
No, but you'd like to see that.
No, I agree with Sharia.
You'd like to see it under Sharia. So under,
No, I agree with Sharia.
but you'd like to see.
I believe Islam is a mercy to whole mankind.
So you'd like
So
to see
therefore,
Sharia.
Islam is the best solution.
Okay,
I'm not the Islam that you have in your head.
No, okay.
Kill, drop, like a bunch of
So under your Islam, that you'd want to see, what age would we have sex with kids?
Let me again.
Tell me.
You
There's
have
no
to be-
age.
you have to be mentally.
And who makes that judgment? Who would make that? Her parents made that judgment.
You don't make a judgment for
You're saying
yourself.
parents.
You don't make a judgment for your daughter.
Well,
Do you not see? Okay,
So there's no law. So under your perfect world, a parent could let his friend have his daughter. Yeah.
No.
If she,
Where did you get this from?
Well, I'm asking you. I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
Listen,
Tell me what the legal age would be.
Listen.
Tell me what the legal age would be. Would you legalise paedophilia? That's a simple question.
No, of course not.
No, because your view of paedophilia is fine. What's paedophilia? What's
I
paedophilia?
get attraction to underage children.
What do you call underage?
Sexual attraction.
What do you call underage?
That changes. It changes.
What do you call underage?
It changes.
What's your view of underage?
If a girl, what's the legal age in this country?
What's your view?
What's the legal
Not the
age?
legal age, your
No,
view.
what's the
Ali,
legal
tell me
age?
your view.
I'm asking you a question.
Tell me your
This is what
view.
I answer you. What's the legal age in this country? 16, yeah?
Tell me your view.
16, yeah? If a girl is not, on a
16 isn't 9, buddy, or 6.
Why 16? You're 16. But if she's not ready to have sexual intercourse,
What's
this
your
country
view,
says,
Ali? I don't want to know yours, I want to know your
I'm
view.
asking you a question. The Sharia says, no, she's not ready even if she's 16. It doesn't go by age. It goes about her. You assess her. Her mom will go and say, okay,
Who assesses her?
Her mum or parents.
Her mum, sorry, this is so you want, okay, wait. So you want it to be left to the mums and dads. Well, as we know, that 50,000 mums in this country have kept their daughters away to have their clitorises. Listen to me. NHS statistics, female genital mutilation. Female genital mutilation. Listen to me. You want those same parents that believe their 6-year-old daughters can have their clitorises cut off. You want those parents to make the decision on whether they.
Don't, Tommy.
You believe in cavemen. Cavemen ideas. Cavemen ideas. Are you going to quote some expert who said Muslims are big?
Exactly. Squat Atran. Look, I said Squat Atran.
Well, while we're here, this is supposed to be Tommy Robinson getting exposed. And he's exposed how he believes in pedophilia. He's exposed what he believes Muslims who leave Islam should be punished with death. Punished with death. Are you watching? I can't believe he thinks he's done so good. I can't believe that he thinks this is good for him. Every question has been answered. Do you think people...
Tommy's right.
Yes, he does.
He thinks he's run this, the other guy, but Tommy's just made a fool of him. How stupid are they?
Yes. From the sheet. I publicly said him in court. Yeah, they like us. You wish. Well done, Ali. Well done, Ali. You turn up today and you let everyone know that you like you think having sex with kids is okay. You think that you can kill people who surrender. You think you can marry people's daughters who are beheaded. Well done, Ali. You really exposed me today. This is a great Islam. You've done so well.
I can imagine, Hen.
More people to realise. More people to realise. Ali, shake my hand. I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you. Shake my hand. Thank you. Shake the hand, bro. Shake my hand. Shake my hand. Shake my hand. Is it done? Well, you know what? We've been in a fight. They still shake hands. What I find.
No, I know you're Irish, yeah? I want to go boxing, yeah? When they finish fighting.
I can't believe it.
We haven't finished yet.
I can't believe it. Ali, so let me just picture this. So let me picture your ideal world. In your ideal world, people would be punished and murdered for leaving Islam. Men would be able to have sex with children if they believe they're mature.
You're not finished, mate. You're about to boy. Why wasn't finished? He's single verse.
Thanks, guys.
I beg you, show me.
Thanks, guys.
I see students to people. You're done. Zero.
More Muslims coming.
Let's go to
more Muslims.
We've got somewhere to get to. One Muslim.
Oh, we have. We've got some. Mate, we're going to sit down and do this.
No, I'm taking your car. Have you got a single?
You're not taking me to my car. You're not taking me to a car. You're not taking me to a car. No, you don't. Wait in the car. What car was driving? Because what's happened so far is 2 innocent people's houses have got police protection because of Ali. I've got the screenshot.
I was going to give them. I'm going to ask you again. Kitty, hello, Kitty. There you go, that's me. I was the one supposed to give the address up. Wait, go
No, the disabled, the mentally ill Muslims, the mentally ill Muslim I found, the mentally ill Muslim. The mentally ill, listen, I tweeted publicly,
yes.
So it wasn't my address. It wasn't my address.
It was me.
Because when I found the men, listen to me, bro. Stop talking over me all the time.
Because you put my
When I found, no, you put my life. I'm made like a taker. I'm made like a taker. Well, when listen to me, when I found, do you believe in jihad? Do you believe in jihad?
What did you find in jihad?
Do you believe in jihad?
What did you find in jihad? What did you find in jihad?
In a struggle,
No.
really peaceful in a struggle.
No.
Jihad means something very nice.
Jihad, what jihad? Not this guy talking nonsense. Some jihad. He said that he insinuated that I had Prime Minister Manchester bombing. You vile person.
Oh, mate.
You're a vile person.
Says the man who wants to kill people for leaving Islam. Says the man that thinks leaving that sex with kids. Says the man.
We got cameras.
We have got cameras. We're watching it live.
We have
We're
cameras.
watching it
How
live.
much jihad do you know? Did I give you the address out?
Yes, you did.
Okay, show me where.
I know. So I've got a direct message to you.
I swear, but I'm
You put another number. I swear. Did you message someone with a number 8 of the house? Did you message?
Oh yes, I did. Yes.
So you get him then.
Number 8.
You message him.
Number 8 is right in this country.
Do you know what happened when you put it on the phone? No, you've done it at the same time that it's been banded around. Do you know that I don't live in a way?
Look,
Do you know that I don't live in a way? So why are you telling people? Why are you telling people?
Get up. I'm not you.
But Ali, why when I found a mentally ill Muslim? Why when I found a mentally ill Muslim?
I found it, and you were scared to come.
When I found
You
it,
gave $1,000 for free.
you've just exposed
I don't need
yourself.
$1,000.
You've just exposed
People
yourself.
decide. The British public is going to decide today that I
They
am
are.
a Muslim who love my country and
Who
against
also-
racist and hate witches like him.
What
Because
the
people
British
like
public
him,
will find
innocent
today
people die.
is that he can't condemn Hezbollah who are prescribed
That was
terrorist organisations. Calm down, mate. Just, he can't condemn Hezbollah who are terrorist organisations. He can't condemn killing people in Islamic countries for legal Islam. He said he wants Sharia before British law. He said Islam comes before being British. He said that under his ideal world, men would decide what age they can have sex with children. And he's exposed.
Not a single person.
Psychic? Who's the psychic? Well, these went out of fashion in like 1990.
What am I doing?
That's shit. Oh, no, that's it. Let me say that. This explains today. That picture there explains today. Let me get it.
That's enough.
That's the picture of today. Now, Ali, as policies has been, let me get this thing. No, I need to. Oh, man.
Once I'm going to change my name. The guy who found out Tom Robinson. Tommy Boy, you get your own show out of this. You never know. And another question I want to ask you. You said, no. You said you made £60,000.
No, because I was going to sit down because I've got a camera now. Let me tell you something. Listen. I've been sorting out.
You said you made £65,000 people. Why don't you pay your legal fees for that?
Hey, man,
Why are you begging people?
No.
What like me, man? I'm working hard.
This journalist has just been in court.
No.
She just heard. You just heard.
You made £60,000.
You just heard the cost. Did you not? The cost for this case of £40,000.
From your book. Why don't people? From your book. Why don't people? That's why you blocked me on Twitter because I said this. You're a liar.
No.
You're a liar.
I spent £180,000. I spent £108,000 legal fees in the last 18 months.
£60,000. Pay for yourself.
£108,000.
Pay for yourself. What are you begging people for?
Yeah, I need it.
Oh, you I'll go back to building. Because if you guys
Do you know what?
You ain't do it, Mitch. Mitch, I haven't heard from her for 2 weeks. I've got one phone call off her. What's happening? The guy she's with, he's hiding the phone from her. He won't let her use it.
Where do you work?
Show one verse.
Where do you work?
I don't work in
Oh, you don't work? Because the other day you said you were at work.
I'm not finished.
Oh, you pretty job. So you're not paid. You're not paid.
I'm not finished. Guys, don't make me.
Come on.
Ali, make a video. Ali, don't make a video.
Why do you bring why don't you text me?
No, we're going to talk.
No, you're not coming to my car. You're not
I'm
coming to my car.
walking down the road.
You're not coming to my car.
You do this to people. You do this to people. You do this to people.
Ali.
Yes. No. 1 second.
You
Have
want
you shown me a single verse? Have you shown me a single verse?
What he's saying now, and he's shaking his head with me.
No.
I'll agree to link up with me. I'm going to go to Mo.
When?
With books.
When? Yes. Okay. Official debate, yeah? You know official debate. Me and you.
I've got something. Watch what happens on Monday. You see a statement coming out.
Yeah. Say what?
By next Friday, then you see it.
Say what?
And then you'll understand that I can sit down and do this.
Say what?
You'll see it.
No.
I can't tell you. You'll see it. Shake hands with it. You'll see it. You'll see it. This is going to be fun because we're just going to go back over the same things you're all going to hear.
We're going to have an official date for a debate.
Okay, some kind of you have to wait against me.
Now, wait for this.
I have to wait. Shake hands again. I mean, really. No. I was going to contact you anyway. You'll see why. You'll see why next week. So basically, let me just sum up today's events. In today's events, Ali's come. He's exposed that in Islamic countries, he thinks it's acceptable to kill people who leave Islam. He's exposed that he will not condemn Hezbollah, who are a terrorist organisation. He's exposed that he thinks Allah's law of when you can have sex with children is what should be the law. And that is, we don't have any age. There should be no age. There should be no age. That's what he's come and done. Okay. He's also come and said that Sharia, he wants Sharia before British law all the time. Sharia always first. And this is meant to be Tommy Robinson exposed. He said there's nothing. I've not been exposed to anything at all here. Just other than the fact that I condemn murder. Whereas he doesn't. Tommy Robinson exposed apparently. What a troll what you've done here, Ali. Job well done, son. An hour now. You can cut it here as much as you want. Go, so shake hands and we're good. How long? 100%. Using your reports. I was doing shoes. It's fun. It's fun. It's fun. Relax. Anyway, Ali, between now and then, see that, and we also have established that Ali has never ever confronted one single Muslim on their radical jihadists. Or even though you read about all the mosques, all the hate preachers, also not one single person. Ali, thank you. See you later. Next one. Next one. We've got to go, you know where. Don't settle in. Get on the road and meet yourself. So I've got a big extra. Oh, no, get on the road back towards ours and I'll get you in the car.
Okay, guys, the show's nearly over. I'll finish off with some Jewish testimonies. They're always good. I've got one saved a bit further back. No, okay, I'll have to do it the hard way. Hang on, guys. One for Israel.
How come nobody told me before? I mean, my family, my neighbors, my friends, my people, nobody knows. Nobody tells us. The best kept secret among the Jewish people. I was born to a Sephardic Jewish family.
That's her.
My family are Babylonian Jews. On my mom's side,
December the 3rd.
Sephardic Jews from Spain on my dad's side. My mom would try to drag my brothers and me to synagogue. Maybe it had something to do with our people thousands of years ago. But God was very, very far away. In school, we would study the Old Testament from 1st grade to 12th grade. We study it as history of our people. It's wisdom literature, something that one just needs to know being Jewish, but not as the Word of God. After my military service, like a lot of Israelis, I decided to travel the world. Initially in Southeast Asia, a lot of Israelis are going there for the mysticism trail and the drug trail. I wanted to understand what they believe, and so I was exposed to some Hindu and some Buddhist literature. I got to realize that there is a spiritual reality. But that spiritual reality I saw was very, very scary. It was negative. It was dark. It was very real. I ended up in Amsterdam, Holland. And I came there with merchandise to sell because I ran out of money. It was there that I've met a group of very enthusiastic young believers in Jesus. And I said, well, I'm Jewish and we don't believe in Jesus. And they said, why? Jesus is Jewish. And I said, I'm not sure why, but I'm sure we don't believe in Jesus. As I got to know them, I noticed two things that really drew my attention and made me curious. One was what they called personal relationship with God. I couldn't understand it. I mean, I could see it.
Nietzsche, that was her. Thanks, mate.
One another, they would talk to God like one talks to a friend. It's very foreign to a Jewish mindset. So this friend said, well, would you like to pray? I said, I don't know how to pray. You know, in my bar mitzvah, they gave me a page, I read it. Give me a page, I'll read it. And the second thing that was even more shocking than that was that some of them were familiar with passages in the Hebrew scriptures that I wasn't very well familiar with. In school, we would study certain chapters and we would skip over a lot of other passages. But they referred me to passages that they called prophetic or messianic, that talk about the Messiah. And I was amazed. I said, well, how come you guys know the Hebrew scripture? I mean, this is ours. And they said, no, it's the whole Bible is one book. And I said, well, I have a Bible at home, and I've never seen the New Testament.
I decided to check it out. So I read the Hebrew scriptures, and I saw that it was the same one as we had. I had one in Hebrew, and those passages were right in there, telling when the Messiah will be born, what will he do, how are we going to recognize him. Reading this, I became very curious, and I said to myself, I have to read the New Testament. So I actually got one in Hebrew, and every morning I would kind of look at it, and then look where you go about doing my things. Finally, I said to myself, well, Aries, you're a hypocrite. Because you would read Hindu writings and Buddhist writings and whatever, but when it comes to Jesus, you avoid. And I started reading. I was very surprised. First of all, it took place in Israel, in places I've been to many, many times. Growing up in Israel, I've never ever heard anything about Jesus of Nazareth. I've never met a Christian person. I've never seen a New Testament. I had absolutely no idea what it meant. It is particularly ridiculous because I had first-degree family living on the shores of the Sea of Galilee. And throughout my childhood, we would visit them several times a year, swim, fish, but I had no idea that Jesus or his disciples, ever existed. We refer to this phenomenon as Jesus being the best.
Loading problems, hang on. That's a couple of loading problems I've had, so let's go reboot the whole of YouTube.
Best kept secret among the Jewish people. As I read about all the religious institutions, they're still very much with us among the Jewish people to this day. But Yeshua was different. I felt very drawn to him. He did not try to do things to win men's favor. And so I started a process of comparing the prophecies in the Hebrew scriptures about the Messiah and how we're going to recognize him, and the fulfillment in Yeshua in the New Testament. And to my amazement, it matched. I became convinced, first in my head, then in my heart, that Yeshua is indeed the promised Messiah of our people. Shortly after that, I started noticing changes in myself. I had a great hunger to read the Word of God, the Hebrew Scriptures, and the New Testament. So thinking that I'm the first Jewish person since the time of Paul the Apostle, whom I read about in the New Testament, I felt that God is calling me to go back to Israel and tell my family, tell my friends, tell my neighbors, my people, and everybody else that I meet about this great discovery that Yeshua is not just the Messiah of the Gentiles, he's also our Messiah. After becoming a follower of Yeshua, I became overwhelmed with a sense of joy on the one hand, but also urgency, because I said, how come nobody told me before? I mean, my family, my neighbors, my friends, my people, nobody knows, nobody tells us. And I felt very strongly that I need to go and tell my people. I decided to surprise my family. My dad was there, and I told them that I believe in Yeshua, the Messiah. The consensus was that in some way or fashion, I've lost my mind. My dad's family, they have arranged for me a meeting with the chief psychiatrist in our city. And he actually formally declared me to be sane. I should have asked for that in writing. My mom's family arranged for me a meeting with the rabbi. And the rabbi promised my mom that he would prove to me that Yeshua is not the Messiah. The day before our meeting, the rabbi called my mom and he canceled the meeting. To my great joy, I discovered there were other believers. I discovered there was a congregation of Jewish believers, and I started going there. And so I told them, I want to study the Word of God. Is there any Bible school or Bible college or something like that I can go and invest some time and just study the Bible? And they said, well, no, there's nothing. And I completed my doctoral studies in the United States. After that, with my wife and young children, we came back to Israel. I knew that God has called me to serve Him, but I didn't know exactly where. I remember very vividly how it felt coming to know Yeshua and having a deep desire to study the scriptures and not knowing how to do it. And I felt very strongly that I need to go and provide this opportunity for Israeli believers, both Jewish and Arab, to study the Word of God in Hebrew right where it happened. And to that, I dedicate my life.
Nah. Don't like them. Let's go with these ones.
Here's what you need to do.
Now, I've done a few of these, so let's jump a few ahead.
You've got to wear a white robe.
Okay, about there.
So where I grew up, it was I would say 90% Jewish neighborhood. Yumei HaChanuka, Chanuka, Michtashenu, Vegila Usimcha, Mamalim et Libenu, Laila Vayon, Svivonenu, Yisot, Suhaniyot, Nochal, Bamla Rob. It was great, but we were surrounded in Cleveland by non-Jewish people. I remember on Christmas, we would go into this place in Cleveland that had the best Christmas lights of anybody. And my mom would say, you know, there's a lot of anti-Semites in this state. And I didn't know one Christian from another, but I knew that there were Christians and Jews, Gentiles and Jews. There was us and there was them. So from Cleveland, I went away to college, Carnegie Mellon University, and I auditioned for a show. And I remember my audition because my favorite song to play was Georgia on My Mind by Ray Charles. Well, I got the job and went and did summer stock theater and hip-hop, the show business. And all through college, Bert and Marty played in local clubs, local cabarets. Everything was good. We were up in the Catskill Mountains, the Borscht Belt. We won the best new act up there when we were up there the first year. We thought we were on our way. And then Bert was a Methodist, decided he wanted a little deeper faith. So he went to this church, and when he came back, it was called the Rock Church, he said, I'm born again. I have no idea what that was. I did know that Jimmy Carter was born again, but Bert now was a born-again Christian. And after that, it just got terrible because he was telling me all the time about Jesus. He didn't care about Bert and Marty anymore. He only cared about Jesus. And he began to preach to me, and life got very irritating because Jews do not believe in Jesus. I was a young guy. I was like 25 years old. I wanted to, meet girls, and I wanted to hang out late at night. By this time, I was smoking a little marijuana, and I just wanted to be one of those cool guys in the late 70s. Just making my way in the world. But I was provoked to a lot of anger about Bert believing in Jesus, because every time I'd see him, that's all he could talk about. He loved me. He cared about me. I cared about him, but he freaked me out. I didn't want to know about all those things. But he was praying for me. All his friends were praying for me. I knew that. They would even come to see me in my piano bars every once in a while. But it bothered me so much that I bought myself a Bible. And I said, I'm going to have to crack this code. And I started reading about it. Didn't want to have anything to do with it, but I need to know, who is this Jesus and why do all these people believe in him? The more I thought about them, the angrier I got, the more frustrated I got. And I said, I got to get away from them. So I said, I got to get out of New York. I got to go where people be normal. So I moved to Los Angeles, California, of course, and got to Los Angeles, still bothered by all this. But on the way, I had picked up a big family Bible in my parents' house in Cleveland. And I would go in the morning to try to peddle my songs that I was writing. In the afternoon, I'd open up that big Bible. And I'd open it up, and I finally got the courage to open up to what's called the New Testament. And it says, the book of the genealogy of Jesus Christ, the son of David, the son of Abraham. I thought, that's strange. That's Jewish. I know about those people. And then I kept reading. And the more I read, the more I realized Jesus is Jewish. Matter of fact, the more I read about him, he turned out to be more Jewish than I was. And he seemed to come alive off of those pages. He wasn't like that dead Jesus on a cross at my friend Kevin's house or in the church. He was alive and he was Jewish. So living in Los Angeles at the same time I had just moved there was Annie, Bert's friend from the church he attended in New York. She was a born-again Christian. She'd been praying for me for years. We became friendly. And one day I was visiting her. She had to go to a Bible study. So she said, stay here, watch my apartment while I go to this Bible study. I said, okay. And I'm thinking about all this stuff that's going on. And I look out over her balcony, overlooking the Sunset Strip in Los Angeles. And there, shining this bright light, was a cross right through the window. And I just ended up staring at it and thinking to myself, is Jesus after me? Annie returns and tries to explain to me, yes, God is calling you, Marty. And it was all too much for me. But Annie was persistent. So she said, we're going to go to the beach on Sunday.
Yeah, we didn't lose one, did we, Anne?
So the guy's name was Hal Lindsey. And he preached a message. People were sitting there on the beach, hands raised, singing songs to Jesus. And at the end of the message, Hal Lindsey says, Brother Gideon, come on up here. We're going to take communion together. So Gideon gets up there and he takes the bread and he says, Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam hamotzi lachem min haaretz. He says over the wine, Borei pri hagafen. And he says the Hebrew prayer over the bread and the wine. And it was completely unsettling to me. I did not expect the prayer I had learned when I was a little kid growing up in Cleveland to be said on the beach in Los Angeles in the name of Jesus. Very upsetting. So I said to Annie, I got to get out of here. Please take me home. And she said, okay, I'll take him, because I was really unsettled by the whole thing. And I remember I'm almost like in a fetal position, curled up in the back of her car, freaking out, so shaken up by what I'm experiencing. And she says, Marty, I'm sorry to tell you this. I can't take you home because I got to go to this other church. It's called the Vineyard. And if I don't go now, I'm going to be late. So I said, okay. By this time, I didn't know what to think. So I said, take me. So she takes me there. And they do another service. And people are singing, hands raised, just like at the beach. And at the end of the service, I remember thinking, you know what? I really believe that whoever this Jesus is, he is after me. Because they gave the invitation. And I just said, I give up. I surrender. I'm a sinner. I need a savior. I need Jesus. When I first came to the Lord, it was just, is Jesus Jewish? Is he the Messiah or not? Well, he showed me that he was. But over the years, he's also revealed to me many things in my own soul, in my own life that need to be pruned, need to be trimmed, need to be submitted. And I'm not the man I was when I first came to him. He's taking away a lot of my self-centeredness and my pride and my ego. And all through these years, somebody said to me when I first became a believer, Marty, he's going to get better and better and better. And you know what? I have found that the older I get, the more I see how I did not deserve to be brought to him. I didn't deserve for him to come to me and give me his life for my life.
I want to tell you a story. God created people because he loves stories. So I'll tell you my story. My name is Stuart. I'm a New York Jew. I'm proud to say I'm born in Flatbush, which next to being born in Israel is the second best. I grew up at the intersection of the Christian and Jewish worlds because my father was from a very Orthodox family. My mother was the sixth child in a Sicilian family. And his family was just plain thrilled, as you can well imagine. Even though my mother converted to Judaism, she was always considered to be second best. So,
oh, is he? Let me go and have a look.
Christian and Jewish. And my whole religious
Let me go and have a look at him.
At that time was, when we all drop dead, we'll find out who was right.
Right.
My first career was in music, and I went to a place.
Oh, they're talking Beelzebub.
And one day, a friend of mine invited me to a discussion group. And she said, "Look, it's about the New Testament. I know you're Jewish, but you might have some interesting opinions." When I cracked open the New Testament, I kept on bumping into Passover, which was rather surprising. I did not expect to find anything Jewish in this book, but I did. I assumed that it was one of those books that I saw nuns reading on the subway, something written in Latin. It was none of those things. But besides its native Jewishness, I remember reading when Yeshua said that it's not what goes into a man that defiles him. It's what comes out of a man's heart that defiles him. Because out of the heart come fornication, theft, murder, wickedness, etc., etc. These come from within, and they defile a man. And I remember when I read that, it made so much sense to me that the problem of evil in the world is not out there in the air, in the ozone, in the system. The problem of evil comes from the heart of man. Eventually, in the course of my reading this book, Yeshua said this: "I have come that you might have life and have it more abundantly." And that blew me away. And it was extraordinary to me that Yeshua's words directly addressed my own felt need. When you pop open the scriptures, you pop open our Torah, or the Tanakh, the Jewish Bible, on every page you find people who are interacting with God in the context of a living relationship. What do I mean when I talk about having a relationship with God, a relationship with God through Yeshua? What is this relationship stuff? And I've got to use a word that many people don't like to use, and that word is experience. That's what I mean by relationship. It's an experiential linkage with the living God. So I would ask people, where is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? Where is the God to whom the patriarchs and the matriarchs talked, who had this two-way relationship? And are you interested in pursuing the possibility of this two-way relationship being a reality in your life? In my experience, and the experience of many people I know, to our astonishment, when we encountered Yeshua of Nazareth and began to think of him in a different way than we had been brought up to think of him, we all of us discovered that this two-way relationship came alive. Yeshua said of himself something. He said, "I am the door." Now, many people treat Yeshua like he's the exit from Jewish life. I think that's wrong. He is the door for me into a more passionate engagement with Jewish life, and also a total passionate engagement with the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Don't imagine that people like me who come to believe in Yeshua, that somebody gave us some kind of a fancy-dancy presentation and explanation, and we signed on the dotted line because we were gullible and we were easy to persuade. That's not the way it goes. What's missing from that scenario is the element of encounter. Moses had his burning bush. Abraham had God saying, "Lech lecha, leave the land of your birth and go to the land I will show you." These great patriarchs and matriarchs of Israel had experiences with God, sometimes spaced apart by many years. But they kept on following God because they could not deny their experience. Each of us, in the context of our own lives, has encountered God in a way that we didn't encounter him before, in a way that we cannot ignore without denying ourselves. I'm talking about transformational experiences that move our lives forward. I'm not telling you to make my experience your experience. I'm telling you that God will give you experiences of himself that are sufficient for your belief. I can't really explain it to you in a way that your experience can. But if you can come to the point where you can say, what if it is true? That just maybe you will taste and see. But when the most remarkable person who ever lived says, I've come that you might have life and have it more abundantly, then you got to take a second look. I did. And I'm finding out that life is more abundant. It's life with a capital L. And it's very different from life without him. Trust me. Better yet, trust him, don't trust me. Taste and see.
I'm Andrew Clavin. I've got the worst possible mark in every class in Hebrew school. My father used to say they can't flunk you out of being Jewish, but I came very close. By the time I was bar mitzvah, I was so completely estranged from this entire tradition. I didn't want to do it at all. It meant nothing to me. I gave in. I had to. I was forced to be bar mitzvah and say these things that I didn't believe. So I ad-libbed the Hebrew in my bar mitzvah because, I really barely learned the portion of the Torah I was supposed to read. I was making up Hebrew words to get through it. Just anything I could to get through. And at that time, when you had a bar mitzvah, people just piled presents on you. Savings bonds, money, thousands and thousands of dollars worth of jewelry that I got from my bar mitzvah. And I put it all in this big leather box, which I also got from my bar mitzvah. It was the first time I ever had any wealth that was my own. I was 13 years old, and I was very excited by it. And so I had this box, and I would keep it in a little closet, a little pantry kind of closet in my room. And every now and again, I'd take it out and just kind of stare at this. I never wore a lot of jewelry, but I would just stare at this wealth that I had accumulated. But over the course of, let's call it the next 6 months, the joy of this wealth started to seep out of me. I began to feel that I had done a truly hypocritical thing. These are ill-gotten gains. I was bought off. I let someone give me money to say what I did not believe. I kind of naturally had a sense that God was there, but I hated the hypocrisy. I hated the fact that I'd been bullied into something. I hated the fact that I'd been bought off. And it started to dawn on me. It must have been very important to me that I'd lied about God specifically. And one night, I waited till the entire house had gone to bed. And I took out this box full of thousands of dollars worth of jewelry. And I crept outside and I stuffed it in the garbage because I felt so bad. I remember stuffing. I could feel, even whenever I talk about it, I can feel the broken eggshells and the coffee grounds in my arm because I shoved it down deep because I was afraid somebody would find it before they would throw the garbage away. And in the morning, the garbage man came and I took the garbage and this jewelry and they threw it away. And that was meant to be the end of my religious life. I loved stories. I wanted to be a writer for as long as I can remember. I loved tough guy stories because I didn't get along with my father. I needed a male role model. I turned to stories like by Ernest Hemingway and the tough guy detective stories of Raymond Chandler and The Maltese Falcon by Dashiell Hammett, these tough detectives. And I thought these are the kinds of men I want to be like. These are the guys who walk in a corrupt world. They carry this kind of integrity inside themselves. As I studied literature, I realized that Jesus is at the center of all of Western literature. I should find out about this. I should find out about it. I went into my bedroom and I closed the door and I started to read the Gospel according to St. Luke. One of the funny things about the Gospel is that people have this concept of gentle Jesus, meek and mild. If you can go into the Gospel and find a place where gentle Jesus, meek and mild exists, I will pay to see it because Jesus is a hard man. He walks into these deadly situations. Even when they're threatening him with death, he just says what he has to say. And that to me, especially in this world of lies, that to me is so important, such a great model any man. And my father liked to sabotage anything that I did. So, like, if he heard me writing, if he heard me typing, he'd always break in on me and try to mess up my concentration. And so while I'm reading this, he walked in without knocking, threw open the door, and he caught me reading the Gospel according to St. Luke. Now, you have to think about this for a minute, right? I'm 15 years old. He could have walked in on me with a girl in the bed. I was doing that. But he walked in on me reading the Gospel according to St. Luke, and he was furious. I mean, the rage came out of him in little bits because he was trying not to let it out, but it kept bubbling up out of him like hot tar, and he couldn't stop it. He was cursing at me. He was using, foul language, and he would just keep bursting out. We went in to have dinner, and we'd sit down, and it kept coming out, And I'm trying to explain to him, I'm not reading it for religious purposes. I'm not reading this for religious purposes. I'm reading it for literary purposes. I just wanted to know what all these guys were writing about. And he pointed his finger at my nose and he said, if you ever convert, I will disown you. I'll disown you. And there was only one ambition that I had. I wanted to be a novelist. That was what I wanted. I applied to the University of California at Berkeley because it was so far away from my New York home. And I went into the first of my terrible, terrible depressions. I called them the Bola because they were like that throwing thing, just kind of appear out of nowhere and wrap itself around my throat and choke me with this sorrow. And I was torn up. I was so broken and crazy inside that I didn't understand how to communicate with other people, how to write stories. I knew I had a talent for writing stories, but I couldn't write stories that people liked because my mind was so messed up. I was so full of rage and twistedness. It didn't appear, I wasn't like a crazy person. You looked at me and you would have thought, well, he seems like a really, all put together guy. I was not. I was really broken inside. And I didn't know I was going insane. I didn't realize I was going mad because I had that romance of the intellectual. An intellectual is miserable. An intellectual faces things. He tells the truth. He looks life in the eye, and life is meaningless and life is death. And because he sees these things, he's a man of sorrow. And so I just thought I was a typical intellectual. It's like that song. It's hip to be miserable when you're young and intellectual. That's what I thought I was. But I was in so much pain. I did begin crying out to God in this kind of sick, superstitious way. I remember, trying all these kind of spiritual experiments to try and get clear. I published a novel when I was about 26, and the book didn't sell. I couldn't publish it, and it just died. It was such an experience of grief. I didn't even feel the grief, and I just started to unravel. And at the same time, my wife became pregnant. I'm trying to write, and I'm picking up a little bit of money, but we're slowly going broke, and I'm slowly going crazy. I'm just going crazy. My books became unreadable. My writing, I'd always prided myself on this clean and clear American prose, and suddenly I was writing these convoluted sentences that nobody could understand. I not only couldn't sell my books anymore, I couldn't even get an agent, I couldn't do anything. I was just frozen. I was so depressed. I was in my bedroom, and my wife was outside. Sometimes she would sleep on the couch so I could work in the bedroom because that's where my desk was. My little baby daughter was in her nursery. I was drinking, not heavily, but I was drinking a scotch and smoking cigarettes, and I was thinking about killing myself. I had had suicidal thoughts before, but this was different. This was the real deal. I was sitting there thinking, I don't know how to live. I did not know how to live. And there was a radio playing a baseball game, a Mets game, and it was just playing in the background. I wasn't listening to it. I was just sitting. I was thinking about throwing myself off the roof because we lived in an 8-10-story building, and I was just thinking I could just walk up there and everybody would be happier. My wife would be better off. My daughter would be better off. I don't know how to live. In the baseball game, the Mets had a player that I just loved named Gary Carter, and Gary Carter was a devout Christian. And whenever they would interview him after a game, how did it feel when you hit that home run? He would say, "Oh, praise Jesus, Jesus, I'm so happy I hit that home run." And I used to think like, "Oh, Gary, stop!" It just went right up my spine. It was like somebody had dropped a worm down my back. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. And after the game, I'm sitting there considering suicide, drink in one hand, a cigarette in the other. And after the game, Carter won the game by beating out a single to first base. In other words, he hit a ground ball and he ran so fast that the throw was late. And he got to first base before the throw, which was amazing because Carter's knees were gone. He was a catcher, and he spent all his time squatting. He had terrible knees. So after the game, the interviewer came up to him and said, "How could you run so fast when your knees are so bad?" And if Carter in that moment had said, "Jesus, Jesus, Jesus," I wouldn't have heard it. I was no way ready for that. I had pushed God completely out of my life. But he didn't. What he said was, sometimes you just have to play in pain. I remember thinking, I heard that, and I remember thinking, well, I can do that. I'm a tough guy. I've always been a tough guy. I can play in pain. And that was the answer. How do you live? Sometimes you got to play in pain. I think about that a lot these days, and that this Christian ball player who was clearly given these words by God to speak to me, that he didn't use God's name, that I wouldn't have heard God's name, that God, the King of the universe, put himself out of the picture to reach me. That's, a kind of humility that you don't see in a lot of people. Anyway, that was the last time I ever thought of suicide. I was reading a book, a sea adventure story, great book. I love Patrick O'Brian, great author. At the end of this chapter, it said, his name was Matron. It said, Matron said a quick prayer and fell asleep. And I thought, well, if he can say a prayer, because he was a very intellectual character, I really loved him. There was a series of books, and I just really identified with this character. I thought, he can say a prayer, I can say a prayer. And here I was, my career was going great. I had married this woman I just adored. I had 2 children I just adored. I was so happy that I had come through this period of pain and emotional breakdown and had changed everything in my life. So I said a 3-word prayer. I said, "Thank you, God." And I went to sleep. The next morning I woke up and everything had changed. I was suddenly more alive. I suddenly saw everything more clearly. I had been trying to see things clearly since I was a little boy. I remember as a child thinking, I can't get past my daydreams. I can't get past my own thoughts. And suddenly, there it was. There it was. Everything was beautiful. Everything in my life. I could see my wife's face. I could see the coffee in the cup. I went out into London, one of the most beautiful cities on earth, and I could see the city, and it was all clear. And I realized it was that prayer. It was those 3 words. 3-word prayer. And it was kind of an intellectual experiment for me, but for God, it was the lifeline that he needed. It was the connection he was looking for. What I had been looking for in my life as a writer, as an artist, I had been looking to be directly connected to life. You can't be directly connected to life until you're connected to God, because God is the source of life. Not just the source of life from the beginning, from creation, but the source of life right now, right this minute. And you can't know God. He's just too big for the mind, unless you know him through Christ, who is a man like you. I was connected to the world. I had life in abundance, that great promise. I want you to live. I want you to live abundantly. My father was afraid that by embracing Christ, I would be leaving Judaism behind. But weirdly, I never really felt connected to my Judaism until I found Jesus. When I found Jesus, that was the first time I started to think, oh, that's what all that stuff in the Bible meant. That's why, there were those traditions. That's why there were those passages that never meant anything to me before. I always had it.
Absolutely not. Do not look into this. Are you crazy? I got the message loud and clear. This Yeshua was not for us. I grew up in a family that was, I would say, like conservative. My mom grew up Orthodox, my dad grew up Reformed, and they kind of switched places. My dad became more Orthodox, and my mom became less. We kept kosher. We did, place for milk, place for meat. It was always there, always present. We're Jewish, and I was very happy to be Jewish, and I never wanted to be anything else. I used to go to shul, and we'd sit there and we would pray along with everybody. And I'd keep up with English because I didn't always understand Hebrew. And a lot of the time I could feel God's presence there. I just felt like God is here. But then I would go and I would pray and I wouldn't hear back. You know, I liked synagogue. I loved the liturgy. I loved the tradition. I liked even keeping Shabbat, which, you know, isn't always popular. But I liked it. But there's a certain emptiness that was there. It's like, you know, there wasn't power. We always talked about God theoretically, but not personally. And I was so hungry for that because that's what you see in the Tanakh. There came a point after my bat mitzvah where it was just so clear that I kept praying all the prayers and I wasn't hearing. And I started to ask God, why? Why is that? And that summer, a cousin of mine came to visit. She'd just become a believer in Yeshua. And then she started talking to us about, you know, Yeshua, could he actually be the Messiah? Really? I mean, what? Jesus is Yeshua? Jesus could possibly be the Messiah? It just seemed so, what? Something went off in my brain like, well, we're waiting for the Messiah. What if he is? How can I find out if he is? I went to church with her once just because I was curious. And it was crazy. I was surrounded by people that were running around, that were worshiping God. They had their hands up. They were jumping. There were some people my age. There were some people older. And I thought they were all insane. And I was not at all interested in what was going on. But I felt something different. And then my dad found out where we had been. All hell broke loose. My dad freaked out and nearly kicked my cousin out of the house. And she was staying with us. He did not speak to us for 2 weeks. I talked with my sister and my brother because, you know, we had all been together. You know, what do you think? Could he be the Messiah? And my sister was horrified. It was like, I just asked the most horrible thing ever, and I could feel this, like, absolutely not.
I haven't got a little one.
Are you crazy? She said to me, go and look into our own religion. You don't even know enough yet to even think about this. So I started on a path to become Orthodox because I figured that was the way to know God. So I started to look into the prophecies. I wanted to find out, you know, who is the Messiah? What is the Messiah supposed to do? What do people say about the Messiah? As I read, the one that stood out to me the most was a prophet like Moses, a prophet like Moshe, and that everything that he spoke, we would be responsible for doing. And I just kept thinking, like, who is a prophet like Moshe who did miracles like that? Somebody on that level. And there never been anyone like that, really, except for Yeshua. So my sister went away for a year to kind of find herself, and when she got back, I knew that something had changed inside of her. I noticed such a difference in my sister. And when you grow up with somebody, you can really tell when they're faking it and when they're not. And I could see that something so significant happened in her life. She had a deep anchor, and I needed it. She ended up becoming a believer in Yeshua. I wanted that dream. I wanted that vision. I wanted that lightning experience for God to prove that he's real to me. And finally, I heard a clear voice in my heart saying, you've heard enough, you've seen enough, it's time to just believe. I couldn't deny that Yeshua was real, but I was faced with this dilemma of my dad, my friends, what's going to happen? It was such a big struggle in my heart. You know, do you go with the truth or do you go with what's comfortable? But you know, at the end, I couldn't say no. I knew he was real. I knew he was true. And it was like, okay, I'm doing it. It's happening. My dad was like Mount Vesuvius erupting. He was so hurt. You know, he took it very personally. Like, why are you betraying me? What did I do wrong? Your grandparents would be rolling over in their graves if they could hear this. You know, it would have been better if I was a drug addict than believe in Yeshua. Anything except Yeshua. Whatever the cost was, I figured it's worth it. I love my family more than anything. And I want them to accept me. But sometimes when you say or you choose a side, you have to choose it and you stand on it. I mean, to have a close relationship with God, the truth is worth it. Life with Yeshua would be worth it.
You believe in Jesus? Are you out of your mind? You're not Jewish anymore. You are a traitor to your people. When I was about 10 or 11 years old, living in Chicago, my father's parents, I was very close to them. They looked like two characters from the movie Fiddler on the Roof. And I would hang out at their house a lot, well, especially when my grandma was making a good bowl of kreplach soup. I said to my grandpa, "Grandpa, I see that you have received letters from your cousins in Romania. Would you someday like to go back and hang out with your cousins?" And he said, "No." I said, "Grandpa, why?" He said, "Pogrom, the farmers who claim to be Christians in a city called Barlad, Romania, came looking for Jewish people to do them harm. And my grandpa and his sister and mother had to hide in the wine cellar." It was the 70s. It was the John Travolta era. I was invited to go on the spring trip for the University of Illinois baseball team.
That's a lot of
It
tea,
was very
man.
early on that I was called in to pitch in relief. After our game, my roommate asked me if I would go with him to hear Billy Graham speak that night. I'll take a rain check. Jewish kids from Chicago don't do this kind of thing. My senior year, my friend again told me a famous lady was going to come speak. I said, "I'll tell you what, you tell me what this person has to say, I'll take a rain check." He said a lady named Corrie ten Boom and her family were hiding Jewish people in the walls of their home. They actually got caught by the Nazis, and her whole family died, not only because of their Christian faith, but because of their love for Israel and the Jewish people. Something inside of me said, whatever the real deal is, this must be it. And so when I was getting ready to pitch in my last game against the University of Michigan State, my friend Neil, after going for a run in the morning, comes into our apartment and blows my mind. Neil was Jewish. He said, "Siegs, I need to tell you something. After I read the Hebrew scriptures and a careful examination of what it said, I've come to the conclusion the Messiah has already come." I said, "Neil, are you out of your mind?" I said, "You believe in Jesus?" And I said, "Neil, you're not Jewish anymore." He said, "No, I'm a completed Jew, Jeff." He said, "Jeff, if you read it for yourself, I believe you'll come to the same conclusions." What a dilemma. If God really had a son, I'm going to have to see in my book, not their book. I held that Tanakh up to heaven and I prayed a prayer to God. I said, "God, can I have a burning bush experience like Moses?" One of the things that happened was I came to the book of Jeremiah, chapter 31, verse 31 through 34. "Behold, the days come, says the Lord, when I will enact a new covenant with the house of Israel and the house of Judah." And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, this new covenant, this new agreement is for Jewish people. There's something to what my friend Neil said. New covenant, New Testament. My mind was blown.
I just fell on my knees in front of my bed as I was reading these
I'm
verses.
tearing up, guys.
And I just
This
prayed a
made
simple
me
prayer.
tear up.
I said, Dear God, please enter my heart and please forgive me for the sins of my life. I said, Lord, I'm new at this. I don't know exactly how to do this. But I said, I've longed for that personal relationship. And I realize that Yeshua HaMashiach is my burning bush experience. I said, Dad, after a careful examination of the Hebrew scriptures, I've come to the conclusion that the promised Jewish Messiah has already been here. He said, son, you are a traitor to your people. You are no longer my son. What you have done in my eyes is worse than Adolf Hitler. Now, this went on for 26 years until the day came when my younger brother decided to go to church and he gave his life to Yeshua. He said, could you do me a favor? Could you tell Dad the decision I made? Now, in a 26-year time frame, my dad and I began to have a better relationship. And when I called my dad, I said, Dad, I need to tell you something. After a careful examination of the Hebrew scriptures, my younger brother has also made the same decision that I made many years ago. My dad then began to cry. I received the shock of my life. It was only the second time in my life I ever heard him cry. The first time was when he hung the phone up on me, when he told me I wasn't his son anymore. And he began not only to cry, but he began to speak in the Hebrew language. Hineni, God, Hineni, here I am. What would you have me to do? I said, Dad, do you want to give your life to Yeshua? He said, yes, I do.
Wow.
For the last 2.5 years of his life, we were like best friends. And then the day came when my dad just went to heaven. On that day, when I announced to my father that I gave my life to Yeshua, and he said, you're not my son anymore, my life was turned upside down. But you see, God had a plan. And on that day, it may have seemed bleak, but the Lord saw the future.
Beautiful testimony, guys.
My name is Shmuel Eliezer Ben Moshe Nadler. I grew up in New York City, so you'll pardon me, I'm still learning English. But growing up there, I had a lot of questions. How could we believe in a good God who allowed such a horror of the Holocaust to happen to our people? The rabbi, a very dear and sweet and gentle man, he said, Shmuel, the only thing I can tell you is what I tell myself. He who believes cannot question, and who questions really cannot believe. Well, that didn't help me at all. And so I went from appearing very religious growing up to then becoming quite rebellious in a sense. I was a matchmaker for the U.S. Army in Vietnam. During the Battle of Tet, we were under such attack. Horrors were going on that either you were on drugs or you were drunk. My commander of my unit, he thought he was like John Wayne, and he had scotch in his canteen, and he was drinking scotch. He passed out just before the battle began. Some of the sergeants got so overwrought they were breaking down crying in the bunkers. You know, they say there's no atheists in the foxholes. And so even though I was pretty sure there was no God whatsoever, the whole thing was like idiocy, you know, the opiate of the people. But because of the kind of horrors that go on in warfare all the time, I might have been interested to hear some good news, even in Vietnam there. And the chaplain comes by. And all he said was, I'm getting out of here, but good luck to you. Some of you won't be here in the morning. I thought, this is a religious person. You know, they were bringing troops through and going on to other areas of deployment. And so they were sleeping out in the open. And we were under attack all the time, incoming missiles. And I remember saying, you know, to the officer in charge, I said, listen, let them sleep in the barn. Because at least they'll have some protection. And the officer said, no, they don't have the clearance to sleep in the barn with the maps. The next morning, all there was puddle of blood. Puddles of blood from these fellas. Lord, forgive them for the heart.
Yeah.
It's a horrific thing. Horrific thing.
What?
I was what can be considered politely in English an unregistered pharmacist, a drug dealer. Not particularly. I would run into people who had the nerve on the streets of San Francisco proclaiming this Messiah, Jesus. I was a little bit off-put by it because they smiled too much. I didn't think that people should smile that much. Who could be that happy? But one of them, one night, had the nerve to try to tell me that I needed to believe in Jesus. I felt so offended. Let me tell you why. I thought, oh my goodness, they want me to go to the side of our enemy. It turns out that he said he was Jewish. My heart broke for him. I thought, a Jew who believes this? This has to be the dumbest Jew who ever lived. What kind of Jew believes in such narishkeit, such foolishness? He invited me to go to what he called a Bible study. I thought maybe it was like an archaeological find. They have a Bible, they'll look at it from different sides. I couldn't figure out what that might be. I would go there to laugh at them. I thought it would be my evening entertainment. Now, I got there, and there was a pretty ordinary looking group of people. Each one had a Bible. I thought that was pretty interesting. They each had their own Bible. But they were taking everything so seriously. What do they think? These are God's love letters to them? And the portion that they were looking at was in the prophets, in Isaiah chapter 53. In traditional Judaism, where we don't study Isaiah 53, that portion is skipped over by our rabbis. They wanted me to give my opinion of who I thought the prophet was talking about. Give me a minute. Let me take a look at this thing. As I was reading through it, it would talk about the one. It said, all we like sheep have all gone astray. Each one has turned to his own way. But Hashem has laid on him the iniquity of us all. It said there that he would be killed, cut off from the land of the living for the transgression of my people. What a strange thing for our scriptures to say. Now I got to the last verse in that section, and even though he'd been cut off, it said there that he would give the gifts, the spoils, to the stronger faith, because he had been cut off for my people, for myself. How could he? I thought he had died, and I was giving. I said, it came to me that he hadn't. Maybe he came back to life. At that point, it became very clear what this section of scripture was speaking about. It seemed to be talking about you know who, that Jesus. Nothing is supposed to be this clear. These are really tricky, sneaky people. They put part of their Bible in what's supposed to be my Bible. What a bunch of idiots, thinking they're going to be able to trick real Jews, you know? And so when they said, so who do you think it's speaking about? I looked at them and I said, I don't know. I don't think anyone can tell. The Bible is such a mystery. No one could ever figure this out. They looked so disappointed. And they said to me, well, we'll be praying for you. I said, fat chance. What kind of God is there that'll want to answer prayers for someone like me? Where was this God in the Holocaust? I said to them. Over that period of time, I found myself thinking more and more about it. My goodness, this might be our Messiah. I didn't like that. I remember, okay, God, if you have a Messiah for us, that's fine. But please, someone besides this Jesus. I was living in a very bad place where people were doing drugs. But some thoughts entered my mind. It seemed somehow clear to my thinking that drugs were opening me up to the spirit, but it was the wrong spirit. That there was a spiritual battle for my soul, but I was on the losing side. I wasn't sure what I got on my knees there, and I cried out for Jesus to save me. I woke up that next morning. Somehow I knew my life was different. I wasn't sure about all the details, but some things, and in my heart, I actually believed that Jesus is Lord, is our Messiah. I wasn't sure what to do. I wasn't sure where to go. Who do you talk to about these things? Not in that world. Oh, there was a restaurant. There were pictures of Jesus on the wall. I really didn't know what would make someone a believer or something, so I thought that was a pretty good shot. So I went in there. It was really early in the morning. I didn't know what to do. I went, they're just opening up the place, the manager opening up. And I said to him, hey, listen, Jesus saved me last night. What do I do now? The guy looked at me and said, I don't know. You want breakfast? Then I remembered that a long time before, I had gone to this, couldn't remember what they called it, a Bible thing, but maybe they would know what to do. I couldn't believe that they would remember me. But nonetheless, I called them up and I said, listen, my name is Sam Matt. I came to your Bible thing a long time ago. But listen, Jesus saved me last night. What do I do now? They were so happy. They had been praying for me every day. Today, when people ask me, how can you believe in God in light of the Holocaust? In all of our afflictions, he was afflicted. And so to be his people means to be kind of his raw nerve endings. And all
What
of
the
his
hell
matters,
is all
he was
that?
afflicted. He moans and
what,
cries
shapes
over
in
all
that?
of our pains and issues, let alone something like the Holocaust. But he, may his name be blessed forever. Our Messiah, he loved the unlovable. He forgave the unforgivable. But yet he died a horrible, evil, torturous death by crucifixion. He understands the pain of the Holocaust. He knows what it's like to the personal Holocaust. This is what he brings to our hearts as well.
Oh, I said that. No, not if you're saying
My
photo.
grandfather is a
You
Holocaust
kept
survivor.
making excuses. That was a god.
Escaped to German concentration camp
Modeling.
when he was about 18, 19 years old. Got on a train and ended up going to Shanghai and ended up moving to New York. And I'd always known that story, but never really properly engaged with it. Although he was quite religious, whenever I used to go to Shabbat meals with my dad, I never really kind of found authenticity there. I never really found God there because everyone would act quite religious and we'd have to follow a set of rules. And then we used to just end up drinking and gossiping and talking about other people. Everyone at school and university always used to call me the Jew. They always used to project a Jewish identity on me that I hadn't actually wanted or understood. I didn't really engage with that identity. During university, I was studying a communications and media degree, and I decided to do my dissertation on the Israel-Palestinian conflict, as it was something that everyone always used to talk about. I took the anti-Israel angle, and during that time, I was actually dating an Egyptian. His friends were quite outspoken about their hatred for Israel, and they used to laugh at the fact that I was the token Jew who hated Israel. I always knew that God existed. I just never really wanted to engage with organized religion. I never rejected God. I just never wanted to bring him into my life. And so I didn't really grow up with any faith. I was more interested in going out and having a great time, drinking lots, doing drugs, going to Ibiza, partying those, being with friends. I didn't have any time for religion. And me and that boyfriend broke up, and it ended quite badly. I was left just feeling so crushed, and also that I'd really failed, that I'd really just hurt someone and hurt myself as well. I didn't know how to make it better. To find forgiveness, I'd only really get it from a higher power. I'd only really get it from God. I kind of started to get quite bad anxiety waking up, thinking about my life and what am I doing with my life? Where am I going? I just couldn't knock this feeling of unforgiveness. And it just didn't feel whole, just searching for something more. I wanted to go to church because my grandmother, who had been like my mum growing up, had always told me about Jesus. And so I Googled the nearest church. I put on my best funeral outfit. So wore a black dress, black shoes, very smart looking, thinking that's what you need to wear to a church. Walked in.
Amen, Mitch. Well said, brother.
Everyone's wearing Converses, checkered shirts. They are having baseball caps, and there's no seats. There's cushions everywhere. I just was so shocked. And so when I was there, everyone just was so happy, and they had this peace and this like happiness about them that I really wanted. So I just continued to go back every week, sat upstairs in church, and just took it all in. And there was this amazing worship. So there was this amazing music being played with these lyrics talking about healing, forgiveness, love. And it just spoke straight to me. So sit there and just cry. And I just remember, just like it was yesterday, I just knew that God was speaking to me and that it wasn't two separate faiths. It wasn't just being a Christian or being Jewish, but actually...
She's got an Australian accent. I bet she's Australian Jewish.
They tied together, and someone asked me if I wanted some prayer. I said yes, and they were like, what do you want prayer about? And I just said, I really want to know Jesus. And so she started praying for me, and when she was praying, I just felt this huge amount of joy, and so much so that I was crying. The huge weight that I was carrying just lifted from my shoulders.
No, she's Bobby. Not Aussie.
Happy. I felt joyful. I was once this quite trapped, anxious girl, and with God, He has turned that into a huge armor and a strength. And so I really, really kind of embraced my Jewish identity by having faith, having this new faces, and being a part of God's family. My Jewish heritage and the faith in Jesus went hand in hand. There was nothing separate about it. I found the solution for the Middle East conflict. I've seen it with my own eyes that Jew and Arab can fully unite.
Last one, guys.
When I came to that place in my life, I was very disillusioned, I think, from growing up in a home that on the outside looked really, really good. We lived in a nice house in a really nice neighborhood and had everything we needed materially. And yet behind closed doors, it was very, very shallow and vacant and left me with a feeling of insecurity. And I was just determined to prove there was a better way to live. I was raised in New York City into a Jewish family. We attended synagogue on the High Holy Days. I had family members that attended synagogue every Friday, every Shabbat. And in my home, even though we celebrated the holidays, it was really more an understanding that the stories behind the holidays were fairy tales. And the thing that really did make a difference in my life is my mom taught me a prayer when I was a toddler. Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray thee, Lord, my soul to keep. If I should die before I wake, I pray thee, Lord, my soul to take. And when my mom taught me that prayer as a little girl, I really knew there was a God. And that stayed with me, and it carried me all through my childhood, my teenage years. I knew that when I prayed that prayer, that there was a God up there that heard me. My mom and dad loved me very, very much. I always knew that. But I was also raised in a home where there was a lot of tension. From the time I was a little girl, I lived with the threat of divorce hanging over my head. Sometimes my parents didn't talk to each other for days, and I was the messenger between them. There were a lot of fractured relationships. My mother and my grandmother hated each other. My mother and my brother didn't like each other. And I grew up with that just a feeling of insecurity. By the time I got into college, I was a very, very angry, rebellious young woman. I did dropped LSD, smoked pot. I lied a lot of times to cover up my wrongdoing, keep from getting caught. And I loved to shock people by the way that I looked, the way that I dressed. I loved the attention. So even at 19 years old and in college, I was still praying that prayer that my mom taught me as a toddler. And that led me to really, really search to find out who is this God. And that took me down the road of learning about Hinduism, Buddhism, transcendental meditation. I worshipped a guru in India. I chanted, and just searching in all of these places. And it was about that time in my life that I met Michael, also Jewish. And we had a talk one day and talked about our hopes, our dreams, our fears, our thoughts about God. And we were just amazed at the end of this 3-hour conversation that we were so alike. And we both knew after that one talk that we were soulmates, kindred spirits. Well, a month later, Michael came to me and he told me that he believed in Jesus. And I was devastated because I thought, oh my gosh, a Jesus freak, this is no good. I mean, after all, I was raised in a home where Jesus was never mentioned. In fact, if we said his name, it was like saying the worst profanity and we'd get our mouth washed out with soap. I was raised in a home where, my mom was taught when she was a child that it was all Jesus' fault that Jews had been murdered and persecuted throughout the ages, and that Hitler was a Christian. And this was just horrible news for me because I knew I couldn't embrace what he did. I couldn't deny the change that I had seen in Michael's life just in this one short month, but I was not at all interested in hearing what he had to say about Jesus. But then one day he came to me and he said, Deb, would you mind if I just read something aloud to you from the New Testament?
I bet this was all at 53.
And you got to understand,
New
I was
Testament.
20 years old, raised in New York City, and never once had I heard or read anything from the New Testament my whole life. And I had no idea that Jesus was Jewish. I had no idea that he claimed to be the Messiah that my Jewish people were waiting for all of these years. In fact, I thought Jesus was Catholic. I grew up near a Catholic church, and there he was on a cross, and I thought he was Catholic. But I said, sure, you can read to me aloud. So he opened up to the John chapter 8, the story of the Pharisees bringing the adulterous woman to Jesus. And the scribes and the Pharisees brought a woman caught in adultery, and having set her in his midst, they said to him, Teacher, this woman has been caught in adultery in the very act. Now, in the law of Moses, it commanded us to stone such women. What then do you say? And as he's reading this to me, I was sitting on the edge of my seat. I had no idea how this story was going to end. And as they were saying this, testing him, in order that they might have grounds for accusing him. But Jesus stooped down and with his finger wrote on the ground. But when they persisted in asking him, he straightened up and said to them, He who is without sin among you, let him be the first to throw a stone at her. When Michael read that line to me, that Jesus spoke,
Sit it up, guys. That's brilliant.
I just started to weep. Now, I had read about Buddha and Krishna and all of these other gods out there. But when he spoke these words of Jesus, I knew it was a miracle. It was like God opened my eyes and I saw that this Jesus was different than all the other gods that I had learned about. That this had to be the very, very words of God. In that one verse, all the love and the compassion and the mercy of God was encapsulated in that, and I just started to cry. So though my eyes were open, I immediately was filled with tremendous conflict. How could I, as a Jew, embrace this Jesus? And I remember just closing my eyes and praying and saying, God, if Jesus really is the Messiah, you are really going to have to prove it to me, because I knew the stakes for me were going to be very, very high. And though I'd been angry and rebellious, there was still a part of me I did not want to devastate my parents and my whole family. And I knew that God really, really had to prove to me that I was going down the right path. So the very next day, I was invited to this meeting, and sitting in front of me was a little boy, about 5 years old, with his mom. And the man leading the meeting asked if anyone needed prayer, and the mom raised her hand, and she said her little boy was deaf in his right ear. So the man came up to this little boy and laid his hand on his ear and just simply prayed for healing in the name of Jesus for this little boy to get his hearing. And right there in front of my very eyes, I saw this little boy get his hearing. And when I saw that, and that it was done in the name of Jesus, that's all I needed. Well, a week later, I got up the courage to call my mom to tell her the news that I believed in Jesus. And it was a difficult conversation. My mom was devastated. She was furious and really, really disappointed in me, and very, very much hated Michael, because she knew that even though he was Jewish, he was the one that was responsible for introducing me to Jesus. So it was a very, very difficult conversation, and she wound up making an appointment with a rabbi for Michael and I to go see him, in hopes that the rabbi would be able to persuade us to not believe in Jesus anymore. And the result of that meeting with the rabbi, he said to my mom afterwards that he believed that we were on the verge of having nervous breakdowns, that we were in a cult, and that we were potential Nazis, which just added to my mom's devastation, because if a rabbi said it, it had to be true. And it was really, very, very devastating for her. Well, 3 months later, Michael and I were married, and sadly, our parents would not attend our wedding because we had a pastor marry us. But shortly after we got married, we were living on the other side of the country. And shortly after we got married, I called my mom, and I wanted to encourage her because I was so happy. And I called to tell her how wonderful Michael was, how he was loving me, he was treating me like a princess, in hopes that it would make her feel better. And instead, she said something like, why don't you just divorce him and come back home and live with me? And when she said that to me, I was so angry at her. I just slammed the phone down. And I went to Michael, and I was so angry, I was shaking. And I said, do you know what my mom just said to me? She hates you. She hates our marriage. I don't want her in our lives. She's not good for us. I don't want anything to do with her anymore. She hates you, and she hates our marriage. And he listened to me, and he said, Deb, you call your mom back and you apologize for hanging up. We are going to love your mom. We are going to love her. And you call her and apologize. Well, God had a big cleanup job to do with us. We were, being two drug-using hippies, and he taught us how to be responsible, which was no easy task for two very irresponsible hippies. And over the years, we had 2 children and raised them to know the Lord. We started a business and have lived a very, very...
Last one, guys.
I grew up in the synagogue. I knew of nothing else. As a matter of fact, I had very few friends who were not Jewish. There was a lot of racial tension in our city. So I was in about the 4th or 5th grade, and this friend of mine, Mary, came up to me.
Oh, good day, Wes. I didn't see you, mate. Show's nearly over, brother.
I don't even know who you're talking about.
I was going to check out the video you posted a couple of minutes ago.
I was a young child. One of the people I connected with, who became a very good friend of mine, was from Miami Beach. And he was a guitarist, and I was a drummer. So we connected right away. He said, so would you like to do some drums? And I go, I don't know. He said, let's try it. What is this stuff? I mean, it was like the most incredible feeling I've ever felt. This is what I want to do for my life. I want to be a musician. I was just having the time of my life, not being home, being away. Kind of left my Jewish roots back at the house. So we showed up at this club, and we set up our equipment. Attached to the club was a cafe, and there was this really, really cute girl. And I tell you, my eyes just went boom. I said, I'm going to marry this girl. And I said, hey, how would you like to come with me? She goes, okay. And I had our first child within a few years. We were immersed back into the congregation, back into that synagogue that I grew up in as a kid, and that my family was instrumental in starting. We do business. I'm in the scrap metal business, and we do business with this fellow, and his name was Sam, his wife's name was Louise, and they were the sweetest little Jewish couple you want to meet. Monica and I take a trip to Vermont. On the way back from Vermont, we stop and see Sam and Louise at their house because they invited us. Louise, I've never met her before, but she's this real cute little Jewish lady. And she started talking about the Jewish Messiah, Yeshua. She was like, you gotta hear about this. It's changed my life. She says, you've never heard of Yeshua? And I says, no, I've never heard of Yeshua. And she says, well, I bet you've heard of him as Jesus. Louise, stop right there. I says, I'm Jewish. I don't believe in Jesus. I was intrigued about this Yeshua guy, but this Jesus, no, it's not for me. So, but thank you, Louise. Thank you very much. Right about that time, I started having a real drug and alcohol problem. Whatever pain I was in or feeling, it would take that away. My dad passed away at a very young age. He was like 52 years old and died from cancer. Just gotten divorced a couple of years before that. And I mean, all this stuff is caving in on me. I had to drive myself to the emergency room because I was thinking I was having a heart attack. And as I was driving home, there was a stretch of road that usually had a lot of truck and car traffic in the middle of the week. I said to myself, you know, I'm done with this. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to end my life. I'm going to kill myself. The first truck that I see coming towards me, I'm history. I'm done. I wasn't even thinking about the truck driver. I wasn't even thinking about anybody but myself. I was just wanting to kill that pain permanently. And in 2 to 3 miles, there was not one car or not one truck. I get home, and my wife says to me, what are you doing home? It's the middle of the day. You don't understand. You have no clue. And I took her engagement ring and her wedding ring, and I threw it across the room. I didn't know what was happening. I was out of my mind. I was just gone. And she was saying, what do you want from me? What do you want from me? And all of a sudden, I felt this emotional thing. And I opened my mouth, and out of my mouth came these words, I just need to be loved. And I go running at the end of the hall is our door to our bedroom. And I go through that door, and I shut the door, and boom, I hear the door crack. And I jump into bed, and I just start screaming, God, help me. I'll do anything, God. Just stop this pain. Just stop this pain. I couldn't take it anymore. I was going crazy. And my wife walked in the room and says, your psychologist is on the phone. He wants to talk to you. Yeah, what's going on? And he goes, no, you tell me what's going on. And I said, well, I'm just having a bad moment here. He goes, according to your wife, you're having a very bad moment. He says, I want to see you first thing tomorrow morning in my office, and you're going to need to go to rehab. So I go to this rehab, and I get a sponsor. She said, part of the journey of recovery is a spiritual recovery. So she says, I want you to start going back to your synagogue. But I would be faithful. I'd go every Friday night. I would be going to the service. They asked me to be on the board of directors. And I said, okay, I'll be on the board of directors. And after a while on the board of directors, they said, we'd like you to be vice president. And I said, okay, I'll be vice president. After a couple of years, they said, okay, we'd like you to be president of the synagogue. And I said, okay, I'll be president of the synagogue. So here I am, president of the synagogue. I was sober at that point 10 years. My wife was having some issues on her own with drinking at that point. One day she said, you know, Monica, I think I'm done. I think we're done. I think we should get a divorce. Something happened to mine. All of a sudden she was like starting to go in on Sundays with a Bible under her arm and heading off to a church. I says, just don't tell him your last name because you know I'm the president of the synagogue. She goes, okay, don't worry. And I picked up the phone. I said, Sam, I got a problem. He goes, what is it? I'm president of the synagogue. Monica's going to a church, you know, on Sunday morning. We're getting divorced. I said, you know all about this Jesus stuff. Tell me, what do I do? Do you have a Bible? And I says, yeah, I have my Bar Mitzvah Bible. You know, at synagogue, we read out of the Siddur, and we never even open the Bible. I mean, the closest thing we get is the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses. Turn to Isaiah 53. I turned to Isaiah 53. Turn to Psalm 2. And I said, okay. Flipped it over, Psalm 2. Turn to Psalm 22. And I said, okay, turn to Psalm 22. Read that. What do you think you're talking about? I mean, if you're asking me, it sounds like they're talking about Jesus, but how could they? This is my Jewish Bible I got from my bar mitzvah.
Well, why do you think they're not talking about Jesus?
And I said, well, he was Catholic, right?
No. He was Jewish.
And I said, really?
Ask God tonight what the truth is.
So here I am lying in bed that night, and I'm like, okay, God, I heard some really strange stuff tonight, but I do know that you pulled me out of drug and alcohol addiction. You saved my life. I'll believe whatever you say. So I heard these words like he was standing next to me. This is the truth, and I love you. And I started crying. So we go to the Rosh Hashanah service at their congregation, like an hour and a half away. I felt something there. I felt like love and acceptance, and I felt like I was home. And then the service started, and I couldn't stop crying. Towards the end of the service, the rabbi gets up and asks if anybody would like to accept Yeshua into their heart. I was like, yeah, I do. But then I thought about it. I said, well, I'm president of the synagogue. And all of a sudden, I felt a tap on my shoulder, and it was Louise. And she says, God's waiting for you. He's always been waiting for you. Just reach out to him. I never thought I could be Jewish and believe in Jesus. I thought the two were entirely at opposite ends of the spectrum. But once I understood that Jesus was Jewish, it came full circle to me. I said, oh my God, I'm believing in a Jewish Messiah. It was a gift. It was a gift that I didn't even deserve. But he loved me so much. And he loves us all so much.
I mean, I heard about some of these guys like John the Baptist. He's a Baptist. I found out later on he's Jewish. St. Paul, Jewish? Yeah, Jewish. St. Peter, how can anybody with the name of St. Peter be Jewish? Guess what? I found out they're all Jewish. Now, I grew up in Philadelphia, in a Jewish neighborhood. On the other side of the street, that was mostly Gentiles. These poor Gentiles, they were going to worship a statue. Some of those people had statues in their lawns. At the age of 8 years old, I joined the Cub Scouts, which is part of the Boy Scouts. They still probably have this today, a magazine that's called Boys Life Magazine. And in that magazine, they had the instructions on how to build a crystal radio. I was so excited. It was like I was in heaven with this radio that worked. I would rush home from school and put on the earphones, and I was hearing these people talking about Jesus on the short wave. They were like, at the same time, I was preparing for my bar mitzvah, and my rabbi told me, never believe in Jesus and never read the New Testament. That's a Gentile book, and Jesus is for the Gentiles. I joined the Navy in 1960 and wound up in a drill hall with 400 guys. Now, this is the first time in my life I was ever away from my mother and father. They taught me how to smoke a cigarette. I was coughing like crazy. He said, real sailors drink whiskey. And that was burning my throat. I did it because I wanted to be a real sailor. I wound up getting drunk every night. Wound up going out with women that I shouldn't be doing. Something deep down inside of me, I was saying, this doesn't feel right. Something's wrong here. This doesn't seem right. You see, when you join the Navy, I don't know if they do this today anymore, but this was back in 1960. People were naked, had their heads shaved, and then we went through the line to get our uniforms and stuff. At the end of the line, they said Catholic, Protestant, or Jewish. So they gave you a Bible. I had my Tanakh. I had my Jewish scriptures. I don't know what you do with the Bible. I thought, it might be like a rabbit's foot, good luck charm, or maybe it'd be like my grandmother's chicken soup. Anytime I was sick, my grandmother said, have some matzo ball soup, have some chicken soup. I said, well, help. She said, I couldn't hide, I said, well, I have a Bible. Will it help? I couldn't hide, One of the sailors that I was with in the Navy, they said to me, you're Jewish, right? I said, yeah. You have a Bible? I said, sure, I have a Bible. They gave it to me when I joined the Navy. He said, let me see your Bible. And he turned in my Bible to Isaiah chapter 53. He said, you read this. I read the whole chapter of Isaiah 53. I said, wait a minute. This sounds like those folks across the street. This sounds like what I was hearing on the shortwave. They made a mistake. They gave me New Testament. And my rabbi told me never read the New Testament. You better take this because because this is for you. This is not my Bible. I said, no, look, Hebrew Publishing Company. Hebrew Publishing Company. This is crazy. What's Jesus doing in my Bible? He said, well, he's your Messiah. He's my Messiah. I was shocked. And he said, would you like to read about that in the New Testament? I said, well, I can't read the New Testament because my rabbi told me never read the New Testament. And he looked around over here, and he looked over here, and he says, I'll make a deal with you. If you don't tell your rabbi that you read the New Testament, I won't tell him either. I thought about that for a minute. Okay, but I was scared. I thought lightning was going to strike. I actually thought I was going to be struck by lightning. I expected it to be a Gentile book. I expected it to take place in Rome with a bunch of popes talking about Catholic things and statues. What surprised me is how Jewish the New Testament really is. It's the most Jewish book I ever read. The more I read the scriptures, the more I was praying, I realized that inside I was not clean. Inside I had all kinds of anger. I was getting drunk every night. I was going with the women. I was smoking 3 packs of filter foam all day, coughing like crazy. I was making pretend like I enjoyed it. I didn't want to make pretend anymore. I didn't want to live that way anymore. Now it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm in the barracks, big barracks, and I had a blanket all the way over, and the light was shining on the New Testament. And I prayed, Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu, Lord, Jesus, I'm here. I want to believe in you. And I went to bed. May 16, 1961, came to faith in the Messiah. That's just so important in my life. It's a moment that totally, completely changed and revolutionized my life. Even if I was the very last person on earth, Jesus would still have died for me. And I am confident that when I die, I'll go to be with him.
Okay, guys, I'm out. Thanks for joining. I loved your company. You know I did. Love you guys.
Professor Seif, Officer Seif, Sergeant Seif, Pastor, whatever.